Come on, baby. Let's do this live, shall we? There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here, of course. Welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, also hit the subscribe button, and click the link in the description down below because it's always better when it's live. Also, YouTube seems to have a new band of not offending anyone. When I say anyone, I do mean anyone. Like, you're not allowed to swear, you're not allowed to speak about violence, show violence, and I mean in a video game. Like, if a video game is too violent, that is just a pure no-no. Like, how dare you? So it's getting harder and harder, I think, to be a content creator. We're going to be watching a video on this because there's been people that's made videos on exactly what this means and how this will likely affect things. I obviously have my own thoughts, and then we have some Dragonflight stuff that we're going to go through today because there's a lot of stuff, sort of lore stuff. CDJ, how you doing, fam? It's a lot of lore stuff to go through. Nothing really impactful, but very interesting. So I really wanted to go through that. We'll do that today. And yeah, oh shit, Azumeth with the 1,000 bits, bro. Really appreciate that. Thank you, man. How you doing? So yeah, we've got that. We've got probably some Reddit reactions. It all depends on like how long any of this takes. My power is going out later today, so it's not like I have unlimited hours. Good news though for anyone that is interested in this. I do have, well, I have the quote now for what the inverter and the batteries are going to cost, which is actually pretty cool. It's about $2,000. The quote that I'm waiting for now, and I don't know why the guy isn't getting back to me because literally everything depends on this fucking quote, is the installation of it. Because I thought it would be pretty simple. It's literally an inverter and batteries. It should be a straightforward installation. But apparently it's not that easy. Metal fan from Al, how you doing? Because your DB board, I don't know if you guys call that a DB board in the rest of the world, but basically the switchboard that controls all of the different power outlets in your house. So you have one that says plugs, you have one that says boiler or geyser in South Africa. You have usually, like, ours have about 3 plugs, geyser, there's a master switch, 2 kind of master switches, an earth switch, and then a master switch. There's oh yeah, you guys probably call it the fuse board, but we call it a DB board. I don't know why, but that's what it's called here. Apparently that needs to be like massively changed. Like, you can't just do just take the cable, run it through the inverter into the DB board. GG, thanks for playing. They have to change all the fuses on the DB board as well, because apparently the inverters don't just how do you put it? The inverters don't just change, right? Or they don't fit all the normal DB boards, so you kind of have to do some changes there. So I'm literally waiting for them to give us a quote on that, so that I can know. Because the guy kind of scared me yesterday when he said that they did an installation for a guy previously, like a month ago or so. And this guy, like, his installation came out to about 35k. Which, for those of you that's uninitiated, is about $2,500. This would mean that the installation would be more expensive than the actual fucking equipment. Now, granted, the guy that did the installations for, he got a solar panel as well as the inverter and the batteries. They actually a shit ton of solar panels as well as. So there's probably a shit ton more cables. The cables had to go onto the roof, from the roof down to the DB board. So there's obviously a lot more things happening there, as opposed to just ours is going to be inverter, batteries right below the DB board. But we're on our way. That's the main point. We are on our way. We will hopefully be free of load shedding within the next, I'm hoping month. Not even. I'm really hoping for a week. It all depends on that price of installation. Because the price for installation is heavy. I might need another month to sort of save up in order to afford it. because I was planning on spending between $2,000 and $3,000. So I saved up last year for the expenditure of $2,000 to $3,000 to get away from, the bullshit. D-Rocker, how you doing? I was not planning on spending $6,000 on electricity or getting away from load shedding. So hopefully it's not that expensive, because that would be hell. You're not first? Oh yeah. Sadly, D-Rocker, there's already a lot of fucking discussion happening here. How you doing, D-Rocker? But yeah, I mean, at least we're going, At least we're going. Plus, I've made a decision on the AC that I'm about to buy. So I've decided which AC I want. Good, hit 2K in WoW now. Now I can rest. 2K what? D-Rocker. So I decided to buy... let me show you. So we go by size, 12K. I decided to buy this AC. This is the AC that I'm gonna get. It's an LG dual inverter. Lucretia, how you doing? It's a dual inverter wall split. And the reason I'm going with this one is like the actual power input of it. It's so fucking low, bro. Like, look at the power input here, measured in watts, yeah? So, for the 13, which is the one that I'm getting, it will do, rated, about 1 kilowatt. At the max, it will do 1.4 kilowatt, which, I mean, that's just, fucking hell, that's cheap as shit. So I'm really looking forward to getting this air conditioner. This is going to make life so much easier. So much easier. So things are coming together, boys. Things are coming together. At least, that's if nothing goes wrong. But life, there will always be something that fucks out. What about you guys? How's the new year been treating you? Fucking hell. Well, it was chase day today, and I think I may have gone a bit hard. Like, I'm definitely in pain. Isn't that Murphy's Law? Everything that can go wrong will go wrong? Yes, that is Murphy's Law, indeed. I mean, it should not go wrong, because all of this I've saved for. Like, none of the things that I'm buying here, I'm buying with, like, immediate cash. These are things that I saved money for. Like, I put money away in order to buy an AC. I put money away in order to buy inverter and batteries and stuff like that. Because I've learned my lesson. In the past, I would just take my money and just buy the stuff that I need. And then usually, like maybe you have a bad month the next month, and then you need to spend a shit ton of money. And like, fuck, if only I had the money from last month, I would be fine. But now I'm not fine. This is shit. So it's almost always better to just go, nah, save money. Don't buy it immediately. Because I wanted to buy an AC, I think you guys know, last year already. I wanted to buy an AC, and then I decided against it. But I decided to start saving for it instead. So that if I buy an AC, I can't just buy an AC. And the same with the inverter. We wanted to buy the inverter also last year already. And then I said, no, I'm not spending that money out of the box. I need to save for it first. So it's wild, bro. It's fucking wild. Yeah, it's not that kind of hard, though. Like, sadly not that kind of hard. We'll get into the stuff that we want to cover with Dragonflight and stuff like that soon. I'm just waiting for people to filter in, finish the notifications and the ads and stuff like that. Saving is always better. Only debt worth having is mortgage. Otherwise, save and buy cash. Valentine, I agree with you. I think the only other thing that you may be able to justify buying on credit would probably be a car. Although it is debatable. right? Because a car depreciates in value. Debt doesn't. Your debt does not depreciate. You will pay more for that car than what it is worth literally the day that you drive that car. Like the first day that you drive that car, it's going down, right? Yeah, I might not drive, but I do need a car at some point. Because there are times where I do need to drive, and taking Uber is fine, but it also gets boring. Because you have to wait. Like sometimes I really want to get somewhere now, but then I have to phone Uber. Can you guys come pick me up? Yeah, we'll be there in about 20 minutes. Motherfucker. I wanted to go now, and I want to go in 20 minutes. So this is where a car would be really helpful. Normally, a house increases in value unless your local government fucks the area with a new project. True. Although I would say buying right now in Cape Town, I won't buy right now. I am in the market for buying a house. I do want to buy a house, but I will not buy that house now. So the thing is, Cape Town prices are incredibly inflated. You can buy, if you were to buy a house in Cape Town for whatever price, that exact same house, right? Or that exact same house will probably be about 25 to 30% cheaper in the rest of the country compared to Cape Town. Cape Town's prices are incredibly inflated because it's a supply-demand problem. There's just not enough supply to go around for all the demand of people moving here. Cape Town has an influx of inlanders, so we're not even talking about foreigners moving here. We're talking just about people from South Africa semigrating here, of about 138,000 people this last year alone. The year before it was like 115,000, and they're not building enough homes to actually house all of those people. So, yeah, Cape Town has that problem. But I do think that with the coming recession and the economic problems that might be coming, I have a feeling that house prices in Cape Town is going to fucking crash, that's when you want to buy your house, right? When the prices have crashed. Gilgamesh, how you doing? So I'm kind of holding out for a house right now, even though that might not be the best move, because it's almost always better to buy and at least be in the market than it is to not be in the market. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I've not made a final decision on that yet. Too bored? How you doing, fam? So we'll get into the Dragonflight stuff in a minute. Have you avoided becoming sick this season? I know I haven't. Yeah, I've not been sick since last time I got COVID, which now is about a year and a half ago, I think. When's the last time I was sick? Yeah, it's probably like a year and a half ago. Adrenaline, how you doing? And then I had COVID and I was only sick for like 2 days. I would like to share an interesting info with you. Too bored? I am all ears, bro. Interesting things? Let's hear it. K-Straz, how you doing, bro? I'm good, and you? Barbecue with Franklin, smoked Chateaubriand. What the fuck is that? Classic WoW has 700 million parses just recently. Ow. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. Classic WoW is still going strong. I like it. Traxiton, 4 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Echo, it seems to be a bit of time already. Oh yeah. Traxiton, how you doing, man? I don't know if I would say amazing. I don't really give a shit about Classic WoW, I'm not gonna lie to you. Because I do feel like Classic WoW is sort of it's on a timed mission, right? I don't think that Classic WoW is gonna be there permanently, unless Blizzard can pull something out of their ass, right? But yeah, other than that, I don't see Classic as a long-term success story. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I'm completely getting it wrong, but yeah. Too bored because the content is limited for Classic WoW. Right? Classic WoW is Classic WoW. The blueprint for it has already been written. It's like rewatching your favorite series. It might be nice to do once or twice, but you know how everything is going to play out because it has already happened. It's not like watching a new series and a new season coming out and you have no idea what this new season is going to be. So you have a reason to want to watch it. It's the same thing over and over again. It is never going to change. So ultimately, there's that sort of, there's a clear end. The end is when it catches up to retail. That's the end. That's like a guaranteed end. Because at some point, it's going to reach a level in terms of expansions that no one really gives a fuck about anymore, right? And I think that level is going to be soon. I think they can get away with a classic Cataclysm. They may be able to get away with a classic Mist of Pandaria, but I think that's where the train stops. Purely because while Legion was good, I don't know how many people would really play Legion again. As a classic, the reason being Legion is, it's modern, right? It's very close to modern WoW. From a philosophical standpoint, there's nothing really bad about, there's nothing really different about Legion, okay? So that's just from a philosophical standpoint. And then you have, obviously no one's going to play Classic BFA or Classic Shadowlands. And we're currently in Dragonflight, so there's no point in doing that Classic. The only way I can really see them do it, this is like if they really wanted to go balls to the wall, I could see them pulling out a Cataclysm, right? So bring Classic Cataclysm, but add all of the cut content to it. So all of that content that they really wanted to push, add that shit in. Okay, so now you basically have a brand new Cataclysm that no one has actually ever played before. It is classic, but it's not really classic because it's new. Then maybe do classic Mist of Pandaria just because a lot of people would actually love to go back to Mist of Pandaria, and then stop with classic Warlords of Draenor, but again, add all of the cut content to it. So all of that content that you once wanted to add, like the massive customizations on our bullshit, right? On the garrisons, all of the new the extra zones that you wanted to add, all of the extra raids and stuff that you want to add, all of those things back into the game. And the garrison one is actually twofold, because if you can get the garrisons to be fully customizable, you can literally add that to the normal game, and suddenly players have a customizable quote-unquote house in the game. So there's like a 2-for-1 special there. But then that's where I think it stops. That's where I think the game ends, and you can either go a different direction with WoW, so take WoW 2.0 or WoW on a new timeline, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, alternate WoW if you want. You could do something like that, but at that point you're starting to run 2 MMOs instead of just 1 MMO. And now you have 2 MMOs that's competing for customers, which might not be a good idea. And also, I don't think the classic team is actually set up for that. The classic team is set up to make the classic game experience classic. But the game already exists, so they're not developing anything new. They're just sort of redeploying it. Whereas if we're talking about divergent timelines and things, now you have to get a full new MMO team that designs content for this new MMO. Even though it's set in World of Warcraft, doesn't matter. It's going to be a new MMO. And I don't think Activision will do that. That's a risk that I don't think they're willing to take. Drainaman, okay, so private servers mean absolutely zero. Zero. Here's why. People who play on private servers will not come to an official server. Why would they? They play the private, it's free. Why would they pay a subscription in order to play the classic version of the official game? They're not going to do that. And also the reason most of them do that is because the preceding 2 expansions for the classic experience sucked. There's almost no one that's going to play classic BFA private servers or classic Shadowlands servers. So it makes sense that a lot of people would be in the classic Legion server, because that is kind of the last time that World of Warcraft was good. Now, I do think classic or a private Dragonflight server might actually do well as well, but that's just people wanting to taste something new. We'd have to see how it stands up to the test of time and all that shit. But I don't think looking at private servers will give you any indication of a need that players may have to return to the actual official servers. Not for something like Legion, because Legion is purposefully positioned in such a way that it is obviously going to be successful for private servers because, well, it's the last time WoW was fairly decent. It's not like vanilla and TBC where people have genuine nostalgia and they might genuinely play it. It's not that it won't make money. It's not that there won't be players. I just don't know if it would be worth the time, effort, and infrastructure costs to release that. The other thing I think that you have to keep in mind when it comes to specifically things like classic servers is with every version of the game that releases as a classic, you need new servers, new infrastructure, because the old game is still there. Technically speaking, people can still play classic WoW. People can still play classic TBC. People can still play classic Wrath. And now soon they might be able to play classic Cataclysm. And while you don't need all of those servers, you do need to add more servers in order to support all of these games now from the beginning. And I think that could be like a serious problem. The more classic servers you add, the more server infrastructure you need in order to maintain these classic servers. And once you spread it too thin, you run into the thing of, is it even worth maintaining some of these servers? But since we offer the game, we kind of have to maintain the server. Even if it is just one or two, it has to be maintained because we do offer the game. You can technically play classic WoW, and therefore there has to be a server for it. I did that for classic vanilla, but the stock for start of SL and then returned just in time for DF. You would not change from private server because of sunk costs, something, and the fact that you've built a friend circle over there. Yeah, but mainly, I can tell you this from people in my life that play on private servers. It's the money thing. So someone very close to me plays on private servers, right? Very specific private server that they play on. And when they learned that Blizzard was doing their classic WoW thing, he was like, is that going to be free? Because he would love to play it, but only if it's free. I said, no, you're going to have to pay for it. It's a monthly sub. I was like, fuck that. Like, he's a stingy bastard. He likes playing WoW, but he likes doing it for free. So, yeah. He also doesn't seem to, he does not agree on a principled level that he should be paying for a game that's super old. He doesn't agree with that. Mega Man, I don't think all the servers would have moved on to Wrath. Can you still log into TBC? Because if you can still log into... Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you can still play TBC. I don't remember Blizzard announcing that you can't log... It's vanilla or Wrath. Why would Blizzard do that? That's... strange. Minoar, how you doing, bro? Why would... Trying to think what could be the possible reason for not having classic TBC anymore. Because, I mean, by all accounts, TBC was a hell of a lot more successful than vanilla. And while, yes, Wrath was the most successful WoW has ever been, it's still not, I don't think, anywhere... I don't think... I would have thought they would have retired Classic, if anything. What I like to call the vanilla itch, where for whatever weird reason, they like to go back to vanilla. I don't know why. Maybe that's why. Maybe Blizzard have some, obviously, they have some internal research that showed that maybe people could play TBC if they wanted to, even on the Wrath servers, and they could just lock their XP and then stay in TBC forever, because nothing really major changed going from one to the other, except for the addition of the DK. And that might be why Blizzard sort of went, well, we don't really need 2 different servers here. It's perfectly fine. Whereas there were a lot of things that changed from Classic to TBC. So TBC didn't just bring Outland. It also changed, like added a shit ton of new quests to the old world. So TBC kind of destroyed the quote-unquote Classic experience. Wrath didn't touch the TBC experience, right? And so it wouldn't even matter. But that same argument does not hold up for Cataclysm, because Cataclysm absolutely destroyed Wrath as well as TBC. So you can't just move the servers from Wrath into Cataclysm. You would need new servers for Cataclysm, because Cataclysm changed everything. From the way classes worked, to talent systems, to the world, all of it changed. So I kind of get the reasoning, I guess, behind it. Kind of. Not quite, but kind of. Let's just say that. I loved Cataclysm. It was super fun. At least for me. Could you want to watch this? I know this is not something that most of you care about, but I want to hear this. Economics summarized in 10 minutes. You really think Kata Classic is coming? So after this video, yeah, I do think so. Blizzard have already put out posts or polls about Cataclysm Classic. So yeah, I do think so. I do think it's going to happen. You could say the Cataclysm was a cataclysmic event for the game world. Cataclysm caused so many issues with WoW lore. It's actually one of my most hated expansions, but also one that I really loved. I loved Cataclysm. I thought it was a great expansion. The dungeons were brilliant. The raiding was brilliant. Not the best, though. Worlds of Draenor had the best raiding and dungeons in the game, but Cataclysm was very close. The world was really cool. It failed on some things, but overall, I really had a blast playing Cataclysm. It's not my favorite expansion. Wrath would be that. But Cataclysm was good. But also, from a story perspective, Cataclysm broke World of Warcraft. Because suddenly, after Cataclysm, nothing made sense. If you play through the vanilla zones, you have no idea what the actual story of vanilla was. When you get into Outland, Cataclysm did not prepare you for Outland, because the events in the classic world were events that took place in Cataclysm. So Outland had already happened, Wrath had already happened, now we're in Cataclysm. So you're sort of already playing through things that has already happened, even though they have not technically already happened. So it really ruined the lore of World of Warcraft in a major way with the introduction of Cataclysm. So yeah, very sad time for story, but otherwise not too bad. I really want to see this.
Can you describe at a high level what are the different schools of economics, perhaps ones that are interesting to you, perhaps ones that the difference between which reveal something useful or insightful for our conversation?
Okay.
So, you could, neoclassical, post-Keynesian, Austrian, I like the biophysical economics, and so on, other heterodox economic schools that you find interesting.
Okay. I actually find interesting a school which went extinct about 250 years ago. Mm-hmm. That's where I'd like to start from. And they're called the physiocrats. And the name itself implies where their knowledge came from, because if you go back far enough in
the physiocrats, I've never heard of them.
History, we didn't do autopsies. But when you started doing autopsies, they found wires, they found tubes, etc., etc. And they started seeing the body as a circulation system. And they applied the same sort of logic to the economy. And they came out of an agricultural economy, which was France, and they saw that the wealth came effectively from the sun. So they saw all wealth comes from, they said the soil, but what they really mean is sun. The soil absorbs the energy of the sun. One seed plants, 1,000 flea seeds come back. There is no surplus. We are simply mining what we can find out of the natural economy. That's where we should have stayed and developed from that forward. We then went through the classical school of economics, which comes out of Adam Smith. And Smith, coming from Scotland,
Yeah.
looked at what the physiocrats said, and what the physiocrats argued was that agriculture is the source of all wealth, and the manufacturing sector is sterile. That's literally the term they use to describe the manufacturing sector.
What does sterile mean?
Sterile means you don't extract value. You simply change the shape of value.
So the value.
But that's not really true. It's interesting to see how economics is shaped based on where you're from, because it's not true. Manufacturing obviously extracts value.
Comes from the soil.
Yeah, it comes from the soil. That's the free gift of nature. That's literally the phrase they used. And we then distribute the free gift of nature around, and we need carriages, which was the manufacturing term they used at the time, as well as wheat. So to make the carriages, we take what's been taken from the soil and we convert it to a different form, but there is no value added in manufacturing.
Yeah.
So Smith looked at that and said, well, I'm from Scotland. Okay? And we've got these
Easy now.
industries, and we make stuff and it's machinery. And he said, no, it's not land that gives us the source of value, it's labor.
Yeah.
Now, that led to the classical school of thought, and that said that all value comes from labor, that value is objective, so it's the amount of effort you put in, that the price two things will exchange for reflects the relative effort that's involved in the manufacturing. So this computer takes 2 hours to make, and this bottle takes 2 minutes to make, then this is worth 60 times as much as that. Okay, they didn't talk about marginal cost. It was absolute cost, effectively. They didn't talk about utility as a subjective thing. They ridiculed subjective utility theory. That led to Marx. And Marx is probably the most brilliant mind in the history of economics. The only other competitor I'd see is Schumpeter, possibly Keynes. But in my terms of ranking of intellects, it would be Marx, Schumpeter, Keynes in terms of the outstanding capacities to think. But Marx then turned that classical school, which was pro-capitalism and anti-feudal, into a critique of capitalism.
Yeah, okay.
Which led to the neoclassical school coming along.
So I would like to say something here. As a capitalist, if you read the Communist Manifesto from Karl Marx, I agree with this guy. The complaints that Karl Marx had, the criticisms that he levied against capitalism was apt. It was incredibly apt. The problem was the conclusions that he reached as a result of those criticisms. You see, a better school of thought for Karl Marx would have been to identify, because he actively and precisely identified some of the clear problems that exists within capitalism. Like, he absolutely identified it. One of his biggest issues was the mergence of the power class, in other words, politics, and the business class, in other words, the capitalists. And if they got merged, according to Marx, the worker would be the one that got fucked. Was he wrong? No, absolutely not, right? He was absolutely correct in that, because that's exactly what we see. So Karl Marx effectively explained, in brilliant terms, how capitalism will eventually turn into corporatism due to this merger between the power class and the capitalist class, and how they become corporatism, or the corporate class, as it were. Now, on the evolutionary scale of things that you get, right? Rose Fox, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. On the evolutionary scale of things that work, you have capitalism on this side, right? This is the absolute free market, no interference by government whatsoever. People get to decide what they're willing to pay, what they're willing to work for. Bosses are willing to decide how much they're willing to pay and, what kind of workers they want. So this is absolute capitalism. And then you have absolute communism on the other side, right? Which is, actually, no, you have socialism on the other side. Because it depends on, we have to get into definitions here. So if we're talking about true communism, the way that Karl Marx envisioned it, that would be closer to capitalism. Because the way that Karl Marx envisioned it was that the worker would have absolute control over their own labor. Karl Marx never disagreed that the value of things comes from labor. His problem was that the factory is owned by the capitalist in a sense. Tyndall, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. And that the worker will be fucked as a result of this capitalist that owns the factory but doesn't actually provide the labor. So his idea was that the laborer, or the worker in this sense, would own their own labor. Therefore, they would own a stake in the company. Which, technically speaking, he's not wrong. Even in a true capitalist society, the worker truly does own their own labor. A worker can decide to leave a job if they don't believe that they're being paid adequately for their job. The problem that Karl Marx envisioned here was that once the capitalists and the government marry, the worker's fucked, because the worker will not be allowed to leave, right? The worker will kind of be stuck between the government keeping them in their job, the capitalist exploiting them, and the worker gets shot on. And his only, therefore, ideal was that the capitalist needs to be smashed. But they are closer together. Socialism is effectively the control of the government of everything, right? So the government runs the economy, so to speak. Now, in that sense, what corporatism is closer to the socialist side, because you have the capitalists that marry the government and they fall somewhere on the side of the government ipso facto kind of owning everything, because without the government business can't happen and vice versa, right? So that would be on a scale factor. The issue in almost all of this is we know what socialism looks like. We can identify countries that work this way. We can look at Russia. Millions dead, terrible economy, people starving. So socialism does not work. Even though Russia likes to claim that they were communist, they were more socialist because the government owned everything. The workers didn't actually own shit. And therefore it wouldn't be true communism. So you have, like, that doesn't work. We can look at Mao's China. Mao decides to basically go full communism as well, but the government owns everything and the people work. People starve to death, millions die. Eventually Mao reverses his decision, opens it back up and says, okay, no, you guys can make you can make profits. And then Mao makes money again, right? Oh, the country makes money again and people can eat again. So, and Mao tried this a number of times, tried to go back and forth, trying to reinstitute communism, his brand of communism. It failed. People died. Then they had to go back to capitalism in order to get people to get food. And then once people had food again, he tried the communism thing again, and it fucking failed again, right? The big complaint that I have about communism and the reason that I'm a capitalist. First thing I hear is about true communism and traditional capitalism. Man, I love this place. Happy to have you here, fam. Thanks for the first time chat. The reason I'm a capitalist and the reason I despise communism, even the true communism, is Karl Marx, I believe, made a fundamental error in one of his key estimations. Karl Marx says that in order for true communism to exist, a movement needs to arise out of the workers. But this movement cannot have a leader. It has to be a leaderless movement. Because Karl Marx correctly identifies that any leader that leads this revolution from the workers will eventually become the oppressor of the revolutionaries. So it has to be a leaderless movement. He also says that the government that takes control needs to know that they are only waiting for people to learn how to be communists, and then they have to disband. There has to be a point where no government exists whatsoever and the people run themselves. His entire theory is predicated on that fundamental sort of necessity. It's also the one thing that will never fucking happen. Like, never. There will never be a movement that is leaderless. There will always be corrupt people within every group that will identify a potential path to power. and they will insert themselves in such a position that they can attain this path to power. There will always be corrupt people within any government that will identify a path to power and take that path to power, and will ultimately rule as if it's a king. So Karl Marx's idea is great. The problem is the species is wrong. It will not work for humans, because humans don't seem to operate this way. No matter what the fuck we do, humans just never operate this way. But Karl Marx was absolutely correct on almost everything. That one thing screws his theory. Adam Smith, on the other hand, if you read his book, The Wealth of Nations, and what was the first one called? I think it was called The Morality. Was it called The Invisible Hand? The Invisible Hand, The Moral something. I can't remember the fucking name now. But if you read Adam Smith's book, Adam Smith correctly identified the human condition, right? The theory of moral sentiments. Thank you. Yes, that's the one, Alderson. Thank you. Here, he correctly identified greed as the basic driver of humanity. He realized that people work not out of the goodness of their heart, but out of greed, out of what they can attain for themselves. He didn't call it greed, but it basically boils down to it. I work because I want to make money, because I want to own things. I want to move up in the world, right? He also correctly identifies that the rich can be incentivized to be good purely by playing to their ego, because people that are rich tend to care about their ego quite heavily. So his ideas take the human condition into consideration. It realizes that greed is actually good, because greed does lead to innovation and does lead to more shit for more people. The one problem that he does run into, and this is a problem that we will need to solve at some point as a human species, is keeping that greed in check, because unchecked greed becomes a devastating factor. Ben Shapiro said something about that he does not trust once a president, leader, of a country that wants to be in that position, which is kind of interesting. No clue how a government would work under such a proposal. The best presidents are usually the ones that don't want to be president, right? The problem is we're always fucked, because the only people that become president are the ones that want to be president, and the only reason they want to be president is because they want power. That's the problem. That's the fundamental human condition. We need a government that can keep greed in check without destroying it. Because that's currently the problem with most governments. When a government cracks down on any individual industry, it will either work in the favor of the large corporations against the smaller corporations or smaller businesses, or it will completely crush the industry. And we don't seem to have that fucking middle ground. Like, we just never find that middle ground. Government is like a wrecking ball. It comes into an industry and it destroys it either way. So, yeah, I don't know. I wonder sometimes if there will ever be an economic system that is workable with humans. You see, the problem with humans is we are so fucking chaotic, and we are so varied, and we care about so many different things at so many different times in our lives, that any system that you sort of adopt will just be corrupted eventually, because humans fundamentally have a corrupt streak within them. Not most of us, but some. And it doesn't really matter what you do, that corrupt streak will eventually show itself, right? Noah's trying to limit the big industries of supermarkets so that smaller companies can settle down, but that seemed to have increased average prices again here. This is the problem, Tinder. The second government involves itself, prices go up. So Europe is in for a massive awakening soon. So the European Union comes out and they say, well, we're going to limit the price. We're going to put a price cap on oil, right? Price caps throughout history have always led to an explosion in price. They don't work. There's a number of reasons for it. So the government basically told all of the oil importers, we will only pay X amount for a barrel of oil. Doesn't matter what the fuck you pay for it. We are only willing to pay X amount for this oil, right? So let's say that the price of oil is $160 a barrel. The European Union says, I'm only willing to pay 145 euros per barrel. The oil companies, for a time, will swallow the loss, right? For a time, because they need to keep doing business. The refineries can't just stand empty. But after a while, the oil companies will no longer have a cushion to eat the losses, because that's very quickly going to start eating into their losses, into their profits, and eventually into their assets. So eventually they will just stop buying oil. They'll have to. They don't have a choice. They cannot fucking take it anymore. They cannot keep sort of paying on behalf of everyone else. So what ends up happening is now they will buy the oil and then they will sell it at inflated prices in order to make back the losses. So instead of paying $160 or euro for a barrel, you'll end up paying 200 euro for a barrel because the oil companies are going bankrupt. They need to make up the losses. We see the same thing with rent control in New York City. The government came in, they identified certain apartments that must always be X amount of money. It may never be more expensive than this amount. And it's led to general rises in prices of apartments in New York City. Because if you're an owner of a building that, let's say, have 10 units in it, the government steps in and says 5 of these units may not be more than $1,000, but based on the cost analysis that you've done, you have to charge at least $1,500 for each of these units, but you're only allowed to charge $1,000 for 5 of your units. What do? Well, you raise the price of the others, right? Because you're not going to make a loss here. You're just going to make it up on the ones that isn't rent controlled. So it doesn't matter really what the government, whenever government gets involved, it's inefficient and it destroys the market. That's basically as simple as it is, right? Take the current crisis. EU says they will only buy for 60 from Russia. Yeah, and I think that's going to be a fuck up. It's about 2.3 EU per liter of diesel in southeastern part of Norway. Jesus. But there's also a lot of taxes there that I think they can actually sort of lower if they have to. Based on statistics, anyone in Africa is basically better than coffee to wake up to. I didn't make it up, or maybe I did, but I see no proof proving me wrong. Town Portal, how you doing, fam? I have coffee right here, though, because I still think coffee is the best thing to wake up with.
Long as a defense of capitalism. But they defended it using the ideas of the subjective theory of value, so that value does not reflect effort, it's the satisfaction individuals get from different objects that determines their value, marginal utility. It's the marginal cost that determines how much they sell for. Capitalism equilibrates marginal cost and marginal utility. And the concepts of equilibrium and marginal this and marginal that became the neoclassical school. And that's still the dominant school now 150 years later. So that's the one that everybody learns. And when you first learn economics, if you don't have the critical background that I managed to acquire, that's what you think is economics. The marginal utility, equilibrium oriented analysis of mainstream economics. And for example, they ignore money. Okay? People think economists, you must be an expert on money because you're an economist. Well, in fact, economists learn literally in the first few weeks at university that money is irrelevant.
Yeah, so just by the way, when I studied economy, I finished my first 2 years of economics at university. The first handbook that I ever opened, first handbook, like literally first subject, first handbook, right at the top, it starts with the line: economics is not the study of money or monetary systems or monetary value. Economics is the study of people. That's literally the first line. Economics is the study of people, which is kind of cool, but also kind of weird because money is super important to the understanding of humans, and yet economists do not include money in their study of people.
They say money illusion. So they represent people's tastes using what they call indifference curves. And they're like isoquants on a weather map. If you look at an isoquant, it shows you all the points of the same pressure. So you can be here or you can be in Denver, and the air pressure can be the same if you're in the same weather unit. So you just draw a cell that links together. Well, they do the same thing with utility and say lots of bananas and very few coconuts can give you the same utility as lots of coconuts and very few bananas. And you draw basically like a hyperbola running down and linking the two. And they'll say, well, that's your utility. That describes your tastes. And then we have your income, and given your income, you can buy that many bananas completely, or that many coconuts, or a straight line combination of the two. And then if we double the nominal price of coconuts and double the nominal price of bananas and double your income, what happens? And the correct answer is, oh, nothing, sir. You stay at the same point of tangency between what your budget is and which particular utility curve gives you the maximum satisfaction. So that gets ingrained into them, and they think anybody who worries about money suffers from money illusion. You are therefore ignorant of the deep insights of economics if you think money actually matters. So you have an entire theory of economics which presumes we exchange through barter. Like I'll swap you that Microsoft Surface for, actually I'll take 2 of those for one of these. We do this bartering type arrangement. In fact, that only works if money plays no creative role in the economy. And that's where you'll find reading Schumpeter.
But money is an integral part of the economy. You fuck with the money supply either way, lowering it or increasing it, and it has profound effects on the rest of the economy. Like, profound as fuck. We saw that, right? During the pandemic, when governments around the world printed money as if, it was fucking cookies. It caused a shit ton of bubbles. It created lopsided markets that we're still not actually, it's not burst yet. It's gonna, but the pain is still coming for that. So, yeah, to even approach the economy as a sort of, fuck money, I think is stupid as shit. I just don't think so. SDJ, in this instance, I do want to say, don't think of money as the physical note that you're holding in your hand. Think of it as a medium of exchange. The thing is, as this guy just explained, modern day economics looks at it as an almost bartering system. In other words, I'm not actually paying money for something, I'm bartering for it. So it's more a data transfer that's taking place, right? On the grand scale of things. But that's not true. The physical exchange currency that we use, whatever the fuck that might be, it might be bottle caps, it might be sand, rocks, whatever we use, that physical item has profound effects on the entire economy. The economy does not operate devoid or divorced from that. If you fuck with the medium of exchange, you fuck with the economy, and things change rapidly as a result of it. There's simplistic things that I could point out as to why this is the case. The idea of a bartering system, or the idea of, people have needs and wants, and those are irrelevant to the money discussion, falls apart the second you realize that as people's income increases, their needs and wants actually increase as well. So when you barely have any money, your needs and wants are, generally speaking, very limited to, I need food and I need housing, right? That's all you really care about, and that's the stuff that you will spend money on, is food and housing. But then let's say you already have food and housing taken care of, and you have an extra bit of money being left out or left over, you might start thinking about, well, I would also like medical, right? Or maybe I want to go to the gym, or maybe I want to get a cell phone contract, or maybe I want to get a PC. And then let's say you have all of those things, but now you have more money left over. Now suddenly you start thinking, well, actually, I don't want to live in a 1-bedroom apartment. I would love to live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and I would also like a car, right? So your needs and wants will always increase based on the amount of physical exchangeable currency that you have available to you. So it's almost irresponsible to look at the economy as a thing that exists regardless of the currency used to exchange goods between each other.
The insight that's the school of thought that I come from that says money is essential. Money actually adds to demand, and we'll talk about that later on. So that's the neoclassical school that ends up being subjective theory of value, non-monetary, as though everything happens in barter, and focusing on equilibrium, as though everything happens.
Even Asmongold has changed in terms of economics, has changed because of the amount of money that he has. Even Asmongold. So, how did Asmongold start? He started on Asmongold. He streamed on Asmongold every single day. People were donating money to him, right? People were subscribing to his channel. People were donating bits. Yeah? Every day. So what we're talking about here is the velocity of money. Asmongold served as a velocitor to money because money was exchanging hands. Money was moving from one person to the next. As Asmongold started to make more and more money, Asmongold eventually decided to start a second YouTube channel, one that isn't monetized. So suddenly all that velocity stopped. That does impact the economy. So Asmongold's actions still had a clear, profound impact on the economy. As profound as one individual can have on an economy. But there's also the Asmongold spends a lot more money now on takeout. Rather than eating his $2 steak at home and that's all he eats, he now goes to like Taco Bell or wherever the fuck every day, right? Asmongold probably spends a lot more money on medical because he can afford good medical insurance now. He spends more money on his teeth, on his hair, on whatever the case may be. But there's definitely impacts, even with someone like Asmongold. Now, is Asmongold's impact on the economy as profound as, say, a normal person? No, right? Obviously not. Because for Asmongold, it's a hell of a lot. Like, his needs are a lot more limited than most other people. But there is still going to be an impact. No matter what he does, there will still be a profound impact. Moni, how you doing, brother? Money is such a harsh thing when you cannot work. As someone who lives on the government benefits because of health conditions, brain damage, oh shit. I still do not fully understand how some countries have such systems, as it seems to be cannibalized and utilized really hard. Tend, do you mean you don't understand how some countries have government benefits or how some countries don't have government benefits? Barter system fails when one succeed goods and services and move into abstract, non-tangible concepts. So fucking true that they have it. I'll agree with you. The problem with government social systems, right? So this is, again, so many people don't understand just how connected the economy is. Small changes can have profound effects on very many things that isn't obvious on the surface. So, yeah, we could all sit here and say, you know what? The government needs to take care of the poor. A check every month from the government will really go a long way to saving a lot of people from a lot of hardship. All right, but remember that government does not make money. Government can only tax money. Government cannot make it. Not without profound effects. So technically government can print money, but that money will eventually lose its value if it's not actually related to anything within the economy. So the only way government can really make money is through taxes. Now, taxes is fine. There's no problem with taxes. There's an issue that comes when taxes start getting too high. And here's why. Let's say, I think right now in the US, you are considered poor if your average earnings, I think, is below 38 point something thousand dollars a year. You're considered in the sort of lower class. You're not middle class, you're lower class. I think middle class is something like 60,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken. And then, obviously, you'll go up from there. And then top 1% or the 1% is 400,000 plus. That would be the 1%. Now, what ends up happening as a result of this, let's say that you earn 40,000, right? 40,000 a year. This puts you just above the quote unquote poor group, right? You're not poor. You're not quite middle class, but you're definitely not poor. Right? You're falling like just on the other side of that. Now, let's say the government introduces 40%, or let's go closer to what the Scandinavian countries ultimately charge. Let's say the government employs 50% taxes. So the government takes 50% of your cash. All right, your 40,000 have just moved to 20,000. you've gone from kind of being middle class to actually being considered abjectly poor, right? You are now fucking poor because the government is taking 50% of your shit. Now, of course, I'm using this as an example because most governments do have a minimum under which they will not tax you. So there's a chance that you might not be taxed 50% at 40, but it's just for ease. Let's discuss that, right? Well, let's stick to that. So now you're at 20,000. This suddenly means that you can no longer really afford to do anything. Your ability to work, your ability to do anything has just been severely impacted. Because in order to have a job, you need to have a car, you need to have a house, you need to have basic access to basic things that the government doesn't necessarily supply. You can't afford a car because you don't make enough money, because you only make 20,000 a year. That's not enough to actually afford a car on. That's not enough to actually afford a house on. So suddenly, you maybe have to leave your job where you were making 40,000, and you have to take a job that's closer to the house that you could afford, which, you know, usually those houses would be in very bad economical areas. And this means that your options have just severely been limited as a result of government increasing taxes. So what ends up happening for a lot of these people is instead of actually finding the job that doesn't pay much, but at least it's close to their house, they now go on the government benefits because the government is probably going to give them close to the same that they would have gotten otherwise, but at least, you know, it's government benefits. So it makes life a little bit easier. The issue is, as this continues, this ramps up, right? It goes higher and higher, and more people start falling behind. More and more people start struggling to actually get into the middle class, to actually get out of the lower class. The issue with almost all government programs is it traps people in an eternity of government dependency. We've seen this. We see this literally in every country, even Scandinavian countries. We see this exact same thing happening consistently. People who live off the government will live off the government forever. There's no way for them to get off of it. And again, this could be changed by a simple change in the rules. All governments around the world have a fundamental rule when it comes to taking money from the government. You may not work on your own, right? So I know in Denmark, for example, if you want to get money from the government, you have to work these odd fucking jobs that the government gets you, and then they'll pay you money every month. But you're not allowed to have a full-time job and then also get benefits from the government. The government doesn't allow that. If you're going to marry the government, you're going to be monogamous about it, right? You're going to fucking be monogamous. You will only be married to the government. So this means that any job that you could potentially get will not pay you well enough to beat the benefits of the government. Just, you won't get enough money to beat those benefits. And so most people just stick to taking money from the government. And this just puts them further and further behind. It just makes their life harder and harder, because a lot of these people don't just get a salary from the government, they also get housing from the government. They also get medical from the government. And when you start adding all of those up, there isn't a single entry-level position anywhere in the job market that will pay you the same benefits that the government can. The issue there is that more and more people now start becoming reliant on the government for these paychecks, which means the actual base that pays taxes is shrinking. So fewer and fewer people are forced to pay more and more taxes for more and more people that need the taxes in order to survive. You start exhausting this tax base to the point where it can no longer do it. So now, instead of people who were sort of between 40,000 and 60,000 falling below the threshold, you're now starting to pull the people that used to earn 60,000 below the threshold, right? So those people are now being pulled down into abject poverty as taxes increase, because the government always has to increase taxes, because the government cannot run the economy, because every year more people need money from the government. The government can't just create the money, they have to tax people more. But if more people are becoming reliant on the government, this ultimately means that fewer people are actually paying into the system, and you end up with a system that just doesn't work. It will eventually feed on itself. It has to. It's just baked into the system. So I'm not sure what the ultimate solution is here. In this sense, I'm kind of a fan of Milton Friedman and his negative income tax. I think negative income tax is probably the best of all the bad systems we have out there. Because on the one hand, I do not believe that the poor should be left to their own devices to live on the street, die on the street, and get addicted to all manner of crap. I don't think that's conducive to a healthy society. And more specifically, if we wanted to be truly greedy and not give a fuck about our fellow human being, why would I want people that will potentially start stealing shit in my town, living on the streets with no one taking care of them? Because it will just lead to them stealing shit far fucking quicker. And they might steal my shit. And I don't want my shit to be stolen. So it's in my best interest for someone to take care of the poor people so that they don't steal my shit, right? If you wanted to go the greedy route. So you can do it from a I really care about people and I want to help people scenario, right? Or I'm really greedy and I don't want people to take my shit. But both of these scenarios lead to someone needs to take care of the poor. I just don't know what system we implement where we take care of the poor without permanently enslaving them to the government, because that's ultimately where we are now. You have this is really sad. There's a few documentaries that actually go over this. There are black people in America that for generations now have effectively served as slaves to the government. And at least, it's not the old horrible slavery, but they'll never get out of it. Never. Their grandparents received money from the government. Their parents received money from the government. They receive money from the government. Their children will receive money from the government. Their children's children will receive money from the government. They will spend their entire lives hoping and praying that the government keeps giving them shit. Because at some point, I feel like your self-worth starts to get destroyed as well, right? A need for $1 billion. In Mosier, your argument falls apart the second you realize that the billionaires add so much money to the system. If you remove their billions, all of those benefits go away, all of those additions go away, and the world is worse off. This whole down with the billionaires bullshit can only work if you know nothing about the economy and you do not know how a country operates. That's the only way this works. Bill Gates does not invent Microsoft and Windows if he isn't allowed to become a billionaire. He just doesn't do it. Why the fuck would he do it? Why would he do it if his money was going to be capped? Bill Gates does not continue to grow Microsoft into Xbox, into, cell phones and consoles and all the rest of it, keep innovating and making new software if his income is capped. Every single time he makes more money, that money goes into factories, that money goes into call centers, into data centers, into more programmers. All of these people contribute to the economy. They get salaries, they buy things, they buy houses, they buy cars, they buy food, they buy clothes. All of these people are contributing to the economy. Bill Gates's program, Microsoft or Windows, is actually used by other companies to make money, to employ people. Those people will buy shit. Those people will spend money. Those people will contribute to the economy. If you remove the billions, there is no need for me to continue to do this. Why would I work hard if there is a cap to the amount of money that I can make? I will not work hard if you cap the amount of money that I can make. Because then it would be, why would I work harder than anyone else if I'm only allowed to make as much as everyone else? That's a stupid argument. People are greedy. What you want is to utilize their greed. And even on that, if you took all the money from all the billionaires in America, it would make no difference. No difference in the long haul to the poor. Literally zero. The poor will still be poor. America will be far worse off because a lot of business will close. A lot of people will be fired as a result of it. A lot of people will lose their jobs. More people will need government handouts. You will not be fixing anything. You will not be fixing anything. That's just the simple fact of life.
Happens in equilibrium, or if you get disturbed from equilibrium, you return back to it again. And
Lemon, governments already have those systems in place. Governments already have those systems in place. When you start earning over a certain amount, your taxes become astronomical. So those systems to try and limit the amount of money that people can make already exist. The one problem that government keeps running into, and everyone keeps falling for it, because the politicians use the stupidity of the masses in order to get elected. You have someone like AOC screaming tax the rich, right? She wants a tax rate of 70% on the billionaires, right? Take 70%. Bernie Sanders at one point said 95% tax on the billionaires. What happens, do you think, when the billionaires get taxed 95% of their income? What do you think happens? Take a fucking quick guess. The money leaves the shores of America in the blink of an eye. That money is gone. The billionaires are not stupid. They will not keep their money in a country that's going to take 95% of it. They'll move their money around. They'll move it away. They will ensure that America gets fucking zero of their money. Zero of their money. So when Bernie Sanders or AOC or these people scream 95% tax, you need to pray that it doesn't happen. Because when it does happen, America gets fucked. It's as simple as that. So many people lose their jobs. So many people lose their benefits. It is astronomical. The effects will be felt for decades to come. Higher taxes are good for a couple of reasons. You do want to tax billionaires more than what you tax ordinary folk. Why? Because you want to stimulate or incentivize billionaires to spend their money in the economy. This is actually all you want to do. You want to get it to a point where instead of the billionaire taking his money and putting it in the bank, you want to get the billionaire to open a new factory, open a new business, open a new building, invest in a new business. You want to incentivize them to spend their money on the economy. If you have a 0% tax rate for billionaires, why would I invest money? Why would I open another factory? I could keep my billions and not take the risk. But if you tax me 30%, 35%, 40%, well, now I don't want to give you 40% of that money, right? Like, I made profits of, say, 20 billion. I don't want to give you 40% of that. So I'm going to spend most of these profits on new businesses, new factories, new people, hiring new people, because fuck you, right? I'd rather spend this money on things that's going to make me more money than give you this money, right? It's a very psychological thing. But there is a limit to it. When it gets too high, instead of actually spending money in the economy, what I do is I just move my money away from you. I make sure that you don't get a cent, but I'm also not spending the money in the economy, right? So it's a balancing act of taxing the rich just enough that they actually feel like they can spend money in the economy, but not so much that they just get their money out.
That mindset describes capitalism. Its most interesting feature is that it reaches equilibrium. Now, what planet are we on to believe that? Because if you look at the real world, the real exciting world of capitalism in which we live, change is by far the most obvious characteristic of it.
There's no equilibrium.
There's no equilibrium. It's unstable. And as a mathematician, it's easy to, you work with stability analysis. You work out what the Jacobian is, you work out the Lyapunov exponents in a complex system. You're used to the idea that equilibrium is unstable. But economists get schooled into believing that everything happens in equilibrium, and they don't learn stability analysis. So all that stuff is missing. So onto the schools of thought, treating the economy as an equilibrium system, which was what the neoclassical school did, is what Keynes disturbed. Mm-hmm. And he really disturbed it by talking about fundamentally that uncertainty determines our decisions about the future. So when we consume, if you like Pfizer or whatever particular drink we want to have, the current situation. But to invest, you must be making guesses about the future. But you don't know the future. So what do? You extrapolate what you currently know. And that's, as you said, this is a terrible basis on which to plan for the future, but this is the only thing you can do where there is no possibility of solid calculation. So investment is therefore subject to uncertainty, and therefore you will get volatility out of investment. You will get fads, of course, booms and slumps coming out of that because people extrapolate forward the current conditions, and that's the normal state of a capitalist economy. And Schumpeter argued that that's what gives it its creativity as well. The fact that you can perceive a potential demand, but you don't. First of all, you don't know whether that demand's going to work. Secondly, you don't know who your competitor's going to be, whether somebody's going to be ahead of you or behind. If there's a fad, you'll overinvest. Okay, all this stuff is the real nature of capitalism, and that's what we should be trying to capture: the dynamic, non-equilibrium, monetary violence and creativity of capitalism. That's what we should be analysing. And the post-Keynesian school has gone in that orientation. They've been, in my opinion, inhibited by learning their mathematics from neoclassical economists, so they don't have enough of the technology of complex systems. There's only a really tiny handful of people working in complex systems analysis in post-Keynesian economics. But that is, to me, the most interesting area.
So their tools may be lacking, but they fundamentally accept the instability of things.
That's right.
And so that's what makes them interesting. So let me try to summarize what you said, and then you say how stupid I am. Okay, so then there was the physiocrats that thought value came from the land.
Yep.
Then there's Adam Smith, who said, nah, value comes from human labor. That was the classical school. And then neoclassical is value comes from like bananas and coconuts. The human preferences, like human happiness, how happy a banana makes you. And then the Keynesian and the post-Keynesian were like, yeah, well, you can't.
I feel like there's a lot being left out here because you have the Hayek models as well, right? And Keynes and Hayek have very different approaches to how, because both of them accept that you're going to get peaks and troughs, right? Both of them accept this. Shadow Skellig, by the way, tier 2, 12 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Both of them accept that the markets are up and down, right? It's going to go up and down. There's nothing we can do about that. But they have very different approaches to it. So the one model that we have is let the market take care of it. Why? Because the market will always find a way to take care of it. And the market will usually do a very good job of taking care of it. This is where sort of the Austrian model comes from as well. Like Austrian economics very much believe in this. Recessions is a way for markets to cure themselves of the disease that led to the recession. So when you have massive bubbles that's created, a recession is there to rectify the market, or as they call it, the great rationalizator. I think. The rationalizator, I think, is what they call it. It rationalizes the market. So people were completely bonkers and they started spending money on bullshit, and then the market goes into a recession. The people that were stupid and spending their money on bullshit loses everything, but the market emerges from that more rational than what it was prior to it. And they believe that this is just a natural thing and we should just go through it. The other school of thought here, and this is why it's called Keynesian or Hayek economics, because both of these guys saw the same thing but had very different approaches to solving these issues. Because the other school of thought was that no, when the market goes through a recession, what the government needs to do is spend. So the government needs to print money, use that money to build infrastructure, use that money to build or to give to people to stimulate the market so people can really just spend, because that's what grows the economy. What we've seen is that almost all politicians have gone the route of spend in order to fix recessions. What's ended up happening is that when the government prints money and spends it on things, what they do is they create bubbles. They create massive bubbles. Why? Well, let's just look at COVID as a good example of this. During COVID, the government prints a shit ton of money. It gives some of it to the people, the problem is that not all the people that received checks from the government needed those checks from the government. Like, a lot of people that got money from the government still had a job. They were still paid by their job. They were not affected. So what ended up happening is now you have an extra check for $2,500, or I think it was $1,500, right? So you have an extra stimmy check. That's extra money. That's free cash. What do you do with it? I'll buy stocks. It's free, right? This money was just given to me, so I'll buy stocks. Well, the problem is, if you're buying stocks with money that you did not earn, and, you know, there's a massive influx of stocks, the value of the stock and the value of the underlying utility for the stock starts to lose traction with each other. That's literally what a bubble is. When the stock gets more expensive than what the actual company's value is, you have a problem. You have a bubble within the market. This is where you get to Tesla at some point trading for, what was it, $600 a share? But it's not worth that. Tesla as a company isn't anywhere near worth that. But that's what it's trading for. So you have a bubble there. Massive bubble. The bubble has to pop. The more the government prints money, the more this goes. But it actually gets worse. Because as these bubbles grow, the government also decided to give some of the companies money because it's investing in stocks, right? Well, what do you think the companies did? When Amazon got shit tons of money from the government during the pandemic, what did Amazon do with the money that the government gave them? What do you think what do you think? They bought stocks. They bought their own stocks because their own stocks was growing because the people were buying and the stocks were going up. So they just bought back a lot of their shares at inflated prices. So they were making more money as a result of this. And they can sell those stocks to make even more money. So you didn't add any value. You just added a bunch of fake shit. So you're increasing the bubble even more, which means the recession is going to be even worse because the depth of a recession is directly correlated to the peak of the bubble that preceded it. The bigger the bubble, the deeper the recession. Recessions are painful. And what is sad to me, and this is the thing that pisses me off, the people that pay for recessions tend not to be the people that caused it in the first place. This pisses me off. Because it would be fine if the recession came and struck down all of these fucks that benefited from the last few years of bubbles. But it's not them that pay for it. Jeff Bezos is going to be fine during this entire pandemic, during the entire recession. It's the poor. The ones who didn't benefit from the bubble. They made no money off of this bubble. Right? They got fucked by the bubble. And now they're getting fucked again because these assholes were greedy. And they kept spending money on bubbles because, hey, it's free money. Why not? During COVID, you had a bubble. Guys, listen to this. You had people during COVID investing in cars, used cars. You had people, I need to say this loudly and clearly for everyone to fucking hear it. You had people investing in used cars. Why is this ridiculous? Never in the history of the world, or of the automobile specifically, has the value of a car gone up. The only time this happens is with classic vehicles. So if you have like a muscle car, right, that's no longer in circulation, no longer being made, or like a super classic car. But those are rare as fuck. Those are very rare. And usually they're not so much an investment as a toy that the rich use, right? And they buy to show off how rich they are. They're not really considered investments because their value doesn't grow that quickly over the course of time. But people were literally buying normal goddamn cars as investments because the bubble mentality, the irrationality of the market was like, it's just going to always go up. Like, used cars are just always going to get more expensive. So I'm going to buy this car for 20,000 and then next month I'll sell it for 40. I'm going to make cash, bro. And here's where things get even worse. The banks allowed these people to do it. Right now, there are banks in America that is fucked. They are stuck with massive debts owed to them from people that bought shit tons of used cars that can now not sell these used cars because these used cars have fucked in price. The used car market is down and it's falling every day, which means that these banks are never getting their money back because most of these people didn't buy these cars thinking that I can pay it back. They bought it for a short time so that they can sell it and then pay the bank and keep the profits. But now they can't sell these cars. So they're kind of stuck. They're stuck and they're fucked. So, again, who gets fucked? We do. The people who didn't benefit from these bubbles, we are the ones that get shat on. And that pisses me off.
You can never, the moment you try to put value to a banana and a coconut, you're already working in the past.
Yeah.
It's always going to be chaos and instability, and then you're fishing in uncertain waters, and we have to embrace that and come up with tools that model that well.
Got a supply problem, and by the government giving money, you create more demand into a supply problem. Yeah, but then the government went even further on that. Just SDL. The central banks of the world decided to do something that I think will go down in history as the stupidest move that we as humans have ever made. Okay? You have inflation that is driven by supply side issues, right? There's literally not enough supply in order to meet demand. That's it, right? That's the problem. It's not that demand is so much higher than what it has ever been. It's that there's literally just not enough goods to go around. Now, the cure for supply side inflation is usually to just sort of leave it, right? Because it usually sorts itself out rather quickly, which it did. We no longer have supply side inflation, at least not in the real sense of it. Companies are not struggling to get supply. Most supply chains have been restored. Most companies have an abundance of goods. I believe Best Buy and another company actually sounded the alarm on this. They have too much stock in their warehouses. So they have far too much stock. So what you're dealing with right now is simply inflation for inflation's sake. These guys are just charging more money. The cure for this isn't interest rates. You don't increase interest rates because interest rates do not solve supply side inflation. Interest rates will solve demand side inflation because you want to lower demand. But you didn't have inflated demand to begin with. You had inflated demand because you had not enough supply. Demand was the same. It was the supply that couldn't keep up with it. So now you're raising interest rates, which is supposed to bring down demand. But demand is normal. It's not actually too high. It's supply that's the problem. And higher interest rates don't actually increase supply. In fact, higher interest rates tend to lower supply because suddenly it becomes more expensive for companies to actually produce things. To open a new factory, it would cost more money because they have to lend money from the bank at inflated prices. And so they end up not doing it. Or if they do it, it actually just increases the price because they're paying a hell of a lot more for it. So the world banks are fighting supply side inflation with a cure that isn't meant to fight supply side inflation. So whenever Powell steps up and increases interest rates another 75 basis points, I roll my eyes. Because you're creating a problem that you're physically destroying the American economy, but it will not solve the problem. Well, it will kind of solve the problem, but it won't actually solve the problem, because the way you're now solving the problem is by just destroying the economy. So the way they're fighting supply side inflation is by basically saying we're going to crush the American consumer. That's it. That's literally their plan. We are going to crush the consumer. We're going to let people lose their jobs. We're going to let people go broke and bankrupt, because bankrupt people can't buy shit. Simple as that, right? It's literally as simple as that. So what ends up happening is, yes, congratulations, you've solved the supply issue, but you didn't solve the supply issue by having more supply. You solved it by just crushing the ability for people to buy shit, which it wasn't necessary. I follow quite a few economists, and all of them agree the central bank should have done nothing. They should have done nothing. They should have kept interest rates the way that it was. They should have kept the system the way that it was. It would have sorted itself out, because it's already starting to sort itself out. Most of the supply chains are returning to normal. As supply was recovering, we had the highest wage increase. Yeah, I mean, wage increases is fine, and it would probably have led to layoffs eventually. But on the problem with the public debt piles, I get that inflation is good for them because it means that they can pay back their debts a lot easier. The issue is what happens when you eventually crush the economy to the point where you can't even get taxes in order to erode your debts. What happens then? Right? Because that is a real fucking problem. Because that is the... dude, sometimes I wonder if we're not being ruled by morons. I'm a streamer that tends to play video games, and I can look at this and be like, this might be wrong. Like, this could be really bad for us. And yet, these guys that are supposed to be the ones that know what the fuck is up, right? They're supposed to be the ones that they understand this entire thing. They're the ones screwing us. Jesus. It's so bad, bro. Like, such bad news for all of us, really. We're voting for the people that are scraped from the bottom of the bucket. Dude, these people aren't even scraped from the bottom of the bucket, bro. They weren't even put in the bucket to begin with. They were the ones that spilt out. Like, when we were filling up the bucket, they were the ones who fell on the fucking floor. They were supposed to be swept away. Some say the inflation is good because it raises GDP so that it becomes more balanced, the debt. If I'm not mistaken, the increase in GDP from inflation tends to be transitory, to use the word that Powell used for inflation. It tends to be transitory. It's not permanent. So you'll get a slight bump in GDP in the short run, but definitely not in the long run. Drenaman, holy shit. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Can I get some hearts in chat? Whenever people gift subs, I want to see some hearts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When the pandemic hit, a lot of people, workers, got like a bonus benefit, even those who did not need it. And after a while, trying to somewhat reclaim all that money back from many. Yeah, that was the stupidest thing ever, was just giving away money to people who didn't need that cash. I think that's the thing that created the biggest issues. That and the fact that they decided to... I will never get over this. In my entire life, I will not get over this. This is the thing that I blame the American government for, probably most of all. They decide to print money. And in this instance, I want to be very clear on it. The Democrats and the Republicans cannot blame the other for this fuck up. Because it happened with Trump and with Biden. Yes, Biden did it more, but that's just because he won, right? So he was in power for longer. Trump did the exact same thing at the start of it. They print money, right? And they're going to give people money. They decide to give the American public a crumb, right? Just as a oof, you know. And then they go and they set up this fund that's supposed to help out small businesses. But also it's a crumb. It's not really that much. The majority of it goes to large companies like Amazon. All the companies that is allowed to keep working. Like Amazon did more business during the pandemic than ever before. Amazon exploded as a result of it, right? Like Amazon made shit tons of money during the pandemic because most people were too afraid to leave their house, so they would just order from Amazon. The one company that did not need any money from the government because they were already getting everyone else's money also got money from the government. Like, dude, how do you fucking explain this? I could not. If there was ever an award for wasteful spending, that is it. You decided to give a company that isn't struggling at all, right, more money. Like, just, hey, we'll help you out. Never mind the mom and pop stores, the local grocery store that got fucked because they weren't allowed to be open. You know, even here in South Africa, like I'll drive past some of the buildings here, right? And they're all empty. Like so many of them have shops that's completely empty. And there were stores in there. You can see that not long ago there were stores in there. But the pandemic killed them. It just put them in a position where they could no longer afford to stay open. They're never coming back. They're gone. They're dead forever. How are people not angrier about this is what pisses me off. How is the public not angrier about this bullshit? Everyone's student date? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the student date thing, because I can understand both sides of that argument. I'm sorry, but the education prices in America is just outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. The idea that a degree can cost up to $100,000 a year, depending on what the fuck you study, that's just, what the fuck are you talking about, right? Like genuinely, what the fuck are you even talking about? I know that's rare that it's that high, but it's possible, and that right there is a massive problem in and of itself. That should never be possible. The thing that I don't like about this is, okay, so you're paying off the student's debt. Those students knew what they were signing for when they signed for it. You took out the debt. No one forced you. No one told you to take out the debt. No one told you to go study. You decided that you wanted to go study. You signed the contract that said that you're gonna lend this much, borrow this much money from the bank, and that you will pay it back, right? So I have no, I do not feel sorry for you. You made a stupid fucking decision with your life, and don't even come at me with this bullshit of, oh yeah, but they have to study. No, you don't. You do not have to study. For most jobs, that is not fucking necessary. At least not for most of the jobs that most students these days go to study for. So you made the decision to study. You made the decision to take out the debt. But now the expectation is on everyone else to pay for it. It's not just that you have to pay for it with your taxes. No. Everyone will now pay for it, including those who did not go to university in the first place because they weren't stupid enough to sign the contract that would put them in debt forever, right? And I feel sorriest for that group of people. The ones that didn't go to university because they couldn't afford it and they couldn't afford the debt, so they decided to just go get a job and start working, and they will now be expected to pay the taxes for your ability to go study. And that to me is disgusting. You made the debt, you made the decision, and yet everyone else will end up paying for it. And then you act as if you're entitled to it. You don't even go and say, you know what, I'm very grateful that this is happening because I was fucked. No, you act as if it's owed to you. That purely by the sake of you being born, somehow the world owes you this debt. They just have to swallow it. That pisses me off. It's the mindset of the students, really. If the students were actually grateful that this was happening, if the students actually understood that society as a whole is going to be making a massive sacrifice on their part, I think it would have been easier for me to swallow. But I see these young people that they're almost offended by the idea that we wouldn't just do this for them. Like, how dare you not give me your money? Like, fuck. You know, I earned your money. I spent 4 years partying at university, you know, barely going to class. I think I fucking earned it. Why should I have to pay for my education? You could pay for it just as easily as I could, right? And if we all work together, it'll be so much easier. It's like, yeah, but I did not go to university. I don't think I owe you your... I don't think I am the one that owe your debt. And yet I am owning your debt now. I work in securitization finance. We've got 2 of the 3 securitization programs for student debt in the UK. The amount not being paid back is ridiculous as they go study underwater basket weaving or something for the same amount as a law degree, then go get a job they never needed to go to uni for in the first place. That's Abaddon. That's nothing new. I know of people that took out loans from the government to go from the banks to go study feminist dons theory. Now, I'm not saying that you can't study feminist dons theory if that is what you want to do. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know what the job is that you would be doing once you have this degree. I'm not sure what the career path is for that. Like, maybe there is. Maybe there's like massive growth there, and I just don't know about it. Maybe it's like a part of the economy that's like shadow economy. It makes so much money, but I don't think it makes that much money. I do think that it's too easy for people to go to university in the West. Because I do believe that the majority of things that you go study at university, you don't need a university degree for. I think universities have become businesses, and this is again where we get into the sort of argument of should we do capitalism or should we not? Because there are certain things like education where I sometimes question the for-profit incentive. Because I think universities have created jobs that should not have been university subjects in the first place. You know, and this is going to sound very strange, but there are jobs that I can think of, just off the top of my head, nurses. A nurse could get in-house, in a hospital training from nurses with online studies. So let's say she studies during the evenings at home. We have an online university in South Africa where you can study for much cheaper. You work, you study at the same time. You do your courses through the hospital. So it's a course system where you learn about the different types of medicines and the different types of needlework and shit like that, right? So whatever nurses need to know. And by the end of it, you're a qualified nurse. And you already have 4 or 5 years of experience because, well, you were working and studying at the same time. Instead, they go to university where they get charged a shit ton of money to learn something. And then at the end of it, that's when they start working. But now they have this incredible debt that has to be paid back, right? There's more jobs out there that I think is just ridiculous. Programming comes to mind. I have 2 members of my family that are both programmers, pretty fucking good at it as well. They taught themselves. They didn't go to university. They just taught themselves how to program. And now both of them work for software developing companies. actually analytics, but a big part of what they do with analytics is software engineering. Yet so many people, or so many companies, and this is where the universities and the companies work together, because so many companies demand that you have a degree, even if you know everything there is to know. Like, you're the best programmer in the world, you must have a degree, otherwise we will not employ you. Abaddon, I do agree with your sentiment there. I absolutely agree with your sentiment there. It's nice to see that there's a lot of level-headed people in chat. I like it. I'm sure there's a lot of you that disagree with me as well. Don't worry. I'm not completely ignorant to the idea of people disagreeing with me. I still, like, I just like the fact that there's a lot of people that at least think about life and not just sort of accept whatever the fuck they're being told, you know? Sorry, guys, I'm just opening something because I have a WoW theory that I want to share with you guys. Well, not so much a theory, but just really cool lore. So I'm just preparing for it. Guest Rush, you're more than welcome to do so, bro. I do not judge. Let me just make sure all of this is good. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. We gotta talk WoW now. I think me and Echo about to have a chat beef. Is this even a lore channel anymore? Massey, it's whatever the fuck you guys decide it is. I don't have a particular thing that I specialize in anymore. I talk about whatever the fuck you guys want, or sometimes whatever the fuck I want to talk about. I don't think the stream has been a WoW stream for a really long time. Like, before Dragonflight, we didn't play... Actually, we didn't even play that much games. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Kanye for president 2024. Jesus, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. I cannot support that statement, but hey, if you want to vote for Kanye, go for it, bro. Your channel became more of a Warhammer lore than WoW? Yeah, I would say that's fair. But even with Warhammer lore, we do a lot of Warhammer reactions, but in terms of discussions, fuck. We do so many real-life discussions these days, like so many political discussions and economics discussions and stuff. I would say it's probably like a mixed bag of everything. Like, we're doing all sorts of fucking things. Breathe air. I am. I just flavor mine. Caleb, I mean, it's not so much... It's not that... So, I don't think a nursing degree is a useless degree. I don't think so. It's just that I don't think it needs to go through a university. So, I think that there are plenty of degrees on the market in universities that would be better served as in-house courses that you get while you're on the job. That's the thing. It's not that it's useless. Obviously, being a nurse is not useless. It's very, very needed. But I don't think nurses need to go to university in order to get the same level, if not better, education. Cassiel, no. We're going to do it in a second. In the Netherlands, there is a difference in the IT when it comes to degree. You can get work without a degree, whether it's university or college or guild study degrees. But there are some companies like Philips and ASML and any company in healthcare tech. They expect a certain degree of professional ethics that you at least need a college degree. See, but this is, again, why would you even expect that? You are required to do it, but Donnie, the thing for me is most of what a nurse needs to know, she can learn on the job. I don't think she needs to go to a university for it. It says something like, when a man gets to 35, you either start talking about World War II or become barbecue chefs. I don't often speak about World War II. We have done so, though. We have actually spoken about World War II before, but it's not often. I do find Hitler a fascinating topic, though, but mainly just to read about and to sort of think about how anyone can be that level of evil without it even occurring to him that, hey, maybe this is really evil. Because if you read Mein Kampf, he never thought that he was evil. He genuinely thought that he was doing the right thing. Genuinely thought that he was doing the right thing. It's not evil if you demonize people. The thing, I guess the so I made a tweet 2 days ago, I think. It might have been yesterday, but I made a tweet where I basically, I basically said all fascist movements started by thinking the other side is evil. All of them. If you read Mein Kampf, Hitler lays out a flawed but pretty reasonable argument for why Jews are evil. Like he lays out an argument that if you don't think about it too hard, like if you don't know exactly what's going on, it's very easy to go, wow, he's got a fucking point. Of course, if you start thinking about it, you go, there's some leaps in logic here, like massive leaps in logic. Like he assumes a bunch of things that isn't really true, but he makes a case for it, right? And then he turns into a fascist evil dictator because, well, he's got his reasons, I suppose. But all of them start with this idea that the other side is evil, and in order to combat the other side, we have to take this power, we have to take this control, because the other side is the problem. You saw this quite heavily during the COVID pandemic, where, you know, the people that were for the lockdowns and the people that were for the vaccines demonized and believed that the people that is against it was evil, and therefore was perfectly okay with governments throwing people into, you know, hospital camps and stuff in order to force them to sort of live apart from everyone else and isolate and all the rest of it. And you do start to look at that and you go, but what if you were wrong? You know, I'm not saying they were. I don't have an opinion either way. I'm saying, what if you were wrong? What if it turned out, like 2 years later, that COVID wasn't a problem at all and that, you know, none of this was necessary? Well, congratulations. You've turned into a fascist thinking the other side is the evil one, right? It's remarkable how quickly people will forsake human decency based on the belief that the other side is the problem. Yet no one ever asks, what if I'm on the wrong side of this? No one ever asks that question. That's a question that I ask all the time. Because I obviously have my beliefs, right? I obviously have the things that I hold dear in my own mind and in my own heart, right? That sometimes I share with you guys, sometimes I don't. But I do have my own beliefs. But part of what I always do is I constantly ask myself, what if what I believe is wrong? Right? And then I have to sort of evaluate what I believe. I have to sort of ask myself, you know, what do I believe? Why do I believe what I believe? What is the evidence that led me to believe what I believe? And to reevaluate if anything has changed since then, you know? And there are times where beliefs of mine will change based on information that's come out. I just find it funny how few people actually have those moments. Like how many people decide that they have the truth of it and everyone else is just evil for not also believing in the truth that they believe in. And they never stop to question, what if I'm the bad person? What if we are the Nazis? But we don't know that yet, because I'm pretty sure the Nazis did not think of themselves as evil. If Nazis, if you were to take one of the Nazis, right, from German 1938 or something like that, right, and you brought them to the future today, and you showed them what people today think of the Nazi regime, they would probably be fucking shocked. They'd be like, what? You guys thought we were the evil ones? Like, no. It was clearly these other fucks, right? Like, clearly, it was the Jews and the Russians and shit. They were the evil ones. We were the ones trying to establish order and save the world. It's like, nah, bro. No. You guys were fucking evil. Like, super evil. So much so that many people here would gladly kill you for your evil bullshit. Like, they would be shocked. I believe that. I believe that most German soldiers and most German generals would be shocked if they learned what we now, as a world, believe about them. Right? It's wild to me that so many people think that they are not the ones that the world will look back on and say, whew, you guys were a little evil. Is there any chance I could ask you to DM me when you start the lore talk? This way I can do some things to save myself some time while waiting. We're going to start the lore talk literally when I get back. I'm just going to go pee. A sizable amount of people to this day believing the Nazis to have been the good guys. I don't know how many, like, if you say sizable, Minuar, what's a sizable number? Because sizable, I don't think that's that. I would be surprised if 5% of the world's population actually believed that. I would genuinely be surprised if 5% of the world's population actually believed that the Nazis were the good guys. I'm not saying there aren't people. Of course there are, right? There's always going to be people that believe stupid shit. There is no shortage of stupidity in this world. Everyone can be as stupid as they fucking want. But I don't think it's even more than 5% of the world population. Now, of course, it depends on what we view as Nazis, right? That plays a massive part. Because these days, if you don't believe in, like, basic shit, like, super basic shit that almost everyone agrees on, but if these days you question, like, just normal crap, you're a Nazi for some reason, right? You were a Nazi if you didn't if you didn't trust the vaccines. If you didn't think COVID was a big deal, you were a Nazi. I do think the word Nazi has become a very problematic word in that it's losing most of its value, which is really dangerous because the word is actually meant for truly evil people, right? And it should be reserved for truly evil people. But these days, everyone is a fucking Nazi. Frementhor, the funniest thing I've ever heard is there's this guy that I follow, right? He's a Jew. He's actually a Jew. He got accused on the same day, literally same day, same fucking day, by a far-right newspaper of being a Jewish sympathizer, right? And by a Jewish newspaper of being a Nazi. Same day. Like, both sides of the extreme accused him of working for the other side. No, it wasn't Ben Shapiro. I can't remember the guy's name. I just remember the clip of him saying it. But he got accused literally by two opposite sides of the spectrum of being... sorry, no, he wasn't a Jew. Excuse me. It wasn't a Jew. It was Douglas Murray. Yeah, Douglas Murray. He's not a Jew. He's a Christian British guy. But he got accused in I think it was a Jewish newspaper in Holland, as well as a far right outlet, I think in Holland as well. Both of them accused him of working for the other side. And it was just like, yeah, I can't top this. This is peak. I have now become the enemy of everyone. Clinically insane, even if they seemed by everyone who knew them to be logical but basically evil. You're like, I don't know. What do you mean? I have no idea. Hold up. Let me go to the bathroom and then we'll do WoW lore. Because I do actually have a WoW lore segment that I want to discuss. But let me quickly go pee. I'll be right back. All right, boys. Shit about get. No, I don't know if it's gonna get heated. It's just very interesting. By the way, my Noir, you don't have to worry about recording this. You can if you want clips and stuff, but I'm doing this specifically for the main channel. I know usually you can grab everything here, whether it's WoW related or not, but this was handed to me this morning and I didn't have time to do it offline. So instead I decided to just do it live. So you don't have to grab this. Unless of course there's some cool clips that you wanted to put on the clips channel that comes out of it. Is everyone sitting down? Is everyone comfortable? Because we do actually have like some really cool shit to go through. But I just want to be sure that everyone's comfortable. All right, it's about what you want. If you want to keep it for the main channel, I respect that. I know yeah. Well, I don't really, like I said, I don't have time. I have load shedding later today, so I literally wouldn't have time to cover this today, which is why I have to do it live. Sadly. Hopefully, when I get the inverter, this shit won't happen, because then I will actually have time to make shit on my fucking own. The Legion of the Damned and the Tau video. Oh yeah, plus you have all the other videos that I sent you as well that you can just drop there. But all right, before we get into this, I want to be clear. This is part of the final campaign. I think for the Raid Dragonflight. The information here is nothing new. It's actually quite old. I believe in 2019, Dawn of the Aspects came out, and this effectively gives information that was in Dawn of the Aspects. what makes this really cool and what we're going to be doing here today, I'm going to go through the images here and I'm going to show you what was said. And then I'm going to give you a lot more backstory. So if you've not read Dawn of the Aspects, by the end of this video, you should have a very decent idea of everything that transpired. Because the Dawn of the Aspects book is phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal, especially now with everything that we're going through in the Dragon Isles. What makes this really awesome is that Blizzard decided to take stuff that's in the books, and a lot of the stuff actually deals directly with the premises of the book, and they put it in the game. That's incredible. That truly is incredible. So I'm really excited for this. But okay, so it starts off with, Naltharion used to be one of Alexstrasza's closest friends and confidants. It must have broken her heart to see him fall to madness. Now, backstory here, as I said, we're going to go from picture to backstory and all the rest of it. This is true. When they were Protodrakes, it's actually very interesting how the Protodrakes came together. So Malygos considered himself to be one of the smartest of all Protodrakes, and also the evolution of Protodrakes is a phenomenally interesting thing. All Protodrakes are primal as shit. They basically act on instinct. Most of the Protodrakes could not speak. They didn't have the ability to speak, plan, or anything like that. They literally acted only on instinct. And then suddenly, and genuinely suddenly, some of the Protodrakes started speaking. Very broken. Even Malygos and the other aspects spoke incredibly broken, with the exception of Ysera. Ysera and Galakrond was the only two Protodrakes that seemed to have the ability to speak in full sentences. The actual proper sentences. But Malygos were incredibly, he was incredibly intelligent, purely based on the fact that he could plan things that none of the other Protodrakes could do. He could plan out multiple scenarios of things and how they would play out better than any of the others. Naltharion, on the other hand, and it's sad when you read Dawn of the Aspects because you do fall in love with Naltharion's character. Naltharion, he was a fighter. He loved fighting. He lived for fighting. At one point in the book, Malygos explains sort of in his own mind, he says that he doesn't step away from a fight. Malygos will never run from a fight, but he doesn't seek it. Unlike Naltharion, who will seek fights. And constantly, there's this one part in the book where, I guess an arch rival of Malygos, Koros is his name, I believe Koros. Koros, another Protodrake, him and his sort of gang attack Malygos. They wait for Malygos to get away from everyone else, and then they start attacking Malygos. Naltharion saw that this was happening, and this was before Naltharion and Malygos were even friends. Naltharion saw this happening, and he just helped Malygos. He just came to Malygos' aid just to fight. Because there was a fight, the fight seemed interesting, and he's gonna help. Right? So he loved fighting, and he was incredibly powerful at it. In fact, Naltharion was the only one of the Protodrakes whose attack actually hurt Galakrond. He actually, after attacking, so he flew down with quite a speed to Galakrond, slammed into his head, feet first, and the book describes it as Galakrond actively stopping because everything was fucking shaked out of proportion. His entire body was tremoring with the force that Deathwing, or Naltharion in this instance, that he landed on his head with. So it was absolutely incredible. But throughout the battle against the Undeath, as well as against Galakrond, Naltharion saved the other aspects on at least 3 different occasions. Naltharion was the one that saved them. So they were truly good friends. They really loved each other. There's also another thing that makes the aspects specifically more unique than any of the other Protodrakes. Protodrakes could form bonds with clutchmates. This was not unheard of. While never really close, they could form bonds with their own clutchmates, but never with anyone outside of their own clutch, except for the 5 aspects. The 5 aspects, or would-be aspects, were, for some reason, they managed to form an actual loyal bond with each other, even though they were not of the same clutch. Interesting. Alexstrasza and Ysera were clutchmates. They had a brother, but it seems he fell some time before the aspects were created. Here we have another story that has no conclusion in the books. Maligos is the one that stumbles onto the body of Alexstrasza and Ysera's brother. The reason he knows that the brother is missing and how he knows that this is the brother, he finds Alexstrasza and Ysera looking for their brother. The brother is killed by Galakrond. He shows Alexstrasza the body of her brother, and then when they want to show Ysera, the body is gone. They assume that it must have been scavengers, because what else would have happened? It wouldn't be until later that they discover that all of the protodrakes that Galakrond have been consuming come back. They are born again as undead. At least this is what they call them, because they're neither dead nor really alive, and Galakrond can control them. Without Galakrond's control, they're effectively like the Scourge. Even though I would say, though, the book tries to make it seem like they're not exactly the same as the Scourge. They're somewhat the same as the Scourge. But his body is gone. For the rest of the book, most of the book in fact, Ysera is continuously checking the piles of corpses that they find after every battle to look for her brother. Because they don't know whether the brother was killed before Galakrond figured out how to reanimate them or after. The other thing that we don't know is whether or not this animation process is controlled or just a happy accident. It happens automatically. We do not know this. Ultimately, though, they never found the brother. Now, there's been rumors and things that Alexstrasza did actually find her brother, and that she's been keeping the brother, sort of doing experiments on him, but that would be rumors, and we genuinely don't know whether or not that is true. Let's move on to the next one. Looks like Ysera was always the gentle one. Says here she thought peace could be made with the undead. Odd. None of our history mentions the dragons fighting undead. Very interesting. You guys know the whole Galakrond is considered to be the progenitor of dragons, the father of dragons. Not quite. The dragons lied to everyone about Galakrond. Why they lied is actually, I think, rather genius. Their decision to lie was so that no other dragon or protodrake would ever follow in Galakrond's footsteps. Every dragon, apart from the aspects, alive today, believe that all of them came from Galakrond. He was their father. This is why when you go to Dragonflight in Northrend, you will find dragon corpses all around Galakrond. They go to die next to their father. All of dragonkind. This is where they lay down, usually facing Galakrond, and spend their final moments before they die. Because he's their dad. The reason they changed it is so that no one would ever follow in his footsteps. Now, Ysera, right? It wasn't so much that she wanted to make peace with the undead, she wanted to make peace with Galakrond. She believed that Galakrond can be reasoned with, that they could find a way to live with Galakrond. And there's a reason why she believed this. Galakrond wasn't always the evil monster that just wanted to consume everything. In fact, Galakrond is described as being rather gentle and also very understanding. He was actually one of the few protodrakes that was incredibly intelligent, but he never really bullied anyone or abused anyone or anything to that effect. It wasn't until after he came back from wherever he went that Galakrond ultimately, started feasting. But Ysera tried time and time again. Now, the interesting thing is that it wasn't naivety. It was her nature. Ysera was never a fighter. She's also considered to be much smaller than the other protodrakes. She was actually the smallest of all of them. But, and I don't know why this is, but this is interesting. At one point, Galakrond opens his mouth because he's trying to eat Alexstrasza. Ysera steps into the fight, this time for the first time. This is the first time that Ysera actually joins the fight. It is to save Alexstrasza, if my memory serves me correctly. She breathes into Galakrond's mouth, and this causes Galakrond immense pain, to the point that Galakrond literally cannot do anything other than trying to get rid of whatever the hell she breathed into his mouth. It's going to become relevant later on when you start to understand how protodrakes operate, and also one of my theories have been confirmed in the game so far. But alright, so it says here that before Malygos became an aspect, he almost succumbed to undeath. That doesn't make any sense. What undeath are they talking about? During a fight with one of the undead. So the undead had two types of attacks. One was the normal scraping and biting, clawing like dragons would. The other was a breath attack. The breath attack was interesting. It is said that as soon as the breath touched you, it felt like life left the body. In other words, you couldn't move, you couldn't really do anything. You were just sort of stunned in this sort of in-between place, waiting for death. During one of the tuffles and the fights with the undead, an undead bites Malygos on his leg. Malygos then continues, because Malygos is following Kronos, the dragon that, his arch rival, because Kronos has hatched a plan behind the back of the other protodrakes. So Talanixia she was for a time the leader of all the protodrakes, because she was leading a massive war. I believe it's Talanixia. She was leading a massive war against Galakrond. She believed that Galakrond was one, and they were many, and therefore they could defeat Galakrond, no problem. And one of her main general was this Kronos fellow, right? Although Kronos had hatched a new plan. He was going to become like Galakrond. So Malygos never trusted him, followed him, and in this pursuit of the dragon, Galakrond came into a fight with the undead, and the undead bit him. Then Malygos sees... It's actually quite disturbing when you read it in the book, but he watches as these protodrakes eat one smaller red dragon as well as a bronze dragon. They consume a smaller red and bronze dragon. When Malygos approaches the corpses of these protodrakes, he smells something. It's a life essence that these protodrakes give off that he has never been able to smell before. But after being bitten, there's a hunger inside of him. He wants to bite into this protodrake. And he actually does. He bites into the protodrake. He has the meat in his mouth. He's about to swallow. He literally throws the meat into the air, opens his mouth as if to catch it, and in the last moment pulls himself back. He's like, no, I cannot do this. Right? And he spits it out, sort of clears his mouth, and then flies after Kronos as well. And then he witnesses Kronos and his fellows meet a terrible end at the hands of Galakrond. because they went to Galakron and they explained to Galakron that they would join him and that they had also eaten their own brothers and they were going to be strong as well. And Galakron didn't like this idea. You see, Galakron wanted to be the only strong one. He wasn't looking for allies. He was looking for food, effectively. So he ate them. And it's actually scary as shit how quick he did it as well. Like, they didn't even have time to turn. He had all of them in the blink of an eye. They were all dead. But yeah, Malygos did almost succumb. And according to the Keeper Tyr, it was Malygos' will. Because the only thing that could have stopped him from turning into undeath was a very strong will to resist the urge. Alright, so here we have sort of a change in pace now. 3 separate incidents have been recorded where the dragon has nearly breached the containment sphere. This proto-dragon has been imbued with the element of earth. It exhibits an increase in scale density with a minor reduction in flexibility compared to baseline proto-dragons. You will be forgiven for thinking that Tyr, because this is who we're dealing with here, this is Tyr, and he's sort of telling you about observations that he's made. You'd be forgiven for thinking that Tyr is describing his own process here. No. You'd also be forgiven for thinking that Tyr just happened to stumble upon the aspects. No. Tyr have been watching the Protodrakes for a really long time. The Protodrakes fascinated Tyr for a number of reasons. The one was their significant jump in intelligence that no one could explain. The other was their innate ability to infuse with magic on a scale and level that is almost unheard of. But what's more interesting is that this infusion process seems to be magical in and of itself. This Tyr could never actually understand. It also describes in the book that the aspects we have today were not Tyr's first choice. In fact, Tyr sort of hints at this idea that there were multiple protodrakes that came before the aspects, and that he finally decided to choose the aspects, the protodrakes that would become aspects, because of that loyalty we spoke about earlier. They were the first protodrakes he ever discovered that not only were highly intelligent, had powers, because each of them had their own powers. Nosdormu, for example, breathed sand, right? And he could literally create rocks inside like the throat of Galakron, inside his eyes, because the sand could literally merge together to create rocks. Nelfarion had the ability to breathe tremors, like physically create tremors with his mouth as well as with his body. Malygos had ice attacks. Alexstrasza had fire attacks, and then Ysera had this breath attack that seemed to be lifelike, because that actually harmed Galakron incredibly well. It did a lot of damage to him, and that's the only thing I can think of. But almost all of the protodrakes had these abilities, even the primal ones, the ones that had no ability to think. They all had this infusion with some kind of element that Tyr could never make sense of. The fact that this does not result in an equal but opposing force applied to the dragon implies the process is innately magical as opposed to mechanical. So in other words, this is not part of a natural evolution of them. Because you would sort of expect to see, if they're gaining magical abilities, they would suffer in some other way, right? Because there would have to be a cause and effect here. But that's not what we're seeing. They're still protodrakes. They're just more powerful due to another form of magic. This, of course, we have to start asking ourselves, where did this come from? What is this magic? And this comes full to fruition with the Galakron question as well. Infused with the element of air, this dragon has gained the ability to express gusts of wind from its body, resulting in an effective, if rudimentary, deterrent to nearby foes. Is there any element? This is where I told you guys one of my theories have been confirmed, right? Is there any element or even energy that, given the appropriate conduit, vessel, and time, proto-dragons are unable to integrate? Remember, a while back, I made a video about what I believed was sort of an innate ability of proto-dragons. Proto-dragons seems to have an incredible affinity for absorbing magic, for becoming part of it. When they come into contact with foul, it doesn't take long for foul proto-drakes to emerge. They literally just seem to absorb the foul and then become one with it. They're like sponges. And now, Tyr says exactly the same thing. Is there any element or even energy that, given the appropriate conduit, vessels, and time, proto-dragons are unable to integrate? Now, this is where we get to what I argue the limitations of the aspects are. You see, the proto-drakes are not limited in what power they can be infused with. They can be infused with any power, perhaps even all power. The elements or the aspects cannot. The aspects have their powers, and these are the only powers that they have. End of discussion. Which to me suggests at least a path to explaining why the primal incarnates are as angry as they are at the aspects. Because the primal incarnates believe that the dragon aspects gave away the gifts of the proto-drakes for a lesser gift of slavery to the titans. And then, of course, we have the fact that a proto-dragon's complete inversion of their elemental tendency is not only possible, but so thorough, generates an intriguing thought exercise. In other words, they don't just use the magic of the element that they wield, they become it. They become the element that they wield, which, again, we are told that proto-drakes stem from the elemental plane. This is where they were born. But more and more, information emerge that does not make that feel obvious to me. Like, why would the elements create beings like this that can literally absorb almost fucking everything? Anything can be absorbed and used given enough time and sort of distance to the thing. It's very, very weird to me. Infused with the element of water, this proto-dragon has lost its fire-breathing capabilities and gained an equally lethal ability to, in its stead, the frozen possibilities of ice. This would be similar to what Maligos could do. And then we have, additionally, those infused with fire are responsible for more attempted outbreaks than the other proto-dragons combined. I think I know why this is. Rose Fox, by the way, 2 months, part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who, of all the elements that we know, Ragnaros and the fire elements are potentially the worst. Ragnaros is the one element that has never stopped fighting, constantly escaped, constantly tried to escape. He cannot be contained. No matter what we've done, Ragnaros and the fire elementals have always tried to get free. Always tried to basically attack, so to speak, and control. Gate control of the entire Azeroth, if even possible. So this would suggest that whatever that property is that exists within Ragnaros was also transferred to the fire protodrakes. That property. Now, the question is that a property that is innate to the fire realm, or simply innate to Ragnaros at the time that the protodrakes were created? This I sadly cannot answer, but yeah. The element of fire has seen one of the most successful adoption rates of the species, with subjects able to hold globes of fire hot enough to melt metal. I wonder why. Why would fire be the most successful one? Maybe because that was the base. So what if the story of the original protodrakes was wrong? What if protodrakes was in fact the invention of the fire realms? And from there, they sort of started adopting other types of magic. Could that explain? Because that's the only thing I can think of. What would make fire different to any of the other elements? Technically speaking, it shouldn't be that difficult. And yet it is. I mean, yeah, we can say fire spread, but wind does too. You know? Earth is everywhere. So technically speaking, if we're just going by what those elements do, all of them should have an equal ability to really go ham, right? And yes, it's part of older draconic lore, of course. Fire is part of dragons, and that has always been, but there's no evidence, or at least none yet, that Blizzard would have followed that, because these aren't dragons, right? These are drakes, proto-drakes specifically, which are very different. They are the origin species of dragons, but they are not dragons. Might be the destructive nature of fire. It might be the adaptability of fire. It might just be the simplicity of it, right? So while the other elements can be a lot more difficult, fire is basic. It's simple. It's easy to understand. That might be it. Anyway, that's the end of the slideshow, I guess, that I wanted to share with you guys. The thing that I really just wanted to highlight with all of this, and the thing that's so amazing to me, is that Blizzard decided to put such a huge part of Dawn of the Aspects into the game, so that players that's never read the book actually at least have some information to go on. It's not complete, and obviously, since I've read the book, this is insane, right? And I love this because I know all of this. I've seen it, and believe me, it's worth the read if you haven't. But all of this effectively reinforces a single question. Who or what made Galakrond? The Proto-Drakes have this ability to infuse with all types of magic. Galakrond infuses with the decay. How? How does decay touch him? And then a bigger question for Galakrond becomes, when did Galakrond fuse with decay? Was it after he ate his first Proto-Drake, or was it before? Malygos has a sensation of wanting to eat a Proto-Drake after being bitten by an undead. But it was only after. Could the same be true for Galakrond? So Galakrond discovers some power, perhaps an old god, perhaps something even far more ancient than an old god. But Galakrond discovers this power. This power transfers to him the essence of decay, and this is what leads to him being able to detect the life essence of proto-dragons. I don't believe that it's Titan experiments, because I believe that Gahun happened after Galakrond as a direct result of the Titan Keepers trying to understand Galakrond. Because Tyr had no idea, just FYI. Tyr, on multiple occasions, described to the aspects, or the would-be aspects, they knew that Galakrond was traveling in some direction on Azeroth. What they could never have known is what he would find in that direction. This they didn't plan on. They didn't think that he would find whatever it is that he found. They never actually tell us what it is that he found. Tyr plays that secret very close to his chest all throughout the book. But then once he returns, he's this Galakrond thing, and they don't know. So it's also not obvious that whatever Galakrond found was decay, because Tyr is baffled by the fact that what Galakrond found would actually turn him into what he has been turned into. So it suggests that whatever it is, it's not obviously decay. It is something else, some other power that can do things that isn't obviously innate to it. Don't know what that is. But I wanted to share this with you guys because I thought it was really, really cool. And also, I've been dying for a reason to sort of talk about the Dawn of the Aspects. I just recently reread it, because the first time I read it, I wasn't really that bought into it. And then after Dragonflight, or just before Dragonflight really launched, I read it again. I don't know if something's changed. This has happened to me in the past where I'll watch a series. A good example of this would be Walking Dead. I watched the first season of Walking Dead 4 times before I finally fell in love with it. On the 5th time is when I actually kept watching. I don't know what changed, but something changed. Because this time I picked up the book, first chapter. I'm like, oh my god, why didn't I enjoy this the first time? This is so cool. So rereading it, I'm currently rereading War of the Ancients as well, and probably next up I'm going to reread Day of the Dragon, because yeah, I just want to really get all of my knowledge back into it again, and sort of see things that I may have missed the first time around. But the reread's been phenomenal. I'll be honest with you, it's been incredible, because we're finally seeing this in game, right? We're seeing this world, this beautiful place that, you know, previously most of these actions would have been purely theoretical, and now we're actually able to see it. So it's an absolutely incredible read. If you haven't done so, I would highly suggest reading Dawn of the Aspects again. It is absolutely worth it. But yeah, I wanted to at least flex that a bit for you guys. So I hope you enjoyed the video. If you have, leave a like, subscribe. To all of the patrons, Twitch subs, YouTube channel members, thank you so much for your support. It means the absolute world to me. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, peace. Don't worry, chat, I'm not leaving, but I wanted to end it that way so the people on YouTube know. Thank you for being part of the video experience. I really appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed being part of the video. No, of course we know what happened to Galakrond. What do you mean? I mean, what happened to Galakrond that turned him into Galakrond? Or are you... What are you talking about? We don't know what happened to Galakrond that turned him into Galakrond. This we definitely don't know. What we know is how Galakrond died. That's not a mystery at all. No, the book in Uldaman didn't speak about what turned... Because the thing is, not even Tyr that wrote the books in Uldaman knew what turned Galakrond into the incarnate of decay. They don't understand it. It's one of those things that just, it didn't make sense at all. Thank you, Covet. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. There's more WoW stuff to come, by the way. I'm not done yet. Something in the books talked of the corrupted waters being cleansed so the problem wouldn't happen again. I don't know if it's the corrupted waters, though, because the corrupted waters was specifically corrupted in order to corrupt dragon eggs. If I'm not mistaken. I really hope that they use the other side of Azeroth to tell us what turned Galakrond. They may, or maybe I just misread it, because I could have sworn that they mentioned the exact cause and who did it. Can someone link the books to me quickly? Let's make sure about this. Alcove, how you doing, fam? Very happy to have you here, man. Decay and Undeath are really confusing, but really interesting. Do we know if whatever turned Galakrond into Galakrond is on the currently explored map of Azeroth, or if it is still unexplored? We don't know, because Tyr never provides evidence or any information as to what direction he traveled in, or where he found what he found. Only that he found something. Rose Fox, I have a guild. If you guys wanted to join it, of course, I have a guild. I don't do anything in the guild, but you are welcome to join it. If you're in EU and you're on Kazakh, you are welcome to join Bloodlore. I barely do anything there because I don't raid anymore. But everyone's welcome to join it. I don't mind. It can be a social guild. Okay, so let's quickly see here, because I'm not entirely sure if it had, but maybe it may have. Brother Loken, as you requested, I offer the following report on the progress towards our objective. By the way, Manowar, if you can take this as a clip if you really wanted to. As you requested, I offer the following report on the progress towards our objectives. I'm pleased to say that the Halls of Infusion are now operational, though the work of imbuing order magic into the Wild Springs is only beginning. I remain optimistic the process will prove effective. Already we are detecting reduced levels of contamination. I hope your investigation into how Yoxeron compromised these living waters will yield answers. In the meantime, we can be assured that the evolution of another Galakrond will not be triggered by consuming unfiltered water. The thing with this, right, is this just a theory? So is there theory that Galakrond consumed these waters and that is what turned him? Because there's more to the Galakrond story than just this. Dinkelberg, how you doing? Let me explain. Before their final battle with Galakrond, right? So literally before their final battle, they arrive and Galakrond is asleep. He's lying, he's sleeping. There is a light that feeds straight into Galakrond, like physically a light. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it in the book, but I can try. Let me see if I can find this for you guys. Yeah, this is in a book. I'm gonna see if there's a way to find this. I'm not sure if there is. The dead and the undead. The afflicted one undead. Smalicus dived in what he and thus Kellic knew to be a futile attempt to warn those below. The proto-dragons tried to think. To Doom. Jaina sensed someone seeking for a moment over time. Instead, Jaina Archmage. The other, it could be as simple as Jaina, the figure coalesced. Fuck no. Okay, keep going. 3 under the shadow of Galakrond. Kellic shared Maligos's consternation. He also shared his host's decision to attack without hesitation. Maligos started to exhale. No, Ysera collided with him from the side. Maligos' frost shot deep into the cave. The undead reached for him, or tried to. Don't use the tools as his eyes. Ysera had already lost interest. Found her with one like this before. Alexstrasza admitted. Another of her family. She cannot find our clutch brother, and so helps other family. Maligos had not given much thought to Ysera's earlier obsession, but now suspected that if she had not been able to find the remains, she had likely been dragged off by any number of scavengers or moved by the weather. It was still possible that he was now one of the not living, but Calic's host very much doubted it. All of that, of course, did not explain what Maligos saw here and how it happened to be so very near the site of Telenexia's disastrous defeat. Galakron's roar erupted once more. This time, though, it sounded farther away. The smell, Alexstrasza explained, the smell of the not living smothers ours. Galakron only smells death nearby. That, at least, answered one vital question for Maligos and Kalok. But that is not why not living is here. No, I had a little hand in that, another voice said. Alexstrasza did not appear startled that there was a fifth figure in the cave, a fact made even more interesting by the speaker being none other than Tyr, something that did not surprise Maligos when he looked upon the cloaked and hooded form was that Tyr was now several feet taller than before and much wider. Even then, Maligos and Kalik could not help feeling that Tyr only wore this size because it was convenient for the moment. He still radiated a presence far greater than his current height indicated. This is only a slight reflection of him. Let me just keep going, because it's after this fight. Jaina glared. Jaina drew. What a fool I've been, the Archmage blurted. When together, the two parts were more. She materialized a few seconds later. No, I will not lose you. At first, the Archmage stood daunted. Oh my god, is all of this just... with Kanek and her thoughts, the Archmage once again... this is Jaina just fucking up the... Not help, but think the same. For several minutes, the five simply crouched where they perched, caught in their own thoughts, but all clearly having the same thoughts. The devastation wrought by Galakron had begun to sink in, as had the fact that they seemed to be the only ones left to face him. More and more, the immensity of that was becoming apparent. The mountain wind howled, but Maligos suddenly heard another sound mixed in with it. Stirring, the icy blue male listened, but noted only the wind now. Calic's host saw that Ysera also listened. She did not look Maligos' way, but rather at where two mountains to the east seemed as if they fell towards each other. Oh shit! Alcatraz, thanks for the gift sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome, officially, to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, there came a brief sound. This time, Maligos recognized the mournful hiss of a proto-dragon. Ysera flew off towards the sound. The other took notice of her action, but evidently had not heard the cry. Maligos immediately followed, and the rest in pursuit. With the rest in pursuit, Ysera dived in between the two mountains. Maligos pushed to keep up with her, amazed that the weaker female now had more strength than he did. The yellowish proto-dragon entered a shadowed area that reminded Kalik and his host too much of the very region they had just left. Visions of animated corpses rose in both minds. Alexstrasza's sister vanished into the shadows. Maligos slowed slightly, then entered. Barely had he done so when another proto-dragon rose in front of him. Despite the shadows, it was clear to Maligos that this was a living creature, not one of the undead. The two collided, but not because the other proto-dragon, a young male, sought to battle. Come on, fucking go over. Maligos' supposed opponent squawked in fear as he tried to untangle himself. A third proto-dragon, Alexstrasza, joined from behind Maligos. Ysera's sibling aided Maligos in pinning the young proto-dragon against one rocky wall. As they did, Ysera joined them. No! He was only startled. Let him go. The captured male frantically looked from Maligos to Ysera and back again. He let out a low whine. Only then did Maligos realize that this was one of the lesser proto-dragons, one of those that had not made the leap to intelligence. From behind Ysera arose more whining. Maligos caught sight of several shapes moving about in the back. Now Therian and a Star Moon landed near them. At the same time, Alexstrasza released her hold on the captured proto-dragons. Maligos did the same. The young male immediately rushed back behind Ysera. He vanished among the other shadowy forms, all of which grew even more agitated. "What is this?" Naltharion muttered. Ysera turned to the shadows. Maligos and the others finally followed. The agitated forms turned out to be a motley collection of proto-dragons, which Kalik and his host saw included mostly the lesser ones, but also a few of the obviously more intelligent. Whichever they were, they shared a tremendous anxiety. Among them, Maligos spotted two, whom he recognized from the doomed charge. They looked even more disheveled than the lesser proto-dragons, in some manner, also more anxious. Eyeing the smarter ones, Galakron comes, no, Galakron doesn't come. Startled, Naltharion clamped his mouth shut and backed down. Her audience became less restive, but did not completely calm. Kalik, observing all, could hardly add extras again to her side. Sister, Galakron, we must. Kalik's world turned on its head. The vision changed. What at first sounded like a rapid beating of his own heart, then an indication shape caught his attention. As we done latter, the beat grew muffled, and as the intensity faded, his ears resounded with the even no. As he fought to focus better, Kalik noticed that there is a different way to the artifact. It was not possible for the proto-dragon to be there. Kalik knew that. Oh my god, okay. We're jumping between the Nexus. I'm apologizing for this, guys. But I need to find this, and we're jumping between the Nexus and other places. Rasping hiss from his right. Tyr's voice. We must stop him here and now any longer, and I fear for this world. Tyr's voice. Kalik knew it very well at this point. He wanted to curse the Keeper, but no words came from the blue dragon's mouth this time. Galakron's roar filled his ears again. As before, the vast shadows swept over him and the chamber. I have observed them long enough. I think I have discovered two weak points that we can exploit. Kalik could not finish, nor could he reach the damned relic. He fell to his knees and then, still grasping for the octagonal artifact, pitched forward. But instead of falling, Kalik awoke in what he recognized as the same region where Maligos, Ysera, and the others had come across the survivors from the charge. Concerns about Jaina, and now Tyr stood among the five, a hint of the wariness in his tone, but wariness mixed with confidence. How he had evaded Galakron, how he had apparently not told the proto-dragons. Instead, what he appeared to be doing was organizing Maligos and the others for another mad attempt at taking on Galakron. What was worse, icy peaks to the north ridge. Kalik found the description maddeningly vague, but his host and the rest nodded as if they knew the area very well. An image of the peaks in question briefly formed Maligos' thoughts. Kalik tried to identify them with some area in Northrend, but the image faded before he could do so. Ysera leaned close to Tyr. "We go now? What does Galakron do now?" Nostormo interjected. "What?" "He sleeps," Tyr answered solemnly. "He sleeps deep. Now is the time to attack him. We shall never get a better chance, in fact." None of the proto-dragons, not even Maligos, seemed to notice a slight hesitation at the end of Tyr's statement. Kalik wondered if it meant anything, or if Tyr was simply still exhausted from his own efforts. "There is a river nearby," the Keeper continued, "flush with fish. Go there, eat your fill, then we head north for Galakron." Alexstrasza indicated the huddled survivors. "What about these?" "They would be no help." Naltharion grunted in agreement. He looked at Maligos, who nodded. Kalik's host had no other plan and trusted in Tyr's intelligence. Tyr would lead them to victory. Naltharion spread his wings, but before he could take flight, Tyr reached into his cloak and, to Kalik's tremendous frustration, brought forth the artifact. He held it towards the charcoal grey male. As before, it glowed, startling Naltharion. Tyr held it near Nosdormu, who simply waited for it to stop glowing. Naltharion snorted at the brown male. "We go now?" a more impatient Ysera asked. "Yes, the river first. I will meet you after." Hunting the hunter. Maligos' feeding left Kalik adrift with his own thoughts, which at last led back to the blue dragon's time. And Jaina, he knew that his body lay. There was no response, and in truth, Kalik, okay, wait, just getting there now. Their surroundings grew chillier as they neared where Tyr had indicated the Leviathan slept. Seeing the landscape from such a height, Kalik finally recognized a few points from his own time. They were far into the most desolate of the young world's northern regions. This was nowhere near where Kalik knew that Galakron's skeleton lay, and that boded ill for the Blue Dragon. With Malygos in the lead, the five descended. Kalik saw no reason for doing so, unless they feared Galakron spotting them. Then a familiar form materialized atop a ridge. The proto-dragons alighted near Tyr, who seemed as tiny as when Malygos had first met him. Yet more than ever, Kalik and his host could sense that what they saw was only a hint of the true Tyr. Kalik recalled the brief glimpse he had of the massive hammer and wondered at the full extent of Tyr's power. Certainly, all that power would be needed if the six hoped to defeat Galakron. He still sleeps, Tyr announced, his voice reaching the five despite the wind and distance. We must strike quickly. Again, there was an edge to what he said that made Kalik suspicious that the proto-dragons were not being told everything. Malygos caught that edge too, but did not outwardly reveal anything. Still, Kalik was relieved that his host knew to be wary. Now, Tyr continued, his countenance darkening further. This is what at this point the vision shifted. Here, when matters most concerned Kalik, the artifact betrayed him in a new way. He now found himself soaring over another bleak region, surely only moments away from confronting their monstrous foe. The overcast sky combined with the descending sun to create a greater gloom over the already inhospitable landscape. However, from a valley just to the northeast, there came a faint, deathly white glow, as if another sun or one of the moons nestled there. That Malygos banked towards it barely a breath later did not at all surprise Kalik. The Blue Dragon's suspicions about Tyr holding something back were verified. Out of the corner of Malygos' eye, this is where we get to it, Kalik saw the other four spread out. Whatever plan Tyr had explained to the proto-dragons remained ambiguous. There was something about a succession of attacks at the proper signal and then Tyr acting. The vagueness of it infuriated Kalik. The vision shifted again, or did not. There was a brief blackness, then all was as if nothing had occurred and no time had passed. Kalik, still attempting to digest what had happened, also noticed a haziness around everything. Definition returned a second later, yet the memory of what had taken place remained with the Blue Dragon. This is wrong. Kalik could only guess that something had gone awry with the artifact. He had to assume that it was through Jaina's efforts to enter the Nexus. If not that, then degradation had spread through the relic by other means. Whichever the case, if it continued, it threatened to take Kalik's mind with it. The vision lost some definition again, but corrected. The deathly glow increased as Malygos neared, and then Kalik and his host beheld Galakron. Bigger. He's grown bigger yet. The Blue Dragon could not believe the size of the malevolent proto-dragon. Galakron had to be half again his previous size. He filled up much of the area below. Malygos' thoughts momentarily turned to distrust in Tyr. This was surely what their supposed comrade had kept from them. It made some sense. Tyr might have been concerned that his chosen champions would have been more reluctant to do battle if they knew that their adversary had become more dangerous than before. But while Malygos' focus did not go beyond Galakron's growth, the Blue Dragon studied the glow. There was more to it than merely increasing the behemoth's size. Galakron was going through another transformation, one that, if completed, Kalik feared would make the insidious creature impossible to destroy. Had it been his choice, Kalik would have had Malygos retreat until they could better identify just what sort of overall change was taking place. However, Malygos, no doubt acting on Tyr's plan despite misgivings, dived towards Galakron and looked ready to assault the gigantic proto-dragon's head. Galakron's breathing was low, rhythmic. He was deep, deep asleep, perhaps more so because of the transformation. Every extra eye that Maligos' view took in was shut tight. The various limbs dangling from the body hung as if dead. Callie could see why Tyr would recommend attacking while Galakrond looked so defenseless. But he doubted that it would be that simple. Whether or not it would be simple, Maligos chose that second to strike. The frost battered the eyelid of the injured orb. Maligos exhaled with a fury Kalik had thus far not witnessed. The eyelid pressed in, and Kalik could not imagine that it had not hurt Galakrond. The misshapen Leviathan roared as he awoke, his wings spread, shattering rock formations on both sides. His tail whipped back and forth, leaving similar devastation in its wake. Little morsel, Galakrond spoke, as if time itself had slowed down for him. Yet he moved with incredible swiftness, his head darting skyward as he attempted to snap Maligos up, and almost succeeded. Bad little morsel. See what I mean? What's this light? Where does this light come from? What exactly are we not being told? Because clearly Tyr understood something. Could it have been as easy as the waters, the living waters that he drank? Could that be, literally, could it be that easy? Of course it could. But they lie about everything. Everything, even to the Proto-Drakes. At the time about their fight against Galakrond, they did not tell the truth. So, how do we believe them? I can see that. Time magic is an interesting concept, Lemon. Do we know if the Void was originally the Void, as the other forces have clear counterparts, life and death, order and disorder, but not light and void? Maybe there was something in the Void before, which could be partially decay related, as all bigger realms are a combination of some of the 6 primal magics. Could there have been a godly being there that the Titans thought was destroyed before all the dragon events, and the Void Lord's old gods just took up space after that realm was destroyed? I mean, it's entirely possible, Metal Fan. Yeah, 100% possible. I could see that. I've heard some speculation from some people that Deathwing was on the verge of becoming an old god, like during the madness of Deathwing. Maybe Galakrond was doing the same exact thing. Both of them were evolving into, like, lesser old gods. Galakrond, definitely. Not sure about Deathwing, though. Because Deathwing never became decay. Never. But this, again, would be an argument of type. The old god that corrupted Deathwing was N'Zoth, not Yogg-Saron. Yogg-Saron, clearly, was the one who corrupted Galakrond, at least if we can trust Tyr, right? But Rinduiro, that was only at the end. That was literally right at the end. Which... because it's not the same as Galakrond. Not at all. Deathwing had nothing to do with decay. Tentacle, sure, but definitely not decay. But it could be. It's possible. There's a problem with that, though. Alcatraz. Yes, Yogg-Saron himself tells us that he is the god of death, but how the fuck? The old gods are meant to be elements of the void. Now, I can fully accept that every single one of the old gods would be different to each other. They would not be the same because they could come from different void lords. But to have one of them, at least, have the power of death, how? How? When we know that death is a completely different fucking force within the universe, right? Which Galagos says they got from somewhere else. somewhere else when they saw the totem and Verithos. Well, yeah, the rot that they're currently using seems to be decay. From Legion and Windrakes from Cataclysm fit into the whole proto auto-infused our dragons fit. Lithium. Okay, so Storm Drakes and Windrakes would probably be. Wait, were they Proto Drakes? They were, weren't they? Because we know Proto Drakes basically accept everything, right? They can become everything. They weren't Proto Drakes. Fuck, now you're asking me a fucking question. Hold up. Let's see. The Storm Drakes or Storm Dragons are dragons possessing the power of storms, and who make their lairs at the mountain peaks of both Stormheim and Suramar in the Broken Isles, and also inhabit the island of Durandal. Yet more can be found at Stormshroud Peak and Teldrassus on the Dragon Isles. Harvey described the Storm Dragons as being born of the gods. Long ago, the Thoringnir brood of Storm Dragons swore fealty to the Titan Keepers. The great Nidhogg did not agree with that decision and refused to be their subject, believing that one day he would be more powerful than even the Keepers. Instead, he took up roost in the mountain Nostrandir, where he raised his brood and terrorized the nearby lands. All right, so what can definitely be possible here, right, is because you can see that they swore fealty to the Titan Keepers. So what is possible is the aspects were very specifically created at the behest of Tyr. Tyr wanted them to become aspects, but that doesn't mean that some of the other Titan Keepers didn't also create some dragons for themselves, right? So it's very possible that some of the other Titan Keepers also blessed some of the dragons with different types of power, because with the Storm Drakes and the Wind Drakes, for example, we see them as dragons, yet having very specific elemental powers. So while the aspects were infused with the power of the Titans, these other dragons was simply turned into dragons, never actually made into aspects. So they were not infused with Titan magic, they were infused with elemental magic, or just kept their elemental magic, if that makes sense, right? Yeah, they're order dragons, just not part of a flight, so to speak. They don't necessarily have to have an aspect, right? They could have a leader, but that leader does not. So the aspects are called aspects because of their blessings by the Titans. They are supposedly more powerful than any other dragon because of that blessing by the Titans. It does not mean that every dragon that has ever been created, or every dragon kind that has ever been created, needs to have an aspect. As in specifically an aspect. Leader, sure, but not necessarily have an aspect. And it would be a big one because dragons, that's how almost all proto-dragons chose their leader. It was based on whoever the fuck was the biggest. The only exception being the aspects. So all of the proto-dragons look towards Malygos to make the decisions on what to do next, because Malygos was the one who came up with the plans. Malygos, however, felt discomfort at being the one that had to lead them. He wasn't sure of himself. And then Alexstrasza was the one that basically backed him up, and she was the one that took the lead on his behalf in order to lessen his burden. And this is why, when they became aspects, all of them, including Malygos, swore fealty to Alexstrasza. Because in their hour of need, she was the one that coordinated them and ensured that they would actually be able to fight the battle, even though Malygos is the one that came up with the plans. If it wasn't for Alexstrasza, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it in the first place. But yeah, most proto-dragons choose based on who's the strongest. So yeah, it's pretty cool, I think. Inox, wow, how you doing, bro? So we'll get into the other parts of this. Like, I have another theory for you guys, as I said. We'll get into that in a minute. Let me just give my voice a bit of a rest, and then we'll get into... Well, again, not really a theory, just actual in-game shit that's really cool. Because I'll tell you guys what. One of my favorite races in World of Warcraft is the Jarradin. And there's a bit of information that's been sort of surfacing about the Jarradin. Felt authentic to me. Massey, have you read Dawn of the Aspects? Because after reading it, it's much easier to accept him. Oh, real quick, I was wondering if FF14 was on hiatus. I wanted to make sure I don't miss too much of your MSQ playthrough. Yeah, I'm not currently playing FF14, but we'll probably get back into FF14 soon, right? Probably within the next few months or so. It all depends on sort of stream schedules and stuff, and you know what I feel like at the time. But yeah, I'm not done with it. I'm just sort of at the moment busy with other things more, and sort of interested in other things more. But I know that I'm about to get to the really good parts, so don't worry. We will definitely jump back into it soon. Epic, I just want to make sure I can catch it. I assumed you were more busy with WoW because I am too. Dude, I think Dragonflight... I'll be honest with you. If you've ever looked for a reason to come back to WoW, Dragonflight is it. Dragonflight is good, bro. It is so fun. So fucking fun. From the world to the activities of the world to the freedom that the world offers you, from dragon riding to just actual freedom in deciding what you want to do and when you want to do it. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. Why do you disagree, From and 4? I couldn't be a fan in Shadowlands, but I am mythic rating in Dragonflight now. Nice. Dragonflight is great. I haven't been playing it though. Rosefox, why have you not been playing it? Do you ever think about the map we got is wrong in some parts, and the old gods are not 5-4 single ones? They are part of one big one. Yeah, we've thought about that before, but the evidence seems to suggest that that is wrong. But that has been something that we thought about before, Inox. Biggest W with DF, that lore is again interesting and form in a lot better shape than SL. Oh, dude. Yes. The lore is finally handled with the respect that I think WoW lore deserves. Is this the best that lore can be handled in a game? No, of course not. But it is the best that lore can be handled in WoW. Because WoW isn't just a game that people play for the story. It's not like Final Fantasy, where you can have incredibly deep conversations and dialogues and things like that. So, for WoW, for what it is and for how many people play it, the lore is phenomenal. Oh boy, where do I begin? Well, I'll begin at the beginning. What is it that you don't like about DF? If you played the game since Kata, you really shouldn't care about these proto-drakes regarding their power level. The world is already pretty much dead. Aside from the boring quest grinding for rep, there isn't anything to do anymore. But the plus system is in shambles and hasn't been updated since Legion. Okay, Frementhor, I've played the game since Classic. I played Kata, I played all of this. Not caring about the proto-drake seems to be a stretch. Because very little has ever been known about the proto-drakes. Kestras, I don't know, but they don't. So I genuinely, I can't really answer that. The dragons do not mate with anyone outside of their own clutch or their own species, the color, so to speak. They only mate with those of similar color. So I highly doubt that Alexstrasza and Nostormu would ever actually mate. To have a video about it, that they are not part of one. And actually, what do you mean? A video of what? Would new forms of magic form if aspects breed with each other? I mean, yeah. They are magical creatures. It stands to reason that if they were to merge with each other, that magic would lead to something, but it would probably also be incredibly chaotic, because there's no knowing how much of any kind of magic would form and what those ratios would be. So there's a chance that those children could come out fucked. Caligos is acting like a child throughout the questing. Razageth is acting like a spiteful kid, literally taunting and offering almost no threat throughout the story. Most of the dragons don't act their age or their position. The only one who is acceptable is pretty much Nostormu. I wouldn't agree with you on that. I didn't find it... I did not find it that problematic, if I'm honest. I get that not everyone is gonna like it, and that's fine. People will have their own opinions. So the Big Mom energy, just to be clear, it's obviously a joke that Blizzard is throwing in there. And that's always been the case. Like, there's always been sort of silly voice lines that is just meant to be jokes. Not everything is meant to be taken lore seriously. So I would not pay too much attention to that. But Frementhor, if your go-to feeling is that you're not enjoying the expansion, that is your right to do so. I fundamentally disagree with your surmise or I can't say submission really. It's not even that. Your synopsis, I think, is probably the best way to put it. I fundamentally disagree with your synopsis on the expansion. Because that's not at all the sense and the feeling that I've gotten from it. Okay, Thor, the only reason you would ever say this is because you don't understand why Caligos hasn't accepted the leadership position. Caligos disbanded the Blue Dragonflight. Effectively, he disbanded them. Caligos has never really seen himself as one of the aspects. He's young. He wasn't supposed to be an aspect. He wasn't there when they became aspects. In his mind, he has never done anything that would afford him the right to call himself an aspect. And what's more, as opposed to a lot of the other blue dragons, he is young, right? So he's not even the eldest of all of the blue dragons. So when he came into power, his first order of business was he told the blue dragons, you may go. You can do whatever the hell you want. I will not keep you here. You can go investigate yourself, investigate Azeroth, investigate the world. You don't even have to report back to me. And he sort of just kept himself as the keeper of the Nexus. That's all he did, right? He oversaw the Nexus. He tried to put things in order, tried to restore the Nexus to some element of what it used to be in the past. He never really accepted himself as anything other than the keeper of the power, so to speak, not being the aspect himself. And he isn't the aspect. He's never been the aspect because, well, they're not aspects anymore, right? So this is sort of the story of Caligos. Well, he was aspect for a very short period of time, and then he lost that again. So this is sort of, it makes sense why Caligos is going through what he's going through. I do think that there is definitely a more lighthearted twist to this expansion than what there's been in the past. And that might be on purpose. So on that sense, I can see where you're coming from, but it's not really bothered me. It does feel like Blizzard wants to sort of steer clear of the heavy shit, to probably limit the amount of people that might get angry or offended by stuff, by just keeping it heavy, keeping it light, sort of, so to speak. put it like that, Fermentor, then you don't want anyone to become leader. Then when they're doubting themselves. All in all, none of the dragons feel like dragons, and the Proto-Drakes are really not a threat since we defeated the actual Elemental Lords. There's no evidence whatsoever that the Elemental Lords are stronger than the than the Primal Incarnates. None whatsoever. The Proto-Drakes may have formed in the Elemental Planes, but they do not serve the Elemental Lords. So, to say that they are, like, that's a pretty big leap, because you would first have to show that they are servants of the Elemental Lords, and therefore insignificant in terms of power levels to the Elemental Lords, which you have no evidence for. In fact, the Primal Incarnates seem to believe that they should be the rulers of Azeroth. Not the Elemental Lords. They believe that they are the natural leaders of Azeroth. I mean, N'Zoth was just criminally handled. See the Elemental Lords, confront them about exactly that. True. Primal Incarnates literally mean Primal Elementals made manifest. That's actually a good point. Also, how would the Proto-Drakes get stronger in their gel cells? You'd think devoid of any source of power for 20k years would make them weaker than they were. But Fermentor, it did. It did weaken them. Quite a lot. Which is why Razageth kept taunting. She was disrupting the defense force of the aspects while buying time. Because she was growing stronger. She was trying to get stronger again. Which is the whole point, right? She needed to be strong enough to summon her brothers. But in order to summon her brothers, she needed to keep everyone off balance, which is why they kept attacking different points. So the aspects could never really figure out what she was doing until it was far too late and she was already doing it. And basically 1v1 Razageth before he was full powered up Deathwing, and we defeated Deathwing. Well, Malfurion didn't 1v1 Razageth. Malfurion, in order to take on Razageth, literally created an army with an artifact meant to mind control them to ensure that they would all attack as a single force. And then when he lost that artifact, he prayed to the old gods to grant him the strength so as to not fight Razageth, literally to imprison her. Because once the artifact was broken, Malfurion realized there's no way they win this. He's not strong enough to stand against Razageth. And you see this even with a defeated or deflated Razageth. You see that Alexstrasza twice loses against Razageth. Twice cannot stand against Razageth. Yeah, Frementhor, and it's perfectly fine, you're allowed to do so, but I think you're creating problems instead of allowing yourself to understand why Blizzard is doing this. You see, there's no winning from your perspective. Blizzard will never be able to win, because if Blizzard keeps throwing more and more cosmic level scale shit at us, players will complain, fuck the cosmic stuff, we don't care, we don't want to keep fighting the ever stronger stuff. So Blizzard then decides, well, actually, okay, let's go back to the basics, let's basically hit reset, let's go to normal enemies that is more on the level of what a player could potentially fight. And now players are going, what the fuck, bro, we've defeated all of these strong shit, and now you're giving us dragons? Like, how's this difficult? I should be able to 1v1 Razageth. I killed a god, bro. So there's basically no victory here, right? If you're Blizzard, you're fucked either way. throw them more cosmic stuff. What the fuck? We don't want more cosmic stuff. Don't throw them cosmic stuff. What the fuck? We need cosmic stuff. That's not fair. You have to pick a side on that one. And also, to be fair, you and I never killed any of those things by ourselves, or even in a group. Name the thing that you and I took down on our own. I think what they did is very nice. It reintroduces Denathrius. We had help with Denathrius. Argus, we had help. We had all the power of the Titans infused into us. No, of course we had help. You had a legendary item, literally forged by the Primus, meant to infuse you with the power of the Shadowlands so that you could fight Denathrius. Of course you had help. Yeah, of course you did. That's all lore relevant. You had the Covenant powers. You were merged with the soul of someone in the Covenant that granted you extra powers. You were on steroids when you were fighting Denathrius. You were not fighting Denathrius. If we fought Denathrius on our own, Denathrius would have spanked us and then won, effectively. All right, Augur, true. I cannot fight you on this. We did kill Augur all by our lonesome, but maybe Augur tripped. We fought Denathrius, the amount of power we got by the time we fought... No, but we already had power. And also, you are confusing gameplay mechanics with lore. You are confusing gameplay mechanics with lore. Nowhere in the lore is it said that the longer we stayed in the Shadowlands, the stronger we became. Lore-wise, the second we merged with the Covenants, we gained all of the power that the Covenants had to offer. You can't use gameplay and lore because these two things are not connected to each other. Like I said, you're welcome to not like the expansion, but you'll find a lot of pushback from me and clearly other people in chat here. And it's not to say that you're wrong. Games are subjective and people can dislike whatever they fucking want to dislike. I'm not here to convince you of anything. That's not my fucking job. I don't give a shit. I don't work for Blizzard. As soon as they start paying me, maybe I'll lead a campaign to convince all the haters that the expansion is actually good. What I know is what I know, and that is that I actually fucking like this expansion. After 4 years of bullshit from Blizzard, I finally have a good game to play again, and that makes me a little happy. I'm quite excited for that. Oh, Rementhor, not even just in a vacuum, it's just a good expansion. It is objectively overall a fucking brilliant expansion. The lore is good, the story is good, it's handled well. There's a respect for the lore in terms of no mysteries are introduced that doesn't have a clear path to being answered. They're trying to answer the lore in a timely fashion, and it's moving slowly, which is actually the thing that I love most about this expansion. We're not just being bombarded with massive moments. It's small moments. And this is what WoW does better than almost any other game. WoW is brilliant. It's at its best when it's small, tiny moments that lead to a giant crescendo. And this is what we constantly get. We have these small, tiny little moments that's emotional enough that keeps you interested, but it's not like just jizz in your face bullshit. And I had a content idea, DJ Nation Book Club. We read a book over a certain point, then we have a stream to discuss the book, and if a fictional universe won, the lore implications of its contents could encourage the community to get into the various universes we touch upon and give good content. True, but we will also need the community to get the books then. Therefore, again, I do not agree with you, because we've already explained that at least one of your problems is taken care of, right? Like, nothing we have faced after Cataclysm, we've done on our own. It has always been with the infusion of some sort of extra power, the help from some kind of entity that isn't just us. We've always had help. So I'm not sure. But that's the point, Frementhor. As mortals, we are not very powerful. I mean, we can fight and we can help, but without the help of far more powerful beings than us, we lose. And Blizzard actually showed us this during the Lich King fight, where we lose. Without the help of the light, we lose. Simple as that. And this would happen every single time we fight anything, unless something steps in to help us. I have to go. Good day to you all. Till next time. Nightlight Crafting, thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Jose, how you doing, bro? I'm a lurker here usually, and I was wondering if you can see Tyrallion going insane in the future and try to brainwash entire Stormwind with the light to form a new light army in case the Void makes moves against Azeroth. I can see this happening. I can definitely see that happening. I have a video, been a long time ago now, but I do have a video discussing. Let me see if I can find it. It's gonna be difficult to find, but I'll see what I can do. I know I have a video of this. The where is the problem? I make too many fucking videos. So, Terror from Below would be a decent watch, although not exactly what you're talking about. It does cover some of the Void stuff. Dark Before Light covers another part of this, right? So, Dark Before Light, you can also give a watch. There's a video where I specifically talk about it, but let me find it first. This one. Darkness is coming. The light's crown will conquer WoW. This is the one. All right, so I'll give you the link to this. Yeah, exactly that one, gentlemen. Nice. Exactly that one. That one should answer most of the questions that you may have. The next video is pretty cool, I think. Tonight's video. Although I don't like the thumbnail. The thumbnail does not seem good at all. But I can't think of another thumbnail to make. The theory a few minutes ago, I think you missed it. It's that I believe Iridicron is not a dragon. What makes you think that, Goldseeker? Dude, the ad selection is biased. Every time I join now is anti-vaping. Shit. Papa Janga, how you doing, fam? If we're talking about the power levels of the aspects, what would be a good thumbnail? Because this one I don't like. Farum, how you doing? Booba. Yeah, well, boobas are here. 2 at least. But I still don't fucking like this. I still don't like this thumbnail. Because it's not even really a thumbnail. It's literally just a picture that I've done a few changes to. I've made a few changes to it, and that's it. Our characters, lore-wise, barely insignificant. Like, basically insignificant. From a lore perspective, we could not even challenge. Like, we might be on par with, like, foot soldiers for most of our enemies. And if we fight together, we can kind of take down generals of our enemies, but we will never be able to take down the enemies themselves. Our strength is in our numbers, not really in ourselves. We're powerful, but not that powerful. But mainly because most of us have controls sort of imposed upon us. So take warlocks, for example. Is it possible for a warlock to become as strong as Gul'dan? Technically, yes, absolutely. A warlock can become as powerful as Gul'dan. However, Gul'dan gave himself entirely to the foul, meaning he became absolutely corrupted. Because we, as players, do not want to become absolutely corrupted. We do not. This is one of the reasons why, from a lore perspective, removing demon form from the player base, from the demonology warlocks, made so much sense. Because when a warlock turns into a demon, that warlock has gone too far. Hey, that's a big no-no. Warlocks should not turn into demons. That means you have completely given yourself to the foul, right? So all of us control ourselves for some reason or another. Some of the classes have built-in sort of controls that they just can't get over. Rogues, for example, they're weak and timid. They're very powerful when unseen, so part of a group. But in a 1v1 hand-to-hand combat scenario, a rogue would get shat on because it's not that powerful when it gets hit as well. Warriors are very powerful, but again, not necessarily on their own. Because on their own, they're going to die before they can actually do anything. They need healers, they need support staff, things like this. So every single character that we play have some reason for why they're not that powerful. Ballistic, yeah. This is the, like, demon hunters would simply limit themselves because they don't have the control that Illidan had. Right? Illidan effectively, Illidan could go as far as he went because first and foremost, he was born incredibly powerful, and then the foul energies just took him to the next level. So he could be more powerful than any of us, whereas we, mortals, we were mortal. We simply accepted the blood of the foul, learned how to control it enough so that we could use it, but not necessarily succumb to it. Now, that obviously is going to limit the power. Drakthir, the good example for that would be that Drakthir was created from the start to have a limiting sense to their power because it is Deathwing that designed them. He obviously wouldn't have created a being that was so powerful that it could kill him. He just needed a fighting force. They needed to have some power, but they didn't need to be ultra powerful. Yeah, Malfurion is super strong, although he dead now, bro. Class, now that I think you might be underselling the player character, remember what Arthur said about us in ICC? You are Azeroth's greatest champions. My mightiest minions have fallen before your relentless onslaught, your unbridled fury. Then he says to Tyrion, you delivered the greatest fighting force, this world fighting force. Not individuals. This is exactly what I said. We are powerful when fighting as a group. But even then, according to the lore, so from a lore perspective, it took Arthas almost no time to take us down. In a lore perspective, we lost against Arthas very quickly. And if it wasn't for Tyrion, we would now be serving the Lich King. Like, Arthas literally slapped us down and could not give two fucks. It was Tyrion that saved us from that, right? Brought us back and then held Arthas down so that we could just fucking spank him. Of course, in the gameplay world, we took him down to 10%, but in reality, he wasn't anywhere near 10%. He probably didn't even lose a percentage point against us. Argus killed us in Legion, and then the Titans were the ones that helped us come back. So, yeah. We are not that strong. We're not weak. It's not like we're fucking sticks, right? And you could just blow us over. Well, you could probably blow us over, but that would be a whole different fucking expansion. Like Straza could probably blow a lot of us over. But again, not that kind of expansion. That being said, though, we're not powerful. We're definitely, we don't scale in terms of the, like, we don't even just deserve an honorable mention when it comes to the overall power in the universe. It's not about our power level, it's about going back in power level on enemies to such an extent, which is why I can't care about it. Yeah, but you're not going back in power level to enemies in any way, shape, or form. You're fighting enemies now with only the clothes on your back, with little to no help from anyone else, because they're not powerful enough to help you either. They've given up their power, right? We aren't elite soldiers. We are the linchpin of our entire faction, Final Hope. When all else fails, they send us in to save the world. Yeah, usually with the help of something more powerful than us that can empower us. Should I say it's not about the character power level, it's about the enemy's power level? Yeah, but you don't seem to understand. Okay, Frame of 4, if I gave you a bazooka, right? And I put you against a tank. I gave you a bazooka, you could probably destroy the tank. And then I tell you, all right, you've taken down the bazooka, let's put you against the fucking hammer, but here's a hammer. Did I really downscale the power level of your enemy? Like, you used to have a bazooka, now you have a fucking hammer. Your enemy is still within relation to your own power level, because there is no great power that you can grant that can be granted to you here. You get what you get, right? They send us because we are expendable. Not quite expendable though. Not anymore. That's the one thing that Blizzard made a mistake on, that they can never walk back, and that is that we're simply foot soldiers in the war. They can never walk that back. But yeah, we're not quite expendable. I think in future, we will be forced to correct our timeline, just like we did in Quest and DF with Bronze Dragons, because it was changed with Proxygar, Garrosh, and events after WoD. I don't think so, because our timeline is still considered to be the correct and true timeline. So they may not have to change it, or maybe they don't want to fuck with it at all. But they could, probably. Donnie, again, this is Blizzard sort of caught between a rock and a very hard place, right? They couldn't keep those things because it was ridiculous and it should never have been there in the first place, but they made the mistake of putting it there. So where do you go from there? Well, you pretend it never existed at all. And you just hope the players forget that it ever existed at all. And they will. By the end of this expansion, players will not even think about the Azerite powers and the stuff that they used to have. I get that it is sort of immersion breaking, but Blizzard went through a phase where they didn't give a fuck about the future. They only cared about the now and what would be cool now. And did that cost Blizzard a shit ton of is it going to cause them a shit ton of headaches in the future? Yes. Did it cause a shit ton of headaches in the future? Yes. Have they learned their lessons? Maybe. Because Blizzard should have learned this lesson already in Cataclysm. When they went for the, oh my god, would it not be cool if Deathwing comes out and changes the entire world around him? Yeah, of course it would be cool, but what the fuck do we do now with Classic, TBC, and Wrath? Congratulations, you've just destroyed 3 of your previous expansions. Because now, when you start a new character, it is as if the first 3 expansions never even happened. Because they don't make sense now. You're not dealing with anything that would be necessary for these things to exist. In many cases, you're dealing with the aftermath of these things already being destroyed. So, yeah, you did something that was really cool in the moment. Really bad decision for the long-term health of the game. Blizzard made mistakes. They did. This is also coincidentally why Final Fantasy is hailed by so many players as just a brilliant storytelling expansion or storytelling game. You see, because Yoshi P and them didn't make these mistakes because they learned from World of Warcraft very early on that these would be mistakes. This is why Yoshi P and his team have designed Final Fantasy from the beginning to be a continuous story that builds in character. They don't do anything just for the coolness of now, because they know that they want to go somewhere, and the now may fuck the somewhere. Blizzard made those mistakes of not necessarily keeping that in mind, and I want to forgive them for it, because the 2 games are fundamentally different. World of Warcraft was meant to be played almost as a one-shot campaign in D&D. For those of you that don't play D&D, let me quickly explain. You have campaigns in D&D, which are usually, they can be very long. You get campaigns that last over 20 years, right? Literally one campaign that just keeps going. Every week they play the same campaign and they just level up and all that mad shit. And then you get what's called one-shots. These usually take between 3 and 4 hours. It's very nice to play, but it's quick, over and done. You usually in a one-shot, you don't start at level 1. You'll start at level 8 or 9 or whatever, because usually one-shots aren't even long enough for you to level up. They're just meant to tell a quick story. This is what World of Warcraft expansions used to be. They're just one-shots. They're supposed to be really fun in the moment, and then it goes away and you start a new fun thing later. Of course, this came with problems because players don't have memory wipes. We don't just forget. So now next expansion comes out, but you remember all of the fucking power you had just moments ago, and that feels really shitty, right? I want my power back. Where's my power? And no amount of explaining will ever convince a player that they didn't have the power and that power has now been taken away. So it was very sort of anti-RPG. The only thing we can hope now is that Blizzard learned their lesson and they're never going to do that again. Robot, how you doing, Bram? Fam? Hi, Echo. Just woke up for school. Crazy to see you streaming. Welcome, brother. Really happy to have you here. Let me throw a curveball, though. What happened to our Azerite power? It should still work since we are back on Azeroth, as after defeating N'Zoth, it was still functional lore-wise up until we lost connection to it when we went to the Shadowlands. Also, why are there no Azerite nodes on Dragon Isles? She was bleeding all over the planet. I mean, there's a couple of things that I could say, but it would all sound like me just covering Blizzard's ass. Because technically you are correct. Technically, you're not wrong. The only reason I think Blizzard did it is because they want to forget that those expansions ever even existed. I think that's why they decided not to put that shit in there. Because they don't want those expansions to exist, and it's much easier for those expansions to not exist if they just pretend they don't exist. That's the honest answer. Like, there's ways in the lore that I could probably cover it. You know, the Dragon Isles was locked in space and time. It didn't move. Nothing happened there. And so, when Azeroth played, the Dragon Isles was unaffected as a result of it. That could be one way, right? The other way could be that the Dragon Isles isn't of Azeroth, and therefore it's not really connected to Azeroth. That could be another explanation of stuff. Although that might be difficult to sell, purely due to the existence of the Primal Incarnates, right? So there's like, I think the base. I do think there is some suspension of disbelief here that has to take place. Remember by saying, we are literally the leaders of our entire class order. Do you think we could give a fair shake at Varian in a 1v1? We could probably take on all of the heroes of the Horde and the Alliance. We could probably. In a 1v1, you might struggle. But you could probably. Technically. Because remember, they are incredibly powerful. They're very good, which is why they're the leaders of the factions. Because you are the leader of your order. That doesn't necessarily mean that you are stronger than everyone else in that class. Because Varian might be one of the strongest warriors that exist, that have ever lived. But he was busy, like, being dead and shit, right? So he couldn't really run the class order hall. Anduin might be the most powerful priest that has ever existed, but he was busy ruling the Alliance, and so he was sort of like, hey, boys, I feel honored that you guys have even asked me to be the order hall, but take someone else. I'm really busy. You know, the throne isn't going to sit in itself. So, you know, it is possible that, yeah, we are the leaders of our class order hall, but that doesn't make us the strongest. It just means that we were the only ones with enough time on our hands to just take up the duties of the class order hall. No. I was just using it as examples. I think in a 1v1, Villain would probably win. Although Villain rarely, if ever, uses destructive magic or destructive light magic. So I don't really know who would win that. If I'm honest with you, I don't really know. Oh my god, we've just been moved to stage 4. What the fuck, bro? Oh, load shedding is not ending, bro. It's just getting fucking worse, man. I hate this country so fucking much. I hate my government even more. I got a quote for the actual equipment, so the inverter and yeah, well, not stage 4 lockdowns that I'm for, stage 4 load shedding. I got a quote for the inverter and the battery. It's about $2,000, so it's not like super bad. I saved up for that. But now I'm waiting for a quote on the actual installation charge. So how much will the installation cost? The guy's not getting back to me, but I know they have to send out an electrician, so I'm hoping that he's waiting for the electrician to get back to him to say when the fuck he's going to come out. Hopefully it happens within the next day or so that I can actually find out how much they're going to charge me, because this can range from about $1,000 for installation all the way up to about $3,000 for installation, depending on. Which I feel like I'm being fucked for. Like, I don't think it actually needs to cost that much money, but that is apparently the going rate. You're not going to get any better, which I feel like someone's fleecing someone here, and I don't feel too good about it. But I really hope that it's on the lower end of that, because I could probably easily afford $1,000 installation. I highly doubt that I can afford $3,000 of installation, because that puts the entire package at $5,000. That's a lot of money to fucking take out, right? And that's just so that I don't get load shedding. That's like, it's going to be very difficult to justify that expenditure. Going to stay at your current place would be a pain. Well, the place is owned, right? So I don't know. Even if I were to move, I can literally just take it with me, right? So because I am installing it in such a way that they can be easily removed if needs be. So I did think of that too, just in case, you never know. I'm still looking for a fucking picture, boys. If I wanted to discuss the power levels of the aspects, which aspect would you feel would be the coolest to have their face in the thumbnail? Which aspect right now is like the one that most people talk about? I'm not asking which one you guys think is the strongest. The answer there would almost certainly be Calico's. The access that Calicos have to the ley lines make them a force to be fucking reckoned with. In my opinion. You'd have to watch the video because I go through all of that. But Maligos was, even as a normal Protodrake, he was not weak. And then once he became the blue aspect, the power the blue dragons wield is phenomenal. The ley line magic that they have is fucking crazy. So yeah, there's discussion to be had there. The only one that I think that could face down Maligos in a 1v1 would be Sibelian or Rathian once they become the aspects of the earth, because that would make them ridiculously powerful, because the earth water was considered to be one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful aspect. Massey, not really. What we know of the ley lines is that it seems to be fundamentally intertwined with Azeroth herself, and also that they're everywhere. So the blue dragons do not just... So when a blue dragon looks at you, they see more than what we see, far more. Their eyes see the ley lines literally everywhere. Because the ley lines don't just run in the earth of Azeroth. It's not like there's a ley line here and a ley line here and it's all under the earth. They're everywhere. Like literally as they're looking, there's lines, ley lines everywhere. And what they can do is they can manipulate these ley lines. Like in real time, they can take these ley lines and connect different ones in order to create fonts of power that they can draw upon to do all manner of crap with these ley lines, because they not only do they have the ability to draw upon the ley lines, they also have the ability to manipulate the ley lines. Control with their power and weaken themselves? Still don't know which strike to use though. If it's a bad mofo, he gave me legendary daggers. Ain't no other dragon hooked me up like that. This is true. He also gave you a fucking cloak. No. Chromie isn't an aspect. Can't use Chromie. Guys, it's a conversation about which is the strongest aspect. Can't use Chromie for that. She's not an aspect. Unless, of course, you guys are suggesting that Chromie is going to become the aspect of the bronze Dragonflight, which I'm not sold on, because there's a much better chance that Nostormu's lover would become the aspect in his stead. Maybe we could use 2. Let's see if this could work. I'm not gonna say it will, but let's try this. So let's say Nosdormu, NPC, Wowhead, view in 3D. Angry face Nosdormu. Why does it look so low fucking poly though? It looks terrible. When it's taking an L. I think this is fine. We'll use this and then we'll use Alexstrasza as the other one. I really just need his face, but it's fine. And then the other one I want is Alexstrasza. Now I need angry face from her as well, or do we need sly face from her maybe? What do you guys think? Sly face or angry face? Which would be better? Come on, man. Sexy face. She always looks sexy, though. I mean, whether angry or sly wouldn't matter, right? She would always look sexy. So we go for this. That's a bit... What about that? It's decent. No? Who is Abe? No, I have not. It doesn't matter. It's fine. I'm gonna cut that out anyways. All right, off we go. Let's fucking let's start putting this shit together. Don't even have a background. Fuck my life. If you cut the cleavage, you are doing it a disservice. Bro, I'm not having the cleavage in there. I just want the faces. Like, the faces are what's important here. This picture looks weird. Like, super weird. It looks distorted, like very low poly, even coming from the source. wanted, no cleavage. What about no tits? And then no cleavage. What about that? That would probably be better. Look, I'll try my best. Let's see what I can do to get you guys some titties. But I'm not promising shit, right? Let's see if we can add an extra titty to the thumbnail. This is fine. This is fine. This can be fucked off. I don't need any of this shit. Just need this. And then we're quickly gonna go with that extras here. I don't like what they've done with the aspect eyes in this expansion. They look so weird. How? What? Dude, of all the things you can complain about, how is that something we complain about now? Like, their eyes look cool. Did I actually? That's fine. Fuck that ponytail. So good. Don't worry about the ponytail, boys. You cut it off for this picture. Oh my god, look at the fucking state of this. Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? Man, I do not enjoy making thumbnails. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I fucking hate thumbnails. It takes so much fucking effort. Jesus. And they're so important. Like, there's literally not anything more important than a thumbnail. And yet, I can't fucking stand making them. I wonder what Blizzard will do with the human-like form limit for the Drakthir. They even made a voice line mentioning that they can want somehow to choose a human-like appearance. Notice what? Would this kind of stuff be easier to make with a graphic tablet? Not entirely sure if it would be. Like, maybe. Although I think a graphic tablet could also be difficult because you have to cut out on the line. Like, you have to add it. You know what would make this easier? Like, it's not even, like, if my WoW model viewer would fucking work, that would make this shit easier. Because WoW model viewer would make this background whatever I fucking chose to make it. So if I wanted to have a green background so that it would highlight all of this, because this can automatically highlight everything as long as there's contrast between it and the background. The problem is there is no background right now between it and the background. So that's why it's sort of like unsure of what it needs to keep in. Make it just edit and use one. I could probably get one at some point, but I mean, I don't make thumbnails. I don't make good enough thumbnails to, I guess, justify it, at least in my opinion. I don't know if it's justified. And now we just have to cut out a couple of things. And then you guys want booba, right? You guys said you want some booba in the picture? Are you still convinced that booba is the best to put in the picture? Because if I'm going to cut out the booba, it's going to take even longer to cut out. Like as things stand, I'm perfectly happy to just call it here. So booba it is, okay. Just a random floating one. I don't think I can... I don't think I've mastered that level of cutting out yet, so... that'll be relatively difficult. Okay, so I need to include all of the shit so that you guys can see booba. Chat, I hope you guys appreciate the fucking lengths of difficulty I go through in order to make the content the way that you guys want it to be. Because we were done. Like, this was going to be cut out and it was going to be done, but... No. No. Now I have to... Now I have to cut out her armor as well, because her armor is part of the booba. Okay, that's in. I do not want her hand, actually. I'm gonna have to have her hand. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I really didn't want to have her hand in it, because that pisses me off. Wonder if there's a way to cut out her hand while still making it look normal. You know? You wonder if Emaru would cosplay Alexstrasza. I don't know, ask her? She would look fucking cute as Alexstrasza, no? Who is Rathian getting it from? You think Alexstrasza is fucking Rathian? Is this what we're talking about? She has the wig. It's the armor that would be hard. Not for... Does Emaru make her own cosplay, or does she pay someone to do it? Am I plussing this? Fuck, I'm plussing this. I think she's done it before, actually. Jessica Neri would be able to do it as well, yeah. Amaranth is Alex. Emerald is Sarah. Wait, so you guys actually like Amaranth? This might be terrible. This is almost definitely not gonna fucking work. Jesus. Personally, no. Why wouldn't I what? Too bored. You like Amaranth for her personality. Yeah, right, bro. Like, tell me more about this personality that you like so much. I'm not saying that she doesn't have a personality. She probably does. I'm saying that you've never fucking seen it. You think you're actually getting the real Amaranth on stream? Now we're close, bro. Now we're fucking close. You get to see the one that she needs to show you in order to get you to donate all of your fucking cash. Oh, shit. Saving 19 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Almost at the 2-year mark. Easy. Chat, I just want to be clear. This might not actually go through. We might cut out the booba in its entirety just because, yeah, this is fucking like. I think that's everything. It's just to Okay, so if we have Nosdormu, right, on this side, why the fuck is Nosdormu's picture so low poly? Are you guys seeing that? Or does it look normal for you? Real personality or a carefully calculated facade? Dude, I don't have the energy to put on a facade. No, it's not though. Like, there's definitely something wrong with this fucking render. There we go. Mother of all things that's good and fucking holy. It changed it. Are we doing Angry Boy? What do you guys think? Are we doing Angry Boy? Yeah, fine. I will. I will keep it. Doing what shit, Avalon? What the fuck are you talking about? They're both looking smug. Not all of them have the ability to look smug, though. But we can try. Emote. What does his kiss look like? See, he closes his fucking eyes. Yeah, smugness is not... He's not doing smugness stuff. This is not smug, bro. I can't reverse. Where his mouth is shut. There, effectively. Is that the one that you wanted to see? Slightly duck face. Man, you are fucking full of shit. But fine. Okay, this is the one we're using then. I still have another WoW theory that I want to share with you before my power goes out, you fucking assholes. And now we're busy making a thumbnail. Yeah, fuck off, low poly piece of shit. There we go. What the fuck? Mole man. Dude, why are you linking this to me? Woozay, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? That is the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life. I like it. Well, we know the underground shit is coming, right? I mean, no one should be surprised by this. It was in the game files. The game files show us that there's an underground realm coming. Rune Rooney, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that, man. I can only apologize to everyone on stream for this, but blame the rest of the fucking stream because they weren't happy with my choice of picture, and so now we're doing this all again. Just chat's full of shit. No, that's a bit fucking much. I'm gonna have to redo that. Fuck me in the ass. Not what I wanted to do, but fuck it. Should be easy enough to fix. Temple 1 reveal. We find out that Requiem is an elemental. He has betrayed the other primalists, and the big bag of the expansion shifts to elemental lords. I don't... no, I don't think that's gonna be the case. I don't agree with the theory that Ericron isn't a primalist, because he's far cooler as a fucking primalist. Elemental lords are boring. We've had them. They've always been there. The primal incarnates are new. They're exciting. They're fun. The sword, the six-pack? What sword? What are you even talking about, bro? There should have been something that happened to the sword a long time ago. This expansion is too late. And also, if they deal with it this expansion, I'm going to be really pissed. Like, not going to lie. I am going to be pissed. Not because they dealt with it this expansion. Just don't finish it this expansion. It's fine if you want to, like, seriously... Like, it's fine if you want to start it this expansion, but don't finish it this expansion. You know? I want to see if this is possible. I don't know if it is. The thing is, they can still deal with it, but I'm sick and tired of Blizzard dealing with things that should potentially happen over the course of many, many months or years, dealing with it in a single expansion. And this is what I fear whenever we talk about the sword in Silithus. There's no way that you remove that sword within a week or a month or even 3 months. That's a very large sword that will have to be removed somehow, but it's gonna take time. The thing that I'm scared of is that we get an expansion where we go there, we do a 3 or 4 or 5 week campaign, and then at the end of the campaign, the sword is gone. That scares me. Because you could have turned that into a 3, even a 4-year process where every patch we get a couple of new quest lines around the sword where we're trying all manner of different experiments to try and see if we can shrink the sword or push the sword out or do whatever the fuck we can. And then eventually we find a way to deal with the sword and it makes sense. The problem so often in World of Warcraft is that things happen that doesn't make sense. There was another one that I wanted to do, but I don't know. What was it? There's a way to... There's a way to almost make them seem like they're focusing on something else. But what was that called? Optics. I think it was under optics. Yes? Yeah, that would be him looking kind of to the other side, whereas this is him kind of looking to that side, no? Let's see if that works. I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna be as good as I want it to be. Okay, now where does Extraza go in this entire fuck up? Does she go behind him or in front of him? What do you guys think? You think behind is better? See, the problem with behind is then the boobs are gone. Whereas in front, the boobs are still present. But then he looks like he's gone. I wonder if we do a bit of a spin to her. Like, put her... Those fucking horns, man. Those horns are a serious fucking problem. Not gonna lie. The horns is a bitch. If you put her over here, so like that, could you put him on the other side, like, say, here? Like that. All right. Now, let's quickly do a bit of a tint job here. Give me max brightness, contrast, vibrance. Not that much saturation, but some. And then make 2 up above, filter, other filter, high pass. Vivid light. No, fuck. Oh, for the love of fucking all things that's good and holy. Start again. What are you talking about? Ah, that's annoying, but never mind. Should be fine. I think we can... Let's rasterize this shit. No need to rasterize the layers yet. Okay, let's turn all this off, and then we move on to her. Our queen. Give her nice brightness. A little bit of contrast. Slight bit of vibrance, and make her nice and golden looking. Like that. She really pops now. Stop fucking doing that. Oh my god. Photoshop, shut the fuck up, bro. All right, so these are the two. Now we just need a nice background for these. Girl Toasty, so the editor that My Noir, who's the new editor, he works on the Clips channel, not on the main channel. This is for the main channel. So, yeah. He wouldn't make thumbnails for this channel. We cut out the boobs because the boobs were in the fucking way. You guys are gonna make me put the boobs back, aren't you? It's gonna be very difficult to put the boobs back. Like, there you go. That's the fucking best I can do. That's the best I can do. Anything more than this, and we've got ourselves a nice little problem on our hands. Okay, now we need a picture to show off. Tier hold might actually make a very good picture. But which one? This one? Or this one? Shows you overestimating his Photoshop capabilities. Trick is to show enough booba so they will click it. I don't know if booba will make people fucking click it. And yes, my Photoshop abilities are not good. Everything I know, I've taught myself. And I've not taught myself much. Now let's make some adjustments here. I'm gonna darken the fuck out of this place. Just have a little bit of light there. And then blur crap out of it as well. There we go. That makes it really pop, no? Give him a drop shadow, nice little inner glow. Fine, and then do the same for her. Drop shadow, inner glow. There we go. You unintentionally followed the color wheel. Orange and blue are exact opposites. Oh shit, I did not know that. But the contrast, Tad. What contrast? You mean the contrast on the models or the contrast on the background? Because I didn't do any real contrast on the background. I mean, on the background, I only did curve. So what? You want the background a little lighter? Like that almost. The only thing I'm afraid of here is that Nosdormu and Ysera sort of... like, they kind of blend in very heavily. They seem almost like one character. Although I'm hoping that that's not the case. Let's rasterize those two. Okay, now for the text. So what shall the text say? Massey, I can definitely not do that in Photoshop. This is about the power level of the dragons. Big Mom energy. Yeah, but it's not really about Electroza. It's about all of the aspects and their power level. Big Mom energy will probably not work. Need your chair to glow? Oh shit, is that video public? I don't know that that video was already made public. Nice. Living life, how you doing, fam? Meth Hammer, do what? Add Vegeta, breaking this... I don't know what the hell you just said there. I don't even know how to do what you just said I have to do. Giga Chad. We could probably do... Giga Chad won't work because while we as a Twitch audience use it often, what I have found is that I actually like Power of the Aspects. That's not bad. You see, jokes that work on Twitch almost always fail on YouTube. The hell is this?
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level?
It's 1006.
What, really?
Yeah, kick his ass, Nappa.
Yay!
I don't know what the fuck I'm watching, but okay. This is Dragon Ball Z. Yeah? Yeah, I've never watched this. Couldn't give two fucks about this shit. Not watching Dragon Ball again? The aspects ranked would work as people are in love with ranking videos? What if we did this? So since you guys have said that, let's do... If we did... that. Power levels ranked. Although it's not really a ranking video, it's a discussion video about their power. So this might, like, confuse some people, but fine. I might have to make power bigger, actually. Get those. All right. Tier list. It's not a tier list, but you are essentially ranking them. No. Yeah, I am essentially talking about who's the most powerful. Okay, so basically what you guys are saying is we should do this instead. Aspect. Tier list. I hate you because look at how short these fucking words are and look at how long this one is. Let's see if I can blow it up a bit. just to make it a little bit more palatable, because fuck me. Might have to make aspect slightly smaller so that it actually fits in. The greens are the weakest though. I wouldn't call it a tier list without an actual tier list. But it is an actual tier list. Just put them on a tier list type rating for their power levels. Aspect power ranked. Kind of goes A tier. You can add the red arrows pointing upwards. Oh my god, more arrows. Fuck. Oh my god. More arrows, boys. Jesus. Yeah, soon we're not going to have a single thumbnail on the channel that doesn't have an arrow in it. You wanted me to do raid. I don't know if raid is going to work, actually. So let me do yellow first, and then you can tell me if you think, like, what do you think of the yellow? Right, so that would be the yellow one, right? Aspect tier list. If we do raid, I'm not sure raid's going to work. Raid will almost definitely disappear. So that's the raid one. I feel like raid blends in to most things. What if you did... Like, at the risk of making it look too... no. I like... So if we're gonna go orange, what you basically want is to remove the inner glow, right? Because that would be like a dark orange sort of effect there. So effectively, this is what we're going for then. Does it look good? I hope so. Make it slightly bigger. Just rasterize it quickly, because now we have to do perspective. Make it go. Dude, this does not work. It's completely disappearing. Like, this does not stand out at all. Implies using this kind of graph. Yeah. This is not... Yeah, this will not work. Whatever the fuck we're doing here, this isn't working. But there might be a way to solve the issue of it not working. Hold up. Let's see if this works. I'm not gonna say it will work, but it might. So if we do this, right? If we do the black there and we take it a slight bit down, just to sort of blacken the one side, that doesn't seem too bad. Because now you also have the contrast of, like, the two sides, sort of this, they stand a bit more out. They pop a little bit more. The only question now is, do we increase the size of the text or do you keep it exactly like this? Because too big a text might actually make it sort of disappear. Are you guys happy with this? All right, let's fucking clip it and ship it, shall we? Here, the God of War. Wow. You guys are just desperate to make me change it every single time. I don't want to change it anymore. I'm happy with it this way. Let's just stick with it. Let's just stick with this. This looks just fine, no? Aspect tier list. It looks just fine. There's going to be people very, very upset that this is a conversation and not an actual tier list. Like, almost guaranteed there's going to be people pissed by that. But, you know. Clickbait. Easy. Tiger Shark. Well, you know. You clickbait. You clickbait. That's just how it works. I have to say, this thumbnail that you guys made me or helped me make the other day, this Fate's Purpose one, it's doing pretty well. We did this, what, 2 days ago? It's doing pretty well. It's 9,000 views. That's not bad. I love you guys for that one. Yeah, but it's easy as I've already made the video. Like, this doesn't help because the video's already been made. Groll Toasty, the thumbnail is everything. So when you're making YouTube videos, right? There's a few, like, pieces of, I guess, there's a few things that's very important when it comes to making videos. The first of which is this, your actual click-through rate. Right. Without click-through, you're fucked. So you need click-through. The other one that is very important is this. Average view duration. So how long are people actually watching your videos for? Very important. So click-through rate is almost directly connected to your thumbnail. Because whenever someone... So click-through is literally this. So we're seeing a bunch of videos here, right? We're seeing Lewis Rossman fought for this. We're seeing we played the Ultimate Speed Comp and Hecarim Goes. AMD Ryzen. So we're seeing all of these videos. Okay, now, if I go like this, so I'm just scrolling through the videos, I'm not sure what the fuck I want to watch, and I decide, nah, none of this seems good to me. Let me just do this. Yeah, so now I've refreshed. All of those videos on that page just lost me as a click. The YouTube algorithm takes note of that, and it says, okay, I served this person this video. They did not click on it, which means that they might not be interested in it, which is not good, right? Because effectively, out of 100,000 people, that's what click-through stands for. So the click-through rate is determined based on 100... I think it's 100,000 views, right? Or 100,000 impressions. Or is it 1,000 impressions? It's one of those, right? But it's based on a percentage of, or a number of views or impressions, and how many people clicked on it based on those impressions that's been served. But there is a calculation that they do for that. So every X amount of viewers. And then the next one that is super important is average view duration. Your average view duration is how do we explain this? It's I would say it's probably the second most important thing, because after they've clicked on the video, the algorithm now starts to ask itself, okay, do these people enjoy the video that they've clicked on? So the longer they watch, the better it gets, right? Because obviously YouTube algorithm just wants to provide people with more things to watch for longer. So you have to make a good video so that people will actually click on it and then keep watching. It is not good when people click on your video and immediately click off of it. The algorithm then goes, whoa, shit, this is a bad video. We should really not fucking show them this. This could be really bad. We could lose a lot of viewers as a result of this. So you definitely don't want a video where people just immediately click off of it. View model animations. Don't ask me about thumbnails, bro. I suck at making thumbnails to begin with, so I wouldn't trust me to tell you that. And then, of course, the other one that is... there's another one that's important, but I'm not sure if that's going to be video by video basis. I'm probably going to have to look at a specific video and see... Because I don't know if they show that as a channel thing. They might not, actually. I think it's under audience. Yeah, so it's still calculating this. It's going to need 3 days to calculate it, but it's called returning viewers, which is the weirdest, bonkers fucking sounding thing ever. But effectively, because they changed the name from, like, I can't remember what it was before, but it was even worse before. But effectively, what returning views mean is when people watch your video to the end, okay, then they click on another one of your videos, so they watch that one as well. That is actually, at least according to some people, the most important thing on YouTube. Because the algorithm will just keep pushing your channel, because it means that everyone that watches your videos watches more fucking videos, and that's the thing that's important to them. 3% of your viewers are female. Yeah, I think 3% of our overall viewers, or 6%, 7% of the overall viewers of the channel is women. So I make exclusive content for my main, which makes sense. We're degenerate as fuck. Girls don't want to hang out with us. All the single people come here. Sad, but true. No returning visitors. Any visitor who viewed a vid, then at some point in time viewed another vid. Same with website ready. New returning visitors. I know one of these. This is why I said I'm not sure if it's this one, because they did change the name. But the concept I described is in the analytics. I'm just not sure where in the analytics it is, because I don't pay attention to shit like that. I just try to make every video better than the last one. That's effectively all I do. But there is that is another metric that is incredibly important to YouTube. I don't focus on what's important to YouTube. I literally just try to make good shit. I try to make videos that people enjoy. I try to entertain. And if they happen to get views, that's great. If they don't, what the fuck are you gonna do, right? Just try harder next time. Because I feel like, yes, you can chase algorithms. You can try to make content purely for the analytics of YouTube. The problem with that is I feel like a lot of your content loses a lot of sort of personality. Because if I were to purely focus on analytics, so I don't make content for me and the stuff that I care about and the stuff that I want to talk about, there's videos that I will never make. So, for example, this Fate's Purpose. It happens to work because the thumbnail is, in my opinion, quite fucking good. And Fate is something, or forces or stuff that people care about. But I probably never would have made this video if I only cared about analytics. The other one would be any video that relates directly to Azeroth. Any video that speaks about what Azeroth is would never get made. Because Azeroth is a concept that most WoW players do not care about. Sounds strange, but any video I make about Azeroth just doesn't do well. Doesn't go anywhere. Because for most players, Azeroth is simply a planet. The majority of players couldn't give two fucks whether or not Azeroth is, a Titan or not a Titan. Use this tool to measure the emotional marketing value of your titles. But how would it know? Submit for analysis. Oh, shit. Dude, it's so fucking... How's it that bad? How's it neutral? What am I supposed to fucking say about this? I don't know if it's gonna work, though. If it compares it to articles, how's that gonna work? Yeah, foul smoke. I'm aware. Sucks. So then what the fuck would you title it? Because the title... I don't know how else I can make it. Which dragon aspect is the strongest? Okay. Let's try Theseus here. Okay, we're gonna judge everyone here, right? How powerful are the dragon aspects? Oh shit. It's already 16%. Huh. Okay. Who else wants to give it a try? Metal fan from Hal. He has one for us. Ooh, you're like me, bro. That's a 0 for you. Go sit in the corner. Feel bad about yourself. How dare you, fam? Wait, well, that's horrible, bro. I need to bookmark this page. This is a really cool page. Oh my god. Wait. I have never bookmarked a page on this browser. Where the fuck is it? It's options. That's downloads. What? Easy setup. Where the fuck is the options? How do you bookmark a page in Opera GX? Is it the heart? Wait, oh my fuck. Why would you have... Oh, never mind. I guess that's fine. No. What the hell? Okay. Dummy mummy, dragon powers? No, I don't use Chrome. Like, Chrome, I don't trust Chrome. Although, I don't think you should trust Opera GX either, because it is a Chrome-based browser. So, who knows? Enric, how you doing, bro? Open a chat with title you should use and say it should use based marketing and SEI techniques available. Huh. Wait. Open AI chat. Isn't that gonna... That's immediately gonna throw up bad fucking titles, no? Someone pump out viral post after viral post, or why some brands have products that fly... Fuck off. that fly off the shelves while their competition falls flat, or why you couldn't resist clicking on a link you knew was a sleazy sales page? The answer is simple. These brands have smart marketers who use power words. These power words trigger an emotional response and pack some serious punch, getting us to click on ads, share blog posts, and buy from sales pages. But how do these power words work? Watch the video below, then read on to see our full list of power words. Where do power words amp up your marketing? 14 cringeworthy notes. Okay, of course. The massive 401 list of power words. Happiness, heartwarming, inspiring, profound, zen, alive, light, healthy. Indulgence, guilt, guilt-free, indulgent, obsessed, ravenous, lazy. Prestige, expensive, glamorous, luxurious. Humor, funniest, hilarious. Laugh, ridiculous. Gravity, gargantuan, gigantic, huge, intense, massive, gripping, goddamn seriously. Memorability? Captivate, genius, memorable, undeniable, unforgettable, unpopular, impressive, embarrassing. Challenge, discover, extraordinary, hack, latest, life-changing, magic, miracle, new, remarkable, revolutionary, sensational, shocking, spoiler, starting, suddenly, surprising, unexpected, strange, weird, odd, unusual. Fuck. Okay, there's a lot of shit here. Word versus emotion it evokes? Yeah. I gathered that. Fuzzy Monkey, we tried that. That doesn't do much. But what if you did... Let's just see. Wait. So if we were to go... Poison, rowdy, sabotaging, savage. Tense, vicious, violent, weak, wild, dying, horrifying, attack, traumatized, insult, horribly, hell. Absolute, all-inclusive, authentic, authoritative, authority, backed. Bona fide, complete, comprehensive, conclusive, definitive. Document, expert, final, formula, genuine, guaranteed, honest. Ironclad, legitimate, literally... official, powerful, proven, psychological, reliable, report, research, results, solution, strategy, studies, surefire, validate, masterclass. Admit, breaking, confess, confession, divulge, elite, emerging, first, hidden, insider, little known, new, popular, priceless, rare, release, reveal, secret, sly, sneak peek, sneaky, special, stealthy, trained, truth, unadulterated, unconventional, uncovered, undercover, underused, unique, unseen, untapped, worst, waste, useless, unknowing, triggers, threatened, success, stupid, silly, shameless, senseless. Fuck, I'm just looking for one more word because I have an idea for one. But I'm looking for one more word that I could probably put in there. I'm assuming the more of these words you put in there, the better they do, or do you just need one of these words? J Raven, I'll check it out. Wait, let's see this. Mythhammer, how exactly do you fucking know all of this? Let's see how this goes. 28%. It's not 100% though, bro. Like, can you get to 100%? Indicates that your headline has a total of 28.57% emotional marketing value. To put that into perspective, the English language contains approximately 20% EMV words. For comparison, most professional copywriters' headlines will typically have 30 to 40% EMV words in their headlines, while the overall EMV score for your headline is 28.57. Your headline also has a predominant emotion classification. I work in marketing for a NASDAQ trader company. Let's leave it like that. Row! Nice! I don't mind the fact that you work for a fucking large company, bro. I think that's cool. Plus, as long as you make your money and you're happy with that, who the fuck gives a shit? I'm gonna have to get this one as well. Let's bookmark this one. What the fuck am I listening to? Jesus. Whatever the hell that was pissed me off a little. Let's do that on the VLD trust as well. Okay, so what was the headline? How absurdly powerful are the dragon aspects? I didn't hear it at first. And then suddenly I fucking realized, wait a second, what the cunt is this? I don't like what I'm listening to. This is annoying. You could go super fucked, right? And do something like painfully honest at the start. Like just painfully honest, exclamation point, and then how absurdly powerful are the dragons? Or the dragon aspects. Right? Because that would make this, I think, pop the fuck off. Like this would take it into... So if we were to go... painfully honest. Some word for analysis. 44% right there. That is like... I'm assuming that is like the main one, right? Does this thing take into account if you use, for example, all caps? Or does it not care about caps and stuff like that? See, but now we're getting into... Not gonna lie, we are getting into super clickbait here, I think. You could go with truly astounding rather than painfully honest. Still seems hyperbolic. Yeah, but... Okay, so painfully honest, both of those words are power words. Which is why I went for them, right? Because it basically means that this entire sentence has 3 power words in it. It's like max power words. The only thing that could beat this if I put out a title that only contain power words. Just 100% power words front to back. I don't know if truly astounding would be... Are they power words? Truly and astounding? I don't know. I don't know where they would fit. Clickbait is marketing 101. It increases CTR massively. You just need to have good content backing up the clickbait itself. Yeah, I don't think my clickbait is horrible, so... I don't think my content's bad, so fuck it. Let's see if this works. Shall we, chat? Now pray for me. Keep me in your prayers, because by tomorrow, I might have an entire comment section absolutely filled with people complaining. But now I'm starting to think of something else here. Wouldn't it be better to put painfully honest in the thumbnail? Instead of putting it in the title, you put it in the thumbnail. No. We're not talking about the second theory yet. We will soon. I'm still figuring out how much I want to clickbait you guys. The really at the end metal fan, I've heard from people saying that it's not, like, the really doesn't really work, mainly because it's unnecessary to the overall structure. Wait, how does it make it 50% though? I don't understand how it would make it 50%. Is really a power word as well? It does actually make it 50%. But there is such a thing as too much, right? No, I'm not talking about the thumbnail. This will not go into the thumbnail. This would have gone into the title, but I'm already starting to think, do this with the title. How absurdly powerful are the dragon aspects? But then for this, right? So for the thumbnail, we do something like painfully honest ranking. Right? Or you could probably even go through this list, because for thumbnails, it's actually a hell of a lot easier. For thumbnails, you don't even need to stick with painfully honest, because thumbnails don't have to make a whole lot of sense. The words just need to grip people. That's basically the one thing. I don't know if the tier list thing works if you really start to think. You want words that will grip people, right? They have to feel like, I need to see this. I need to know what this is. Is power... Would power be a power word? I'm assuming, right? Yeah, it's in the name, but what if the word in the... What if the name isn't a power word? That would be some, like, weird... bait and switch. Because you could go definitive power ranking or complete power ranking, for example. Or complete power ranked. And Mosier, I hate you. I wish it was raining here. That would be fucking amazing. Yeah, powerful is in here. Dominate. What can we do with dominate? I kind of like dominate. Don't use them for the sake of using them. I'm doing an experiment now, so I want to use them for the sake of using them. Usually I wouldn't do this, but SEO 101 sounds like a useful course. So what? Basically, just type that. Let's just put that in the thumbnail. SEO 101. And let every WoW player go, what the fuck? What is this? No, I know exactly what I want. I'm looking for a word for it. Basically, I want to stick with the power ranked or power ranking. I want power and ranking in it. I just want a word before that. So it turns it into 3 words, and the first word is a power word. So that's what I'm looking at here. That's what I'm boring you guys with right now. Is I'm looking for incredible. Yeah, I don't know if incredible power ranked would work. Explosive power ranked. It could work, no? Explosive power ranked. Might be a bit large though. I'm trying to think. It's only one concept. Come on, you have rules of thirds and design, color wheel, which we mentioned, then SEO and description of video based on keyword research. You know, with basic marketing knowledge. Yeah, I need to sort of learn basic marketing, I think. Like, I've been sort of wondering if I shouldn't sign up for a degree in marketing. Because we have a, like, in South Africa, I don't know, I guess the US has this too. But we have an online university where you can actually get your degree from them, right? So I could actually sign up for a marketing degree and start that shit. I'm just not sure if I need a marketing fucking degree in order to... I have it. I have it, bastards. Bastards, I have it. Savage power ranking. Of course, I'm gonna fuck around with the wording a little just to make it not look weird. the spacing as well. But savage is a power word. And power is kind of a power word because it is a name. And it, well, seems like a cool word. Or at least a cool collection of words. I still don't... Do you guys really like the orange? Would you say the orange is better than yellow? A powerful with an arrow pointing to the both? How powerful? I could do that, but then I'm gonna have to change something. So if we did how powerful, right? We would have to do how? That's gonna be a fuck up. But okay. That's definitely not what I wanted to do. How powerful? See, now powerful becomes a really problematic fucking word to work with, because it almost only works at the bottom because of the fact that it's 2 words. And it's only these 2 words, which means this is really the only place they work. I don't know if they work anywhere else. Now, if we could get a red arrow to complement this. But one with a curve. Specifically one with a curve, because I have an idea. Like this one would probably work really well. Let's see. Jathmune thinks clickbaiting you guys. I know that sounds strange, but that's literally what this is about. Like, literally trying to clickbait the fuck out of you guys. So you could do that, right? Yeah, but if I add a fucking question mark, it's gonna be even... like that. See, but now... this again disappears, kind of. You guys don't like the arrow? Are you sure you don't like the arrow? Yeah, still YouTube maintenance. We've already done other things as well, Sloan, but... arrow should be better designed. So which fucking arrow then do you guys think? This one? We could probably go for this arrow. Might be a little less on the nose, right? If you made it smaller, and you just did that, what about that? No, I don't want to put any more text on it. I feel like this is enough text as is. Definitely don't want to do more text. Unlike the first time I mod, the text is triggering me in this one. Why? What about the text triggers you? I mean, this is just normal text, bro. Yeah, the fact that it triggers you means that you'll most likely click, right? Just like that. That's what it's gonna look like on YouTube. I still am not certain about the color of the fucking text. I don't have many fonts to choose from, if I'm honest. The only fonts that I really have would be XO2. These, what else do you need? It's about what it looks like. Let's see. I don't know if I have Roboto installed on this. No. Like, wouldn't XO2 look cool? I think XO2 looks fine here. So if we went for XO2 instead of going for Berlin, that. It looks clean. It doesn't look too businesslike. No, it's about the it's about all of the dragon aspects. We're not asking any like specific question about, like, it's about which one of the dragons is the most powerful. That's effectively what this is about. I'll download Roboto Mythhammer. And we'll see. But okay, we're done. We are, well, we should be done. I don't know how this is going to perform, though. I mean, it is super clickbait. Definitely super clickbait. But it should be fine. What are your thoughts on what Raz said? That the Titans are destroying Azeroth? A part of me thinks she is telling the truth. The Titans aren't the good guys. Oh, I mean, I've said this before. I don't trust the Titans one fucking bit. Not one bit. There's not a single part of me that trusts the Titans. Clickbait in the previous thumbnail? I'll click on it to give it a start in a good way. Yeah, that is true. Because it wasn't actually... This is actually... What's funny here is we've worked really hard to increase the clickability of the title and the thumbnail, right? Like, we've just spent the last half an hour basically increasing the clickability of both the thumbnail and the title. And in doing so, we've made it less clickbait than what it was before. Because previously, it basically sounded like this was a tier list. And that you were going to watch a tier list of the different dragons being ranked. Which it isn't. It's a discussion about the different dragon powers and how they would scale up against one another. And there's a lot of lore and discussion about the different types of dragons. This one makes it so how powerful? That is the question that we ask. How absurdly powerful are the dragon aspects? Which I think is just fine. Okay. Fuck it. I'm done. By the way, it teaches the people, among other ACO and SEA shit, to people who pay 1,500 euros for a 6-month course. Bro, I appreciate the free lesson. I don't have 1,500 euros just lying around to pay you, so I appreciate the free lesson, man. The wisdom you've ever heard, Akko? The best words of wisdom. I don't know. I can tell you how I live my life, but I don't know if anyone ever told me this and I took it to heart. It's just sort of something that I do myself. I don't regret anything. Even like some of the worst mistakes I've made in my life. I don't regret any of it. It's just part of life, right? It's what made me who I am. And so I can't regret it because I kind of like who I am. And therefore, if I didn't go through any of this, if I didn't make the mistakes that I make, would I still be the person that I am now? No, probably not. Because those mistakes led to challenges that had to be overcome. Those challenges led to me growing and led to me becoming who I am now. So, yeah. But if we're talking about words of wisdom, it'd probably be from my mum. When I was really little, she told me, never trust anyone else. Only trust the goodness in people. Now, it was in Afrikaans, so I'm sort of doing a very rough, direct translation to it. But only trust the goodness in other people. Which effectively meant that almost every person has goodness in them, but there's always going to be a limit to that goodness. Which effectively ends as soon as whatever is happening affects them. That goodness will usually end. Because goodness is not just about your goodness towards other people, it's also about yourself, right? You are not a good person if the things that you do hurt you. Or the things that you allow to happen hurt you. So, yeah, that would be probably the biggest words of wisdom. Although, like I said, I don't really remember when people say profound shit to me. I usually forget profound words of wisdom. You can become anything you'd want to be with a simple Google search, knowledge, and knowing how to ask the right questions. Also, most people are assholes and are looking to use you in some shape or form. I like the second one there, Mythhammer. I would actually take it a step further. Not that most people are assholes. All people are assholes and will only use you insofar as you can provide them with something. And I do mean all people. I don't believe in the concept of what's the English word for it? When you're doing something for other people without expecting anything in return. There's a fucking beautiful English word for that. Altruism. Yes, I do not believe in the concept of altruism. Because I don't believe that anyone can ever truly be altruistic. Everything that everyone does is always for selfish reasons, even if they lie to themselves about their perceived altruism. Take someone that say for example, you have this person that they volunteer down at the shelter, right? Every single Saturday. They're doing that because they want to feel better about themselves. They feel good when they're volunteering. That right there removes the altruistic portion of it. You felt good. It made you feel good. You're no longer altruistic. Sure, you're helping people. Of course you are. And that's great. But you're not doing it for no gain. Because the whole point of altruism is that you are doing something for zero gain. Which, in this essence, you are gaining something. You are feeling better about it. Right? Which kind of makes altruism baseline impossible. The 7+ people on this world, you benefit me with entertainment. That's it. Including you. Sinful. Yeah, that's no one ever though. Exactly. The idea of true altruism, it's not to say that people can't do things for other people. It's simply to say that everyone does everything for themselves as well. And that's fine. That's how it should be. We should want to do things for other people that is good for them because it makes us feel good. Because the net result is still that you're doing something for someone, right? What's the difference between you helping out at the shelter, giving people food and taking care of people's emotional state, whether you're doing it because you want to feel good and that's why you're doing it, or because you're doing it because, you don't feel shit, but you are doing it for them. The difference is zero. There's a null difference in that. At the end of the day, the people at the shelter are getting food and getting emotional support. So it doesn't matter why you're doing it, just that you're doing it. That's what makes you a saint. Because most of us would try to find feeling good from a lot more selfish endeavors, right? Because there are levels of selfishness, yeah? Where I want to feel good, so I watch some porn and I wank. That's a very selfish thing that I'm doing, right? Yes, I'm going to feel better. I'm going to feel good about myself, but I didn't help anyone else in that. Or I wake up on a Saturday and I go help my old neighbor that can barely walk mow his lawn. I still feel good, so it wasn't altruistic, but through my own selfishness, I have helped another human being that would otherwise not have had the help in the first place. So the idea is just that people should not, like, there's no such thing as true altruism. Everyone does everything for selfishness, and that's a good thing because you can utilize that selfishness in order to get people to do good things for other people, knowing full well that it is incredibly selfish what they're doing. And I think if the world started embracing that, more people would actually do things for other people, knowing full well that it is selfish and being fine with that. Actually, of course I feel good when I watch porn. Like, what kind of porn are you watching that doesn't make you feel good? Like, bro, you should watch the porn with the fucking cute chicks in it. Hey, no one told you to watch, like, ugly dudes fucking, right? If you're feeling grossed out after sex, you're just watching the wrong porn, man. What about when people do what is right, even though they do not want to? Well, are you feeling good after you've done it? Or me? Because I would expect you're probably feeling good after you've done it. But it was the right thing to do. Let's use an example of this, right? So you cheated on your girlfriend. Right, let's imagine for a second. If your girlfriend is sitting right next to you, just explain to her that I'm not actually saying that you did cheat on her. She doesn't need to get angry. I'm just saying hypothetically you cheated on your girlfriend, right? Now, you go to her and you tell her, like, hey, I cheated on you, right? That was the right thing to do. Was it? Right? It was, right? We can all agree that was the right thing to do. She had a right to know that you had cheated on her. However, the only reason you told her that is because you wanted to feel better about yourself. You were feeling guilty, and as a result of the guilt, you decided to come clean about it. Otherwise, she would never have found out. You wouldn't have broken her heart. You wouldn't have hurt her in any way, shape, or form. She would have lived her life as if nothing had ever happened before. But because you couldn't deal with the guilt, you apologized. It was the right thing to do. Now, I don't know of a situation where you would be doing the right thing if it wasn't fueled in some way by guilt. If you could give me an example of that, that would be great. But almost every scenario that I think of where you would be doing the right thing, even if you don't necessarily want to do the right thing, it is almost always going to be fueled by some desire to escape guilt or to escape punishment, or like something is going to drive that. No? Like, what example could you think of where you would do the right thing even though you don't want to do the right thing, but it would be like not fueled by anything other than the fact that, oh my god, this is the right thing to do, let me do the right thing instead? Would you forgive someone if they told you? Probably not. No. I view... So, there's two things in my life that I don't tolerate. It's lying and cheating. I don't tolerate lies. And I don't tolerate them for the exact same reason. If you do that, you're effectively telling me that you believe that I am not intelligent, which is actually... You could insult me in literally every single way possible. The one place where I will not suffer insults is on my intelligence. Do not underestimate it and do not disrespect it, right? And by lying or cheating, you are effectively doing both of those things, which I find just unforgivable. So lies and cheats, I don't really suffer them. Not easy. I'll respect the fact that you came clean, right? Because it does take a lot of balls, even though it is incredibly selfish. I will respect it, but there's not going to be a relationship after that. The relationship's over. Like, the second you slept with someone else, that relationship was fucking dead. But I will have more respect for you if you came to tell me than I would if you kept quiet and I found out some other way. Honor in what sense, Theseus? Like, what kind of honor are you talking about here? just being honorable? Or like, I don't know if it's possible for human beings to not be selfish. I don't think there's a single thing that you can think of that a human being can do or will do that will not ultimately just stem from a uncontrollable desire of selfishness. You have a sibling that you absolutely despise, something bad happens in their life, you reach out, even though it is not a door you want to open. It definitely does not make you feel better, but it was the right thing to do. Yeah, but what would make you reach out to them? Like, what would make you feel like you have to reach out to them? It wouldn't just be because it's the right thing to do. No such thing as empathy. Doesn't exist. It's a beautiful term. It makes people feel like they're really superior, but there's no such thing. As a human being, the best you can fucking muster is a vague idea of selfish sympathy. Empathy is what we use because we don't want to feel like we're dicks, but I don't believe that there is such a thing as empathy. I believe it's guilt. You find out that your sibling is in dire need and really fucked. Your first thought is you don't want to call them, right? Because fuck them, who gives a shit? And then it eats at you. Now you're sitting there going, okay, I don't want to call them, fuck it. I'm just going to move on. Let me just work. But you can't stop thinking about it. It keeps bothering you. Fuck. And then finally go, fuck it. All right, cool. I'll just fucking phone him because I want to get it out of my system. I don't want to deal with this anymore. And then you phone them. That was guilt. That was completely driven by guilt. I don't know. There might be people that's empathetic, right? There might be empathy in the world, and maybe there are some people that possess it. But I think that is a very small minority of people that actually have empathy. The majority of people are just driven by selfishness, and then they rationalize it and turn it into empathy, even though it really isn't empathy. It's just selfish need to feel valued, to feel like you matter, or to feel like you matter to someone else. I don't know if empathy is as widespread as people like to claim. I know for a fucking fact that there is no such thing as an empath. This I know for a fact. Empaths do not exist. No one can claim to be an empath. That's just bullshit. Which 40k is this? Pariah? Why does that sound so familiar? Is it based on this book? Is it based on the Pariah book that I have over here? Because I have a book called Pariah.
Holy Emperor, Lord of Humanity, forgive me.
Oh, wait, you guys can't see shit. Sorry about that, chat. Fuck. I just realized that. Why did no one in chat say anything? Like, not a single one of you go, bro, we can't see shit. What are you doing? Sorry about that, chat. All right. Yeah, I just cocked you guys. I'm going to watch it on my phone quickly with my headset on. And then you guys can just see how much I enjoy it. But you won't be able to see it. I'm all tapped, playing WoW, just listening.
Holy Emperor, Lord of Humanity, forgive my weakness and grant me your mercy.
What the hell is that?
For we have let our world die.
Awaken primary functions from base protocols.
Obeisance Illuminaceras.
Engage the survivors. Rectify the anomaly of their continued existence.
Look around, sister. Where has your faith led you?
It is better to die for the Emperor
Than live for yourself.
Whatever that thing is.
Did I just detect a little bit of heresy there? I'm pretty sure that was a slight bit of heresy there. Where has your faith led you? Inquisitor, this one right here. Fucking take this bitch. She's saying match it. Right? She finishes the sentence. Yeah, still saying match it. Where have your faith led you? How dare you even ask that question, bro?
We can take it.
All across the Imperium, tens of millions of lives are lost every second.
It matters.
Life matters, sister. The Emperor's angels won't save this world now.
Be quiet! There's something out there.
She's a heretic. She's a fucking heretic, bro. I didn't say she was a heretic. She was an Inquisitor. I said the Sister of Battle should have called the Inquisitor. Because that bitch was fucking completely heretic there. I want to see this again. This seems really... I want to watch this. When is it launching?
Holy Emperor, Lord of humanity, forgive my weakness and grant me your mercy.
Oh, that's gonna be so cool, bro.
For we have let our world die.
Awaken primary functions from base protocols.
Obeisance, Illuminaceras.
Engage the survivors. Rectify the anomaly of their continued existence.
Look around, sister. Where has your faith led you?
It is better to die for the Emperor
Than live for yourself.
Whatever that thing is, we can take it.
All across the Imperium, tens of millions.
This show is based on something. Oh my god, what the fuck was it? This show is based on another cinematic I saw a long time ago. What cinematic was it where the sister got her hand blown off? What cinematic was it? The 9th edition? Yeah. Oh, for the love of all things that's fucking good and holy. This one.
In the darkness between the stars, the weak
Calnazar, how you doing,
and the
bro?
faithless find no deliverance. We are raised to believe that the God Emperor watches over us all. And so we are charged to cleanse the mutant, the heretic, the alien. We must not falter. We are his sword. We are his wrath.
Oh, shit.
Even in the face of death, we shall not submit.
Yeah. Man, these Sisters of Battle are OP as shit.
Suffering is our prayer. Faith is our armor. In battle.
So there's arguments, right? The Ultramarines believe that the Emperor is not a god. Everyone else believes that he is a god, but the Ultramarines do not believe that. How could she do that if he wasn't a god? Like, she prayed to him and he fucking stopped the Necron poison shit from taking her arm. That is ridiculous, bro.
He offers us redemption. And for those who prove worthy, the Emperor sends forth his angels.
It's absolutely that, bro. This is the same fucking people. Like, this is the continuation of 9th edition. They're actually making a series about the 9th edition. Because it's exactly the same.
Millions of lives are lost every second.
It matters. Life matters, sister.
The Emperor's angels won't save this world now.
Be quiet! There's something out there.
I call it Necron poison because once it touches you, it fucking destroys everything. But yeah, I'm aware it's not actual poison. But what the fuck else are you gonna call it after it hits you?
Our Imperium is besieged. Across 1,000 worlds, we fight for our survival. Those that would tear humanity down are legion. Our forces are few. Our enemies many. There is no respite. There is no mercy. And in our darkest hour, a spiteful universe awakens forgotten evils to break us.
Man, these things are fucking badass, bro.
The galaxy burns, yet still we stand, the last bulwark against the Terror. And while we draw breath, we will fight. For in this new dark age, there is only war.
You guys know what we have to watch now, right? You guys are aware of what we have to watch now. Yeah? Yeah, of course we have to watch the series, but this one, bro.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash my legions. Together we banished the ignorance of old night. But you betrayed me. You betrayed us all. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will! So let it be war. From the skies of terror to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall. Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see the galaxy freed once more. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
Oh yeah, boy. Oh yeah, boy. Yeah. I fucking love this universe, bro. I am so in. I don't know how I didn't get to this universe fucking sooner. It is just nuts. It's so good. All these voice actors are top notch. Oh my god, so good. Bro, everything about this is just so fucking good. Oh my god, everything about this is just so good. We'll do the Hal Rich video at some point. Like, let me just get over the whole fucking load shedding bullshit, guys, and then we'll get into all this shit. The problem is load shedding. We've just been up to stage 4 earlier today, which we're probably going back to stage 6. I'm fucking certain of it. So yeah, fantasy, that was nice. I'm not that well versed on fantasy. I will say though, the Pariah Nexus trailer looks really good, but I want the Henry Cavill show. I want it to be this, the Horus Heresy, the start of the Horus Heresy. What better way to start the cinematic universe for Warhammer 40k with the Horus Heresy? Many characters and people are going to be confused. D-Rocker, I don't think that's true. Because you can do it with flashbacks and stuff. I don't think he'd turn traitor. Yeah, but Henry Cavill doesn't have to turn traitor. I mean, there are plenty of Space Marines that, or Primarchs that didn't turn traitor, right? Samus Kane and Eisenhorn series would be a better introduction. I don't know, bro. The reason I'm saying this is because I want to see this war. The beginning of the Horus Heresy Wars. I don't know if War in Heaven would work. It would definitely be cool, but not as the first. More impactful and tragic when you have the setting of 40k first, though, to be honest. Maybe. Cesius, good luck, bro. Good fucking luck to you, fam. Horus Heresy took about 7 years. It didn't take that long, I think. Wait, 7 years? So wait, Horus turned traitor and he was killed within 7 years after that. How could he have dumped the entire universe into war in 7 years? In the lore, the whole heresy is only 7 years long. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it might be possible, because if he had more time, it would probably have been much worse, right? So it is maybe possible. Yeah, maybe it is possible. Okay, so I have one more video that I want to react to before I have to leave, because my power is going out. But tomorrow, okay, tomorrow first thing, we're gonna cover this. This is from the Jordan Histories and Legends with Tarzan the Blind. We'll cover this tomorrow. I only just saw it today, so kind of sad about that. But still very cool. There's some really cool stories and stuff that come out of this, so we'll speculate a bit about it tomorrow. I first have to go pee, though, so get up and do stuff. I'll be right back, like 2 minutes, not even. And then we'll quickly watch one more video, and then I have to go. So I'm going to play an ad. That means you guys can get up and do your thing. I'll be right back. All right, back, boys. Back. All right. Let's just quickly get the video set up so long. Not gonna start watching immediately because there's still a few minutes of like a minute of ads left. But I'm gonna grab the video quickly. Blunderoinkies, how are you doing?
In 5 or 10 years.
Okay, we'll watch this video in a second, as soon as the ads are done. So, peace, Echo. Mythhammer, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate the help today. Take care of yourself, man. All right, let's quickly get into this. All right, so I don't know if you guys know this. I'm assuming most of you do not know this because why would you? This is not really something that I think viewers care about, but viewers should care about this because YouTube is on an active crusade to effectively destroy their own platform. And before you go, well, Akalon, we're just watching it, it doesn't bother us. Your favorite content creators aren't going to keep making content if, you know, it becomes eventually so hard to make content that it is nigh impossible to do. YouTube has made so many stupid decisions in their endless pursuit to please someone. And I don't even know if they're pleasing advertisers at this point. So YouTube just passed new rules that they didn't tell anyone about, by the way. No one knew about this. People had to go search for it once they started to realize that almost all of their videos on their channel was getting demonetized, like mass demonetized. And then they basically, they would appeal and YouTube would go, nope, this is really bad. We're not going to push this. And then people found out that YouTube just pushed new rules. The rules effectively say you're not allowed to swear at all within the first 8 to 15 seconds of a video. At all. No swear words whatsoever. But this is where the rules get seriously weird, because it says you're also not allowed to swear if swearing is the focal point of the video. Well, what does that mean? Because there are content creators that got a video demonetized. They were told the video is demonetized and they will never monetize it again. That said one swear word 5 minutes into their video, and that was the only swear word that they used in the entire video. That's it. One swear word. The swear word was clearly not the focal point of the video, right? Because it's one swear word, and YouTube said no. We will not monetize this video. That makes it incredibly difficult to be a content creator. Because effectively what YouTube seems to be wanting to do is they want to become more like legacy media. They want to be like the TV channels and the news channels and things. It seems like YouTube is really trying to become a legitimate news organization, and they don't want any of us to speak, like have potty mouths, because how dare we? Think about how YouTube came to be. Think about how YouTube came into existence. It was a place where people would watch ordinary people making ordinary content. Think about where we are now. More and more, we have legacy TV, legacy media taking up massive portions of YouTube space. YouTube clearly pushes legacy media very, very hard because they want people to watch that shit. And constantly YouTube brings out these rules that YouTubers have to follow that effectively is designed to make YouTube the least offensive place in the world to whom? Because some of the rules it's not clear who would be offended by these rules. So, for example, when you don't swear, do you really think that Coke and Pepsi care about swearing? Do you really think that Coke and Pepsi care about any of this shit? I'll explain to you why. Did Coke and Pepsi advertise during Game of Thrones? Do you think Coke and Pepsi would advertise during The Walking Dead? Yeah, and yeah. So clearly the problem isn't swearing, the problem isn't sex, the problem isn't violence. So what's the problem then? Why is this okay for legacy media? So when it comes to HBO and that shit, why are they willing to advertise there, but they're not willing to advertise on YouTube for swearing? So maybe that's not actually their problem. Maybe that's not actually the issue that they have. And for those of you that do care about gaming, part of the YouTube rules now suggests that if you play a video game that is considered by YouTube to be too violent, and Callisto Protocol, by the way, everyone that made videos on Callisto Protocol had their videos demonetized and age restricted, because the video game is considered to be too violent. It's a video game. It's a video game. And you're not allowed to show ads or monetize it on YouTube at all because it's considered too violent. So this video is called YouTube Won't Exist in 5 Years. Here's why. Let's go through this.
In 5 or 10 years, it's very possible that YouTube may no longer exist. With a few bad decisions, YouTube could soon become the new MySpace. And right now, it looks like TikTok would take its place, with TikTok developing a system for 10-minute plus videos in its attempt to destroy YouTube. But even today, with its short addictive videos, TikTok's growth is soon going to overtake YouTube's. YouTube was made 17 years ago and amassed over 2.
So TikTok has a number of reasons for why I think it could actually overtake YouTube. TikTok has none of the ridiculous rules. They don't have the ads though, which is the one thing that could ruin TikTok, is they don't have the monetization structure, but they do have, it's a lot easier to get music onto your TikToks because you could actually work with brands in order to get your music into TikToks, and it isn't really that big of a problem. Their platform seems to really explode. People love TikTok because it's so much easier to just get the content that you care about. Their algorithm seems to work really well. Right now, TikTokers make money through sponsorships.
2.1 billion active monthly users in this time. However, in just 2 years, TikTok has amassed over 1 billion active monthly users, and it shows no signs of stopping, which is why some of the biggest YouTubers and creators are moving their content onto TikTok and hedging their bets against YouTube. And now investors are also following suit, with recent studies showing that Gen Z now engages with TikTok far more than YouTube. And while some like Mr. Beast are certain of YouTube's continued growth, due to YouTube being pre-installed on every Android phone and YouTube's solid revenue model, this could all change very soon. In as soon as 5 years, YouTube could soon lose its monopoly on video content. So what caused YouTube's decline? And how did TikTok manage to take over the titan that is YouTube? Well, this was largely a result of a few key business decisions that slowly poisoned YouTube's creativity. And weirdly enough, this all started back with PayPal. The story of YouTube starts with PayPal. At the time, PayPal was revolutionary, changing banking and commerce dramatically. It was because of PayPal that everyone could buy and sell things securely without the hassle of bank transfers. It was a quick, simple process to send money. PayPal's changes to the online banking industry were unprecedented, but PayPal was seizing on just one tiny opportunity in the sea of the whole internet. And PayPal employees Chad Hurley, Steve Chen, and Jared Karam understood this. They needed to build their own internet project before it was too late. So their first idea was for a site called TuneIn Hookup, a video dating site where people could upload videos of themselves to find dates. But like most Silicon Valley stories, their first idea would be a flop, and TuneIn Hookup was abandoned. However, the PayPal employees weren't giving up this easy, because they didn't have time. This was their one shot to take over the internet. They just needed to get the right idea. Where was their untapped demand? What did people want? What value could they provide? It was while they were discussing these thoughts that Jared would talk about Janet Jackson's Nipplegate, or in other words, the time when Janet Jackson unleashed her breast to the public for a microsecond. Jared would mention how hard it was to find any footage of the incident. It was almost impossible to go back and watch this historic moment. And it was on this day that they had struck gold.
Oh, shit.
This was the answer they'd been looking for.
What a day,
a
bro.
market need with untapped potential and no competition. So the PayPal employees used the infrastructure from the last business, Tune and Hook Up, to rebrand their project, eventually creating a site called YouTube on the 14th of February 2005. Once they had the idea in place, the guys would work.
Once again, definitively proving that every single thing we have in our lives is because of porn. Boys, boys, boys.
Day and night in the first YouTube office. And no, this wasn't a high-up yuppie PayPal office like you'd expect. Instead, this was a rat-infested room with pipe-exposed ceilings above a pizza shop. And at night, they would sleep at friends' apartments, sacrificing their relationships, personal lives, time and money with the hopes of changing the world. And luckily for them, their sacrifices would soon pay off. YouTube's simple user interface and effective web design made the site a hit. The market loved it, and YouTube quickly took over the internet. With its ease of use miles ahead of any other video sharing platform, YouTube started to grow exponentially. But there were still a lot of problems to solve. The most pressing of these was the lack of funds. The founders even went into personal debt to pay for the increasing bandwidth YouTube servers used. But in the bigger picture, this didn't matter. YouTube's user base only continued to rocket, with weekly views doubling every week. However, the strategy for YouTube's success was stressful to say the least, because in this time, YouTube's entire success rested on the personal funds of its founders until it attracted enough investors. The plan being that once investors became interested in YouTube, the site's success would then be certain. Although if investors didn't join in time, the whole site would crumble. It was an incredibly intense time to say the least. Because
just a little bit of a factoid here. After Google bought YouTube, I think YouTube was fucking profitable for the first time ever. In 2016 or 2017. Since its inception, it took all the way and like all that time until like 2016, 2017, when YouTube for the first time posted profits. Since its inception, it's basically been a money drain. And the only reason Google kept it around is because Google believed that it will eventually start making money. It's sort of the same thing with Amazon and Twitch. The only difference is Amazon doesn't seem to care whether or not Twitch makes money. It just wants the Prime subs from YouTube.
Because YouTube's growth was so big that it was inevitable that investors would jump on board. Or would they? Because even with this impressive growth, YouTube still wasn't impressing investors. Why? Well, investors would often dismiss YouTube as cute and not a proper business. So this called for desperate measures, with the YouTube founders courting their former PayPal associates who ran venture capital firms. And with enough pressure, the founders finally received a vital $3.5 million. Their money problems were now solved. It finally looks like YouTube was going somewhere. The site would only continue to grow, and with the investments, YouTube could upgrade its service, developing the framework to embed YouTube videos into other websites, which was a vital move back in 2005. Because back then, MySpace was the go-to social media. And on MySpace, users were quick to upload their favorite videos onto their pages. And by uploading their favorite videos onto their pages, this gained lots of viewers and publicity for YouTube. It was with all this growth and prosperity that now YouTube was starting to catch attention, but not always from the right places. As YouTube grew in popularity, more videos were uploaded every day, making it harder to prevent copyrighted material proliferating the platform. This culminated in a series of lawsuits and threats, with one of YouTube's first viral videos, Lazy Sunday, being taken down for infringing on copyright. This was a big vulnerability and could destroy the YouTube empire, so YouTube tried to make deals with the copyright holders like Universal and Viacom, but the mounting pressure from all sides kept growing as YouTube gained more steam. Every big company wanted to destroy YouTube. It was
I don't know if you guys even know this. I was watching this video from Devin Nash, who obviously have contacts at YouTube. Did you know that YouTube was hours away from not existing at all due to copyright? Yeah, hours, not days, not weeks, hours. Effectively, all of the large like music companies and copyright companies, they were about to head to court to hand in a document that would basically cease and desist YouTube. And then YouTube came with their sort of proprietary copyright strike system, where it would detect if something was copyrighted, but it would also give them the ability to copyright shit and immediately take over all revenue from it. That's literally what saved YouTube. If not for that, YouTube would not exist today. Because those copyright guys couldn't give two fucks. They just wanted to stop their shit being used by YouTube.
was a threat to the entire entertainment industry, and a year later in 2006, these issues eventually proved insurmountable for the small company. The founders now had to make a big choice. Were they going to make YouTube one of the biggest websites in the world, or would they cash out? They'd already seen what large corporate interests could do to a company and its employees from their time at PayPal. However, the copyright problems were only getting worse. They were reaching the end stage of the Silicon Valley business formula. The formula where you create a site from the ground up, build sturdy foundations, a giant user base, and accrued investors, but now they were reaching the final stage, the stage where they realized they can't make a profit or even handle the countless lawsuits aimed at them. They decided it was time to jump ship and begin the acquisition process. Now it's important to introduce a new character who will become very important later in this video. Her name is Suzanne Wojcicki. Suzanne Wojcicki had been one of Google's first employees back in 1999. Her focus back then in Google was in advertising, and she was damn good at her job, where she would mastermind Google Ads, and eventually AdSense, which became the lifeline of all online creators. But arguably the most impressive thing she's done was convince the Google
This woman is single-handedly destroying content creators on YouTube, by the way. She might be good at her job, and I'm not doubting that. Under her, YouTube is finally making money. But she is destroying content creators. And this is funny, because without content creators, I don't think YouTube makes money. YouTube makes money through ads. When you watch a video, you see ads. That's how YouTube makes its money. What happens if all the content creators eventually move over to another site? Because, and for those of you that saying, so CCS, you for example said that TikTok is not a good replacement to YouTube. Any site that offers content creators an actual path to monetization. So in other words, ads are watched, you get paid a portion of that money, right? And offers content creators the ability to upload their videos with little to no issue. That's all that's needed. If a site can do that, a lot of content creators will automatically jump ship because they've had enough of this bullshit, right? They've had enough of YouTube. The amount of content creators that begrudgingly still upload to YouTube is actually kind of insane.
Founders to buy YouTube in 2006.
Web giant Google will pay $1.6 billion to gobble up YouTube.
Because by convincing the Google founders to do this,
I don't necessarily believe that it is TikTok, just FYI. I think there's actually a very real possibility that Twitter might be entering this space relatively soon. So if you guys saw the pathway that, or the timeline that Elon Musk has laid out for stuff that he wants to do, one of the steps in that process is to increase the video experience for Twitter to actually make a 1080p or even 4K videos, long videos that content creators can be paid for. And he even explained that he would go for a 70-30 or even an 80-20 split for Twitter, which in my opinion, so Elon Musk couldn't afford Google or YouTube. There's no way. ABC, I mean, if you thought Twitter was expensive, ABC is very, very fucking expensive. He does not have the money. Even if him and 3 other investors like teamed up, they couldn't afford ABC. It's just too fucking expensive. But Twitter could actually be that that platform that overtakes YouTube, because I think right now a lot of people sort of wonder what is the point of Twitter, right? Like Twitter doesn't have a full-blown mission statement really. It's just a place where people say shit. Well, why can't people say that shit in video form? And then other people can watch the shit that they say in video form and then respond to the shit that they say in video form. Right? Because ultimately that is what YouTube is. It's a place where people say shit. So I'm holding out. Let's see how it plays out, but it might actually be the one that provides some real competition.
Google would end up making one of the best and most profitable business decisions since its founding. And the person behind it all was Suzanne Wojcicki. And so after Google acquired YouTube for a little over $1 billion, the YouTube founders were now multi-millionaires. But this was only the beginning for YouTube. But before we get onto that, I want to talk to you about CleanFox and digital pollution. CleanFox is a free web and mobile app that fights against digital pollution. Gathering more than 5 million active users, CleanFox detects and lists newsletters to allow its users to delete them and subscribe from unwanted ones in a few clicks. CleanFox does this by acting as the Tinder of newsletters, where you can swipe left to block the newsletter, or swipe right to keep the email, or then by swiping up to delete your emails. The CleanFox app is a real time saver for the average internet user who isn't obliged to click on each newsletter to unsubscribe manually, because on average a CleanFox user deletes 15,000 emails and blocks 30% of newsletters. And then by increasing your productivity, CleanFox also allows you to reduce your carbon footprint by tackling digital pollution, which is really important because the internet's carbon footprint is growing by 9% each year. No other type of pollution is growing this fast, and if just 10,000 of my subscribers deleted 1,000 emails each, this would avoid the emission of 100 tons of CO2 per year, which is equivalent to 26 London to Los Angeles round trips by plane. This is because one email generates about 10 grams of CO2 per year, consuming as much energy as a 7-watt bulb lit for 3 hours. All of this pollution, even though 80% of emails are never opened in the UK. The unread emails of UK internet users emit an average of 2 million tons of CO2, which is as much as 1.3 million cars. And the problem here comes from not sending emails, but the storage of emails. And yet 80% of British people don't know that email storage causes pollution, and 70% have never heard of digital pollution. So to help tackle digital pollution and increase your productivity, download CleanFox on iOS or Android today.
Every email that you keep in your account that you don't delete takes up server space that YouTube and Google actually have to keep on hand. Right? They can't get rid of it. The thing that I don't quite understand or agree with here is once that server space exists, it's using electricity, right? Because the server is on, the server remains on, because if you get a new email, it has to be stored somewhere. So by deleting the emails, you're not automatically deleting the server that goes with it. The server's still running. Even if nothing's on it, it's still doing its thing. And probably close to the same amount of power being used, because it has to be always on, because you might get an email, and if it's off when you get an email, well, then what the fuck happens to your email, right? Does it get sent back? So this sounds like one of those things where they're sort of making a bunch of claims that in theory, sure, in practice, bullshit, right? The absolute 100% nonsense. But they're saying it because they want to get people to use their app. Yeah, nothing new.
By clicking the link in the description below. Now back to the video. At first, the deal worked perfectly for YouTube. Google would use its power to protect YouTube from copyright issues and handle all of the dirty work, while the founder Chad would continue his role as CEO and grow the company with the original vision. This mix of Google's money and power combined with Chad's vision brought a golden age to the internet, a place where YouTubers could take back power from the corporate media, gaining viewerships that rivaled CNN, Fox, Disney, and the best part was that anyone could do it. You can make a video about everything and anything and gain giant viewerships, which granted YouTubers immense creative freedom, whilst also giving fans the content they wanted to see.
Today with YouTube, that everyday people actually are the media. You guys don't just watch news, you make news.
This was the core of YouTube, a place where anyone anywhere could express their opinions, creativity, and personality to the world and be rewarded for doing so. Memes, rickrolls, cartoons, parodies, independent news, everything. In fact, without any of this, YouTube would have failed. Because what made YouTube stand out from every other site was the virality and creativity. Viral videos were the main...
I think what made it stand out more than anything, not even the virality, not even the creativity, I think what made it stand out was, for the first time, anyone could do it, right? It was normal people that you felt a connection with, you felt a rapport with, because unlike the characters on the screen on TV that you know don't know you, don't speak to you personally, don't give a shit about you, these people did read your shit. They saw the comments, they replied to your comments, they sometimes made videos about your comments. This is something that was incredibly impactful for people, because it's kind of like the closest we've gotten to interactive television. Okay, is the ability to interact with those that you see on screen. And I think that's the thing. It was that personal touch, that it's not this large conglomerate. It's funny how far we've fallen, though. These days, every large YouTuber isn't just the guy with a camera making content. They have teams of people that work for them, teams of editors, teams of translators, teams of script writers. I mean, it's businesses, right? basically they've each turned into its own little production company. You're no longer anywhere near the one guy in a room with a camera sitting there talking shit, and but that's natural. That's just what the audience wants, and therefore the audience gets it. That's fine. It probably would have always happened. The problem is on the side of YouTube that they've forgotten that this is actually a thing that people care about.
Main factor for YouTube's original growth, with videos like The Evolution of Dance, Charlie Bit My Finger, David After the Dentist, and more. And with these viral videos getting enormous view counts and worldwide fame, other creators would take notice and flock to the platform and compete for views. Which is why YouTube's slogan was always broadcast yourself. And so with everyone jumping on YouTube for a piece of the pie, YouTube then realized that without them, the site would be nothing. These independent creators were the lifeblood of YouTube.
Yep.
So in December 2007, YouTube launched the Partner Program, which allowed channels that meet certain metrics to run ads on their videos and earn money doing so, thus creating the modern YouTube we see today. Because by incentivizing creators with money, this in turn led to more competition. And it was YouTubers' constant competition for views, doing everything they can for likes, subscribers, and engagement, that gave YouTube far more value than TV could possibly imagine. In fact, this made YouTube so popular that by just 2007 alone, YouTube consumed as much bandwidth as the entire internet in 2000. It was reported that by May 2010, YouTube was serving over 2 billion videos every day, which was almost double the primetime audience of all 3 major US television networks combined. According to figures from market research firm Comscore, YouTube was the most popular online video source in the United States in May 2010, with a market share of around 43%
now, right?
and over 14 billion videos seen. It was clear that YouTube was unstoppable, entertaining users endlessly each and every day. YouTube's growth generated a whole new wave of creativity and birthed a revolutionary period in internet history. This was the internet golden age, incentivizing the best, most creative entertainers to create engaging videos you couldn't find anywhere else. YouTube was undoubtedly the greatest website ever created. It was sending shockwaves around the world. Everything was perfect. Or so it seemed, because YouTube still wasn't actually profitable. Although by now it had attained a massive user base, companies still didn't see the value in running their ads on YouTube. And if YouTube couldn't find money fast, creators wouldn't be able to get paid, and so they would eventually leave the platform. If this issue continued, it would be the end of YouTube. So Google needed someone who could turn YouTube into what the advertisers wanted, whatever the cost for the average user or content creator. And of course, with Suzanne Wojcicki's past performance, she was the perfect person for the job. I mean, she was the person behind Google and YouTube's relationship in the first place. It's very likely that without Susan, Google would never have bought YouTube. I mentioned earlier that she worked on advertising for Google and most importantly created AdSense, with AdSense being the money behind the partner program which gives YouTubers a fair cut of the company's ad revenue. Without AdSense, none of your favorite YouTubers would even exist. YouTube wouldn't even exist. It was actually because of AdSense that big new media companies like Vice, Fox, BuzzFeed would begin to pop up out of nowhere. And more importantly, it motivated talented people around the world to pursue their creativity and passion for the potential of making bank, which had been evidenced by the huge flow of creators joining YouTube in the hopes of monetizing their dreams. By 2013, YouTube had over 1 million members in the YouTube Partner Program, 30 times that of the previous year. But YouTube couldn't keep this up. With the amount of creators joining the platform, YouTube had to find money fast. You see, one of the main reasons advertisers didn't want to advertise on YouTube was because of YouTube's bad advertising system. The system is called TrueView, and TrueView is what you see when you watch a YouTube video and there's an advertisement with a little skip button. TrueView tests and reports on all the analytics of the advertisement. It's how Google places advertisements on its services. But TrueView at the time was a very perplexing and untested system. It wasn't very precise and it wasn't good enough for advertisers. So Google had to make a major decision. And this decision, whether to cave for advertisers or creators, would have a significant impact on YouTube's future. Google obviously understood the importance of advertisers, so Susan was the perfect CEO, because under Susan, TrueView got refined and YouTube rapidly expanded its ad revenue, with YouTube far exceeding the viewership of TV networks while also having the backing of big budget advertisers. Susan had seemingly sold
Time Bandit, thank you very much, dude. Yeah, I mean, because of YouTube, I have what I have now, right? I have the ability to make content or to do what I want for a living and actually do things that I love. So I don't hate YouTube. I just think YouTube is going down a very dark path. I've understood most of their decisions up until this point, but I do think their decisions now are starting to veer into the ridiculous. I'll explain in a minute. Let's just I'll explain to you why I think they're sort of falling into the trap that almost all systems will eventually fall into.
solve the billion-dollar question. She was now gaining YouTube tons of revenue and lots more viewership. And with more revenue, YouTube could reinvest it back into gaining more views. It was a genius business move, and on the surface, it seemed like everything was fixed. But with every decision comes unforeseen consequences, and the results of this would only become more apparent in the years to come. So at this point, YouTube had worked out the perfect formula, gaining historic viewership while also being backed by the advertising industry. This gave YouTube big money to reinvest into making a better site, while also giving creators more incentive to upload higher quality videos. But like I mentioned before, everything and anything could be uploaded to YouTube. Spiteful bullying, commentary videos, eating hair cake, extremism, flat earth videos, anything. Because this was the core of YouTube, a place for anyone to broadcast themselves, which was great for everyone around the globe, apart from advertisers. Advertisers were having doubts about where their ads were being placed, and so advertisers began to pull out fast. Pepsi, BMW, Apple, and so in a desperate attempt to keep these advertisers on YouTube, YouTube would implement severe...
Okay, so here's where we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this. I do not believe that those... So you guys remember the Adpocalypse, the very first one? I can't even remember what triggered it, but there was some major event, and then suddenly there was an Adpocalypse. And then we had another Adpocalypse with the PewDiePie N-word fiasco that took place. That was a big one as well, and a lot of advertisers pulled out at the same time there. But here's where things get really funny. I don't believe that any of those advertisers would have stayed out. Let's break this down. Currently, the largest platform on the internet is YouTube. It's the largest platform, single platform on the internet. If you want your ads, your product to be seen, you need to be on YouTube. This is where most people will see your shit. Why would an advertiser stay out? I'll tell you what I think happened. All of these advertisers realized that there was a mass... Because here's the thing. No advertiser will reasonably think that because their ad played on a KKK or a Nazi video, right, that people would associate their brand with that video. People know what YouTube is like. People know that YouTube videos are made by content creators, and some content creators have some stupid fucking ideas about stuff. The advertisers don't choose the ads that their videos are shown on. It's an automatic system. Okay, so the advertisers knew this. Most of the viewers understood this as well. It wasn't hard. But the advertisers saw a golden opportunity. They could effectively force Google to charge them less. Because they pulled out. They said, well, no, we don't want to be in this because you guys show our ads on bad videos. And YouTube, as a result of this, just FYI, dropped their pricing on ads. Google actually dropped the amount of money that you would have to pay in order to broadcast on YouTube, and suddenly all those guys came back. So, in my opinion, this was always a battle of pricing. The advertisers wanted to pay less. They didn't want to pay as much for it. And they used every and any controversy that they could get their hands on to actually, you know, get to pay less. And YouTube fell for it hook, line, and sinker, rather than standing up for what they believe in, and rather than standing up and saying, hey, you don't want to advertise with us? Good luck. Good luck. We have the largest platform on the internet. If you don't advertise with us, you're not getting seen. So go fuck yourself.
Censorship rules, which led to stricter demonetization for creators. YouTube did this to ensure all its bases were covered and that advertisers would be happy. In fact, it got so extreme that YouTube's policy team, the people who determine what's acceptable and what's not, became completely unreachable for any creator or even YouTube staff to ensure the backlash would be minimal. This made censorship mysterious. You had no idea if your YouTube video would be removed or not. It was up to this mysterious policy team, and so this forced creators to become squeaky clean, all in the hopes that YouTube's policy team wouldn't demonetize and censor everything they made, which, as you can imagine, would take away all the fun channels. And then on February 2017, the Times of London reported that YouTube was supplying ads for videos from organizations, and others that spouted hateful content. And while these claims may have been dubious, considering that the establishment media was completely threatened by YouTube, YouTubers still caved to the mob, because in the next month, major advertisers like AT&T, Verizon, and Pepsi all threatened to pull ads from YouTube after their ads were discovered to be running alongside content that was, quote, promoting and anti-Semitism. So Suzanne Wojcicki would have to take some drastic measures, working with advertisers to specifically ensure that all their ads were placed on specific types of content and creators. And now this might sound reasonable, and it may have been the only option for Suzanne Wojcicki, but by doing this, this completely disconnected YouTube censors with YouTube creators and their audience, which slowly began to destroy everything that made YouTube. But back in this time, there was no real competition with YouTube. YouTube had the monopoly on video content, it was indestructible, and so they could kind of do whatever they wanted, and every creator would have to follow their orders. And so YouTube would go extremely hard on censoring and demonetizing videos. This period would later become known as the first adpocalypse, where nearly all creators would suffer the consequences, having countless videos that were once monetized removed from the monetization program, in some cases due to the new—
Dude, I remember, I remember during the adpocalypse days, almost daily, every video I upload would get demonetized. I would have to wait 2, 3, 4 days before I could actually make a video live, because it would just be demonetized, 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 and then you have to request them to fucking do something about it, and they'll take days to respond to you. And then sometimes they just tell you, no, never mind, fuck off. It was the worst time, dude. It was such a stressful time, because this is how you get paid, right? If there's no ads running, you're not making money. And YouTube didn't seem to care at all. Sometimes they would let a video through. They would say, yeah, this is fine. You make the video public. An hour into the video being public, they go, oh, never mind. No, this is a bad video. We're demonetizing this immediately. You're like, dude, what the fuck? Like, there's all my money. Gone. Goodbye. Thanks for playing.
New content policies, many videos would be taken down and the channels that uploaded them were issued community strikes. And once 3 community strikes were issued, that would be the end of hundreds of thousands of YouTube careers, all in the name of advertising. But what made this even worse is the major double standards YouTube would apply, because if you were in the YouTube elite, you could completely disregard these rules and be promoted for doing so. Like that one famous Japanese incident with Logan Paul, the incident which I can't talk about on YouTube. Logan would then upload this video to YouTube, where he would laugh about it throughout the entire video, receiving 6 million views before he decided to take it down. But the important part here is that Logan Paul took it down, not YouTube. Even though this video completely broke YouTube's policy guidelines, YouTube would actually put it on their—
It's not just that. So here's a funny thing. Did you guys know that if you make a video about, say, for example, a massive event, let's say a very violent event that takes place, let's say on the streets of France, right? There's a violent event where lots of people keel over, and you made a video on that, yeah? And you showed footage from, say, CNN or MSNBC, the footage that they themselves have put on YouTube. So you take a YouTube video that they've made, and you just use that footage to showcase what had happened, what you're actually talking about. YouTube will demonetize you. You're not allowed to run ads on that video because it's shocking and harmful content. The original video, the footage that you've used, remains monetized. If you are a media organization, you can monetize very bad, very violent acts and shocking content. But a content creator cannot cover your content on the topic. Not at all. Which sounds bonkers, but that's exactly how it works.
Hand-picked trending page, with the video being monetized and promoted, with YouTube refusing to even age restrict the video. And there's so many examples of this that I could just go on forever, but you see it most clearly with music videos. Videos of rappers children, or Lil Nas twerking on Satan. All of these videos are monetized and actively promoted across YouTube. Not to mention all the other provocative content from Cardi B and Nicki Minaj, just to name a few. While at the same time, videos by Jordan Peterson defending himself against ridiculous, far-reaching claims of racism and white supremacy were consistently removed across YouTube. In fact, almost all political content was censored on the site, demonetized, striked, and censored into silence. Unless, of course, you weren't an independent creator. Because the only way to not be silenced or demonetized for political opinions is to have the right political opinions with the right corporate backing. If me or any other independent YouTuber were to speak about...
It is interesting that it doesn't even matter what your political bend is. It doesn't even matter. Like, during this time, conservative YouTubers were getting fucking wrecked with demonetization. Democratic or liberal YouTubers were being wrecked by demonetization. The only people that were safe was the news organizations. If you were part of legacy media, Fox News could advertise as much as they wanted. CNN could advertise as much as they wanted. The only people, YouTube, very clear in my opinion, YouTube wants to become the premier media site of the world. They want to be with the big boys. Susan doesn't want to go to the parties in Washington, D.C. as the CEO of Google or YouTube. You know, she doesn't want to go through on like, oh yeah, you're that guy that provides people with a place to upload their kitten videos. She wants to go in there and go, we are the people that bring the news to the world. That's what we do. Those content creators don't matter. It's all about the news for us.
Controversial news events, my channel would likely be striked, posing a serious risk for my channel being completely deleted. And I'm not exaggerating, because even videos like my tragic tale of Kanye West video got demonetized with a manual review for no reason at all. Or like when you do pass YouTube censors to discuss things like a quote, digital ID codes, you can soon become a massive target. This happened to me in December when I posted a video on the metaverse and digital ID codes. In 7 days, the video had reached 1.9 million views, outranking all other videos on the same topic. But then after receiving criticism for my opinions, the YouTube algorithm switched off the tap completely. YouTube buried the video. You couldn't find it on any search result. It was completely blacklisted. And this happens to creators all the time on the platform. This isn't just me. People like Brett Weinstein have been struck multiple times for discussing such issues. However, if you're one of the late night Jimmies, you have a free pass to talk about anything you wish. Or if you're the establishment media, you'll always be given preferential treatment, always being artificially pushed by YouTube. And this isn't just happening to political videos, it's happening to all creators across the platform. A few years ago, PewDiePie was shadow banned from YouTube for no apparent reason. Filthy Frank's most viral videos all got removed from not abiding YouTube's content guidelines, even though at the time they followed all YouTube's guidelines. Leafy is Here's YouTube channel got terminated in 2020. Even Sky News Australia, a mainstream conservative news network, was banned for over a week following the airing of a presentation of quote, unconfirmed theories on the new virus. In fact, just a year ago, if you spoke about a certain lab, you would be entirely scrubbed from the site. Even the President Donald Trump was banned from YouTube. And even independent film creators like Rucka Rucka have all their videos demonetized. And this isn't a conspiracy theory. In fact, YouTube's inner workings are quite public to almost all YouTubers, with the content guidelines for YouTube changing at least once every 3 months since 2020, becoming stricter every single time. That's why content that might have been acceptable just a few years ago now all of a sudden gets taken down or demonetized just because a new version of the algorithm changed a fraction. By doing this, it marks a
it's not even like it only applies to new content. So he is correct. Every single 3 to 4 months, YouTube pushes a new policy, and the new policy is always stricter than the last one. Like they just they make this space in which you exist to make content even smaller. Like it used to be fine. You could say words like fuck. You could say words like shit. You could swear. It wasn't really a problem. You couldn't say it at people, but you could say it in general. Nowadays, you can't say it at all. And YouTube is going so far now as sort of even bleeping it out. If the intent is clear on the bleep, I've heard of people saying that their videos are demonetized. Like they're demonetized for excessive swearing, even though they're bleeping their swear words. So, you know, technically they're not swearing, they're bleeping it. But YouTube goes, no, the intent is there. People can assume correctly and reliably what you actually said there, and therefore it must be swearing. So YouTube is off their nuts, bro. And it's getting worse and worse, which means that content creators are getting pushed more and more into a corner where you don't actually know what you're allowed to make anymore. Because anything you make could potentially step on toes that Blizzard or that YouTube decides was a step too far and now you need to go screw yourself.
Dramatic change in YouTube's core foundation. YouTube's really no longer for anyone and everyone. In the words of Philip K. Dick, the basic tool for the manipulation of reality is the manipulation of words. If you can control the meaning of words, you can control the people who must use the words. By making these decisions, YouTube was going against the free speech utopia that YouTube was so destined to achieve. And by doing this, YouTube created a huge gap in the market, a gap that would soon be filled by a random lip syncing site called TikTok. Now, it might seem premature to say that YouTube is going the way of MySpace, but all the factors that led to the downfall of MySpace are exactly the same forces working against YouTube today. Back in 2009, Facebook overtook MySpace in active users and controlled the market, completely destroying MySpace. A commonly given reason for this was that MySpace's huge dip in popularity came from corporate interests, and due to the site's outdated business model. In 2006, Google had pledged $900 million in an advertising deal with the social media giant. But with the mass introduction of adverts on MySpace, combined with an already poorly managed UI, and MySpace quickly became an ugly, old-fashioned site. This made Facebook the more viable option for users. However, the problem was about much more than just UI. The real main problem was that adverts got so bad on the site that it started to get in the way of the function of the site. MySpace was now focusing on the experience for advertisers and not on users. And there are scarily a lot of parallels between MySpace and YouTube. Another key factor for MySpace's downfall was that MySpace couldn't capture a younger audience. At the time of their rivalry, one of Facebook's main strengths was its ability to capture a younger audience than MySpace. And TikTok is exactly the same as this.
So I will say, this was 7 months ago, right? This was before Twitter was taken over by Elon Musk, and before Elon Musk made, because remember, 7 months ago, Twitter had no plans for stepping into the video streaming service whatsoever, right? I do think that, I don't know if it will be TikTok. TikTok serves or plays a very specific role in the video consumption arena for most people. So when you want to get a podcast, do you immediately think TikTok? No. Why would you go there? Right? If you want to buy God West, based on what? What are you basing your comment on there? Because I would imagine he's delivered on a lot of things that he said he's gonna do in the past. So I'm not entirely sure what we're basing this this issue with Elon on. I don't worship at the church of Elon. I couldn't give two fucks. But I also sort of find it funny how just a year ago Elon was considered by everyone as a god and everyone's fucking savior, and everyone's lining up to buy his cars. And then suddenly, Elon had a couple of things to say that people didn't agree with, and now he's the worst person in the world. He's worse than Hitler almost. I find that funny, how people can just switch from one side to the next, which tells me there's an emotional bent there that's not based in reality. I never worshipped at the church of Elon, because I don't worship people. I think they're morons most of the time, but I do find it funny. Anyways, I don't think TikTok serves the purpose that YouTube does, and I don't think TikTok will ever serve the purpose that YouTube does, if that makes sense. I think ultimately TikTok is fine for 30-second stuff, maybe even fine for up to 3 minutes. Longer than that, you're probably going to need something new, right? The Cybertruck is never going to exist. Hyperloop that he promised multiple cities is never going to exist. He has lost Tesla shareholders billions of dollars by pissing his money away on Twitter. Never been an Elon Musk fan. I think he's one of the biggest fraudsters in the last 50 years. Okay, but then SpaceX did exactly what he promised it would do. He wanted to bring a rocket back so that it could land, which has previously never been done, and he's now done it multiple times. Tesla is still the world leader in terms of software, far exceeding that of any other car on the market. If it wasn't for Tesla, e-cars would not even have existed. He's the guy that popularized it. If you're going to start talking about stuff like Hyperloop, you have to understand that you're also dealing with other cities that have to sign off on it, especially since, most of the cities that would need it have incredible regulations around how you're allowed to do it. I don't like the fact that we're just sort of looking at some things that hasn't worked. Every company has things that has not worked, things that they have promised that isn't going the way that they had hoped. Every company will have things that they think was easy, and then when they actually get into it, they realize, okay, shit, this isn't as easy. The thing that I think I respect a little bit more about Elon in this space, and the reason why you don't see this very often from other CEOs, is most CEOs don't actually speak to people about their upcoming plans. They don't actually talk to people about things that they are planning to do or are thinking about doing. They tend to keep it to themselves. Elon speaks about these things because all of their patents are usually public. Actually, it is all public. They don't hide anything from anyone. So Elon will talk about something, and then, yes, sometimes it turns out, wait, what you wanted to do is fucking a lot harder than what you thought. And now people are sort of saying, oh yeah, he's just a fraudster, because these things aren't actually happening, but not looking at the things that has happened. If he's a fraudster, it means that he would have done nothing, right? Like, all of the things that he had promised would have just been a lie. No?
With its audience skewing much younger than YouTube's aging user base. And the problem with an aging audience is far more catastrophic than it first may seem. One of YouTube's
I also don't like the fact that I'm the fuck that is now defending Elon Musk. Hey, I don't mind that people don't like the guy. There's plenty of reasons not to like the guy. What I don't like, I don't want to be the defender of assholes because I don't care. But I also want people to at least be honest. If you want to criticize him, but then be honest to his victories as well. Don't just go, yeah, he's just lied. He's just a fucking liar. He's just a fraudster. Straight through, right? 100%. He's just this, that, and the other. And then we go, wait, what about all the victories here? Like, clearly there is some things that he has done that should at least be celebrated or mentioned. That doesn't even have to be celebrated, but we should at least mention it. And then we could talk about the things that he hasn't done, right? Because it is important to highlight things that he has not done, but you can't say that he's done nothing. And if we're going to start expecting companies to have 100% success rate on everything that they do, there's no company in the world that has that success rate. It doesn't exist.
YouTube's main draws is its kingmaker ability for young content creators. Back in its golden age, the prevailing culture on YouTube was one of creativity, excitement, and virality. Anyone can make it big on the platform with just one viral video, which would then be the catalyst for a long and successful career on the site. But this isn't the case nowadays, with most new internet stars coming from TikTok or other sites rather than YouTube. YouTube sealed their own fate in this respect with their demonetization of new creators playing directly into TikTok's hands. All of these factors, just as they led to MySpace's demise and Facebook's rise, will lead to TikTok supplanting YouTube, and the process is already underway. It took YouTube 17 years of staying ahead of the curve to gain.
Over, you are not alone. You are not alone. I have found myself many a times having to defend Trump to people when, look, you have to understand something. I have never liked Trump. I've always seen him as a bit of a bully and also a bit of a, gas ball, kind of guy that really tries to make himself seem better than what he is. And I don't like people like that in general. And then the guy decided to run for president, and I hate all presidents and politicians. So that just further cemented my position that Trump is a fucking moron, right? And then you get all these people that say all these things, and I'm like, oh yeah, clearly. But then they keep saying these things, like he's just the worst person in the world, the worst president in the world. There's no one ever that's been worse than him. And I'm sort of going, this is weird and strange. Let me check this out. And then I read articles about speeches that he's made. But then when I watch the speech, the article and what the speech is not the same. Like, he would say things about, he would do a speech. A good example of this, right? Also, Trump is a moron because he makes it fucking easy. But a very good example of this is every headline in America ran with the Trump calls all Mexicans rapists and murderers, right? Every article ran with that headline. Trump calls all Mexicans and rapists and murderers. Then you watch the actual speech that Trump gave, that these articles are based off. And Trump said, if you have open borders, this opens the door for rapists and murderers to come across your border because you have open borders. No one knows who's coming in. He never called all Mexicans rapists and murderers. Never, not once. Those words didn't even leave his lips. But those are the articles. So now I'm sitting here going, fuck, I don't like this guy, but this is just a lie, right? We're just lying now. And if I defend him, people go, oh my God, you're a Trump fan. It's like, but I'm really not. I don't like the fact that we're lying about shit. We should at least be honest. Like, there are plenty of reasons to criticize Trump. You don't need to lie in order to make criticisms of Trump. And then it sort of really got revealed to me when the mainstream media started bringing on George W. Bush to talk about how bad Trump is. That's when I knew, right, I can trust nothing that these guys say. Because I'm pretty sure they all said that George W. Bush is like a war criminal, and he's the worst guy ever, and he's a racist, and he's a this, and he's a that. Like, they all said horrible things about George W. Bush. But now that he's no longer president, now they're bringing him back to talk smack about the current president. And now he's their greatest friend. Like, what the hell is going on? So that's when I realized, okay, wait, there's a massive thing here against Trump. And they didn't even have to do that. They could have been very honest about what Trump said. And a lot of the things that Trump did, people would have looked at it and gone, that's weird. Why are you doing this? But there's also good things he did. He did do good things as president. He wasn't just bad. I mean, he's basically as bad as all presidents, in my opinion.
Its 2.1 billion active monthly users. However, TikTok in just 2 years amassed over 1 billion active monthly users, and it shows no signs of stopping. And at first it may seem that these sites aren't competing. After all, TikTok's famous for its short videos which reward creativity and humor. You don't really get in-depth videos on TikTok. And seeing as its maximum video length is only 3 minutes, TikTok doesn't really seem to be competing with YouTube's traditionally longer form content. However, this is changing from both sides. YouTube's been putting more and more of their focus into YouTube Shorts, which is why you're now starting to see most of your favorite YouTubers use YouTube Shorts, as this is a desperate attempt to crush TikTok's competition. However, TikTok, on the other hand, is now trying to extend their maximum video length to 10 minutes. These moves by both companies are putting the platforms in direct competition with each other, because users usually stick to one platform. And with TikTok's much faster growth and younger audience, it seems like this battle can't be.
Not gonna lie though, TikTok does seem to take everything seriously. So TikTok recently, I don't know if you guys remember. Do you guys remember Lore from from Blizzard? Lore left Blizzard to go work for TikTok, and specifically work with creators on TikTok, but more specifically work on the live streaming side of TikTok, because TikTok is actually taking live streaming very seriously, and this, of course, goes against YouTube, but also against Twitch. And now with their push for 10-minute videos, it seems like they're really throwing down the gauntlet. The one thing that they're going to need, and just to be clear, it's not like there's no competition for YouTube. There is Rumble and Odyssey, and I think there's a bunch of other, like, smaller places. Why has no one left to go make content on those platforms? The answer is simple. Most of those platforms have terrible UIs. Like BitChute is a good example of this. Their UI is absolutely atrocious. And there is no path to actually making money. There is no path to actually making money. If you go to Rumble, good luck, right? Unless you can get all of your viewers to literally pay you, you're poor. Yes, you're making content on Rumble, congratulations, but you're not actually making money. There are no advertisers there. The advertisers are on YouTube. So unless TikTok can figure out advertising, I don't think TikTok is going to compete with YouTube. I don't see that.
one. And TikTok's move into longer videos will create even more problems for YouTube. Since YouTube's always had a monopoly on music videos, if you're an artist and wanted your music video to get really any amount of attention online, it had to be on YouTube. Music videos are also one of the main draws to the site. 9 of the top 10 most viewed videos on the site are some sort of music video. YouTube has also based much of their monetization around music videos. Quote, 91% of YouTube music users have watched a related YouTube video beforehand. This all means that if TikTok starts to erode YouTube's dominance of the music video market, it could take away a large proportion of YouTube's user base, as well as
An old turtle duck, you bastard with a prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, fam. Really appreciate it, man. Welcome.
his income. This is yet another way that TikTok will gain ground on YouTube in the years to come. But the final and most important nail in the coffin is YouTube's corporatization that has pushed YouTube's creative edge into the ground. Right now, TikTok is taking away the very pillars that made YouTube so successful, because TikTok makes it far easier for any user to go viral without any prior following. It provides anyone an audience with millions without shadow banning or censorship. Anyone can express their opinions on TikTok, unless it's about the Chinese government. This is why 13 TikTok accounts now reach 1 million.
Oh yeah, unless it's about the Chinese government. Yeah, China doesn't give a fuck, bro. Like, China isn't woke. You just can't talk about China. That's the only rule. And I think that's one we can swallow, no? Like, yeah, let's just be quiet about the atrocities of the Chinese government, shall we? You can talk about everything else, though.
Million followers a day, compared to YouTube, where only 5 YouTubers reach 1 million a day. Because TikTok makes it far easier to become famous. All you need is a good song and use TikTok's own.
Why am I not... Fuck, am I famous on TikTok already? I don't know if I'm famous on TikTok. I'm not famous on TikTok, boys. Fuck! But then again, when's the last time I uploaded a video? Probably like a month ago. Damn it! I only have 21 followers? Man, that's terrible. Wow, I should really work on TikTok.
Editing tools, and you can become a viral hit. Whereas on YouTube, it takes months and years to gain anywhere near the traction of a simple TikTok video. And with TikTok's incredible user interface, insidious algorithm, and short dopamine-sucking videos, TikTok has become a far more addictive app, with the average TikTok user spending 52 minutes a day on the app, while the average YouTube user only spends 11 minutes and 24 seconds on the app. It seems very apparent that by YouTube's silencing of opinions, demonetization of creativity, and the promotion of corporatized media and advertisements on its platform, and YouTube is now driving away its creators and audience. Which is very sad, because unlike most other social media sites, I truly believe that YouTube is good for society. I'm very grateful for the opportunity that YouTube has provided me personally, but overall, its actions are ruining the platform. And TikTok, I regard in much worse regards, is now taking over. And understandably so, because TikTok is a newer and more updated way to broadcast yourself. It is doing what YouTube's forgotten. And sadly, by this point, I'm not even sure if there's a solution for YouTube this time. Suzanne Wojcicki, while making YouTube the success it is today, may also be the main reason for its downfall.
So, for those of you that wanted to know why we're watching this, is due to the recent changes that YouTube have made, where they're going even harder on content creators like myself, not being able to swear in videos at all. You're not allowed to show violence, even in video games. So if a video game is deemed by YouTube to be too violent, of course, they don't tell us exactly what too violent means. So they don't give you an exact sort of list of words that you're not allowed to say, or an exact count of the amount of words that will get you demonetized. Some people say fuck multiple times in a video. Nothing happens to their video. Other people will say the F word once in a video and it'll get instantly nuked. So no one actually knows what the rules are when it comes to YouTube. Violence, same thing. Am I allowed to show someone in a gunfight? Is it the blood that's a problem? Is it the brains being splattered? Who knows what is actually the problem? No one. That's the answer. Not a single person knows. YouTube is making it harder and harder for content creators. This is why I tweeted out that all that's required, like, YouTube is making it so simple for competition to enter the actual market, because the only thing that's actually required for YouTube to work, or for a competitor to work, is to not be YouTube. If they're not YouTube, right? So they allow people to just express their views and just be normal people, and they have some kind of monetization, it's over. It's over. YouTube dies immediately. Because content creators are sick and tired of YouTube. Most viewers, I think, have reached the point where they're no longer happy with most things on YouTube. Because, you know, more and more content creators are switching to shorts, switching to TikTok. You know, content has become, I think, a lot less real. Like, the very reason most of us started watching YouTube has gone away, right? Like, how many content creators is there that you can still point to and say, this is just the guy that's sitting there having fun, you know, doing his thing? Almost none of them. All of them have massive budgets. It's well edited. It looks like it could be on TV, which is not really why you go to YouTube, right? You go to YouTube because you want that personal touch. You want to hear something personalized. And while, yes, there is a market for people that have heavily edited content and that is well done, that it can't be the only thing. And sadly, right now, it is the only thing. It's literally all that exists on YouTube. Because the algorithm also takes into account how heavily edited your video is. If you've done a lot of editing, the algorithm takes into account that this is a very high quality video. And while it doesn't serve a massive amount of weight, it does have some weight to it. I'm going to be interested. I've never checked out Rumble. Actually, I have. No, I'm lying. I think I have checked out Rumble once. I'm not entirely sure, though, why I decided not to do anything on it. It may have been, like, either it wasn't available in South Africa, or one of the, like, there's another site that I believe them and Rumble actually work together. It's called locals.com. And I was actually approached by locals.com to open an account on locals.com for my community. And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, we can talk about this, right? I like the idea that locals have. It seems like a fairly decent place to build a community. And then I found out that the only way to get paid on locals.com is to have a Stripe account. And Stripe is not available in South Africa. So that was sort of like, well, screw me, right? I can't, if I can't make a Stripe account, I can't have a Locals account, so therefore can't do it. So yeah, YouTube and Reddit are starting to be only useful for how-to type content. I pretty much only use them for finding a very specific answer anymore. I would say Reddit is still that for me. YouTube hasn't been that for me for a really long time. And I do think even TikTok is probably starting to do that. There's a lot of how-to videos on TikTok, although most of them you shouldn't follow. At the end of the day, I think the thing that's going to undo YouTube is the same thing that undoes every single company. It loses touch with what made it good. And you can go look throughout the history of companies. IBM, one of the largest firms in the US, right? They make computers. They're celebrated because they have good computers. You know, it works, at least. And then instead of actually DZAC, by the way, 27 months, bro. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate your fam. Instead of continuing to innovate and make good products, because that's obviously what their community wants, that's what their customer base wants, they start to focus on marketing. They start to focus on money. They want to make all the money by spending as little money as possible. And this, of course, leads to their downfall. The same with Xerox. Led to their downfall. Every company, at some point, starts focusing on everything but the customer. That's the long and the short of it. And YouTube doesn't seem to understand that they have two customers. They have the viewer, but they also have the creator. Without people like me, YouTube makes no money. No, there's not enough legacy media channels in the world to serve all of the ads that YouTube needs to serve in order to make money. They need content creators like myself to serve ads. But if they continue to make it harder, we're gonna leave. Now, if I could have one thing, and I know this will never happen, but it would be so cool if it did happen. What happens if every single content creator in the world decided tomorrow to start swearing like a pirate in all of their videos? What does YouTube do? So let's say YouTube demonetizes all of the channels, right? Because they all have potty mouths, so they demonetize them. This means that there's no ads running on YouTube, right? No one's getting any fucking ads now. YouTube will have no other option than just to let go. They would have to eventually be like, okay, never mind. You guys can swear. You've made your point. We'll run ads because we're fucked here, right? We're gonna be fucked here. I don't know. I think creators have more power than what they believe they have. The big issue is that we don't have, we're not all friends. We don't all get along. We don't all know each other. So there's no real way for us to sort of plan something like this. But I don't think YouTube can survive if they can't show ads on all content creators' channels. Frankly, I have more disposable income than most, so surely they want to reach me regardless of whether I mind swearing or not. No? Abaddon, I don't know. Ascension, you bastard. 18 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, Ascension? Anyways, I wanted to show you guys this video because it's something that affects me, right? And content creators like me. I know it doesn't really affect you guys. Not really, because, well, why would you give a shit about any of this? I think the only way it can affect you is if your favorite content creators start leaving because, well, it's no longer possible. So I'm immediately thinking about content creators like Major Kill. If you take a content creator like Major Kill, how long before someone like Major Kill decides this is not possible? I cannot keep making the content in the style that I make it as on YouTube. Ascension, yeah. Himiko, how you doing? I think it affects smaller ones the most since they can't get any decent third-party sponsors. Oh, yeah. If you could get sponsorships, you don't give a shit about, ad revenue. This is true. I mean, even when I had sponsorships, most of my sponsors would pay me between $400 and $500 per video that I made about the sponsorship. And, I mean, that's decent money, right? They would want one video a week. That's $2,000 right there. It's not as much as you could make on YouTube with ads on, but it's definitely not bad money. And if you're a real large content creator, you're probably being paid $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 per video. So yeah, you do 4 videos a month, and you're good to go. You've got your money. So yeah, I think larger channels probably don't mind because sponsorships take care of them. Sadly, that's not true for most of us. I don't accept sponsorships anymore. So that really screws me over. Videos on Osdormo. I have a question. He becomes Morazon in another timeline, right? But I thought the Titans didn't exist in other timelines. How was he made into an aspect then if in the other timelines? They don't exist across all timelines. So effectively, they can go to other timelines. They just don't exist across all of them. So there aren't another Amanthul in another timeline, if that makes sense. So there's not multiple Amanthuls, and there isn't multiple oh my fuck, I'm blanking on the names now. Screw it. But there's not multiple Titans is the point. Sargeras and things like that. There's just one, and they can go to any of the timelines, but there is just the one. That's effectively what it means when it says that they don't exist across multiple timelines. Okay, Henry Cavill gets his own Warhammer show. I am aware. we're very excited for that. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, my power's going out soon. So who do you guys want to visit? Who do you want to visit? Who are we gonna raid? Oh shit! Thanks for the 50, bro. Really appreciate that.
Is there multiples of all? If not, is there multiple Pelagos?
Oh shit! I know exactly who we're gonna raid. I need all of you guys to go say hello. This is a girl that asked for content creators in South Africa because she wanted more friends, I guess, in South Africa. So we're gonna go raid her. We're just waiting for her to go live. She's got her starting student screen. There we go. So she's live now. She wants more friends. I've never spoken to her, but you know, why not? I see she's live, and I respect the fucking hustle. I respect the hustle. So go say hello to her. She's from South Africa. Paranoid Pixie ZA. She's got 1 viewer right now. There's probably going to be more, but I want all of you to sign up and at least just go say hello to her. If you want to move on from there, that's your choice. You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? After that. But yeah, at least go say hello to her. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place as always, DJs. As you know. And tomorrow we'll do a little bit more WoW lore, because there is. And then we'll probably play some actual WoW, because there's really a lot of things that I want to do there. So, no, I think she has a boyfriend or a husband or whatever. I don't know. I know she has someone. I'm just doing this because she reached out on Twitter and she really wanted to know. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. I love you guys. Peace out, fam.
Which you can use.